Dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to grab your attention here. I would kindly request the distinguished guests, speakers, and panelists to occupy the front rows, the reserved seats, basically. So I would request all the other guests to occupy the rows behind. And there's one instruction that has to be informed, because this has been an unwritten rule here in IIT. So water is not allowed inside the hall, and in case you need to take water, you can go outside, and there's the water dispenser that's kept outside, so you can have water and come inside. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the guests are expected to arrive in another 5 minutes, so we'll get started. And I would request everyone to keep your mobiles on silent mode. And for everyone's safety inside the IIT Madras campus, we request all the vehicles to be driven at a maximum speed of 20 km per hour. The campus is the home to several animals that have become a natural part of this environment. We kindly request you to coexist with them, and please do not harm or feed them under any circumstances, as this is strictly prohibited within the IIT campus. And thank you for understanding, and thank you for your cooperation. check, volume check. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome you all to the Global AI Leaders Summit 2025, right here at the prestigious IIT Madras, a place where innovation, technology, and brilliance come together to shape the future. Today, we are gathered here not just for an event, but for a powerful exchange of ideas that will define how AI, the artificial intelligence, continues to transform industries, societies, and our everyday lives. This summit brings together the visionary leaders, pioneering researchers, industry experts, all under one roof. And of course, we have the change makers from across the globe to spark conversations that will set the direction from AI in the years to come. So get ready to dive into a day filled with thought-provoking keynotes, groundbreaking discussions, and inspiring collaborations that will help us imagine a smarter, more connected tomorrow. On behalf of the organizing team, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Together, let's make this summit not just memorable, but truly a transformational one. With that note, I would request everyone to make some nice round of applause to give this, hall a wonderful energy that is very, very contagious. Thank you very much. It's my absolute pleasure in welcoming the organizing team onto the dais. I would like to welcome Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy, the co-chair of GAILS Summit. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to welcome Sri Lakshmi Mohan. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to welcome Mr. Ajit Kaviselvan, the founder, CEO, Avatar International, co-founder, AS Global Solutions, Dubai, Muscat, and Chennai. Welcome, sir. And I'd also like to welcome Dr. V. Sivaraman, IITM Program Lead, AMTDC, IITM Research Park. Welcome, sirs. I request our organizing team to welcome the guests to the stage. And first and foremost, I'd like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Bishwajit Saha, the Director, CBSE, Ministry of Education, Government of India, New Delhi. Welcome, sir. We'd like to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Partha P. Roy Chowdhury, Commercial, Lead Japan, India and Bangladesh, Lockheed Martin. Welcome, sir. I would like to welcome Professor Ramesh Babu, Secretary, AMTDC, IIT Madras Research Park. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to welcome Professor Shiva Umapati, former Director, Indian Institute of Science, Education and Research, Bhopal. Welcome, sir. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Calwell Velnambi, Chairman and Founder, ERP Logic, LLC, Noble Q, USA. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to welcome Dr. Balakrishnan Adyaman, the Senior Scientist F and former Head HPC and IT Infrastructure, NCMRWF, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Delhi. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much, and requesting the organizing committee to also take their seats. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we are officially starting the Global AI Leaders Summit 2025. And to start off any event, we always salute the Mata. Of course, we all know the Mata is nothing but our motherland, and for which, we are going to be singing the state anthem. So, Tamil Thai Varthu, I would request everyone to rise up. Thank you.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராரும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டனிதில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை நுதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
Followed by national anthem. I would request everyone to rise up. Thank you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Jai Hind. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to hear the welcome address, and for which I would like to welcome Sri Lakshmi Mohan to deliver the welcome address. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
ஆதி பகவான் முதற்றே உலகு. Good morning, respected guests, distinguished speakers, and dear friends. On behalf of GAILS Summit Organizing Committee, I am delighted to welcome you all to the Global AI Leaders Summit 2025. Here at IIT Madras is the prestigious for us. Our team has strongly well connected with industry, academia, international collaborations in all sectors. We have been working for this conference for the past 6 months. Now the dream comes true. Because of our mentors, respected Professor Ramesh Babu sir, Professor Siva Umabadi sir, beloved Caldwell Anna, chief guest of the today's event, Dr. Biswa sir, and Partha, guest of honor, Mr. Partha, Dr. Adiman Balakrishnan, sponsors from Vinayaka Missions University, Metalscope, Monolith, and Maxwell. The people from other countries, Belgium, USA, a friend from USA, Mr. Wordsworth Ayadurai, and so many persons are here. I would like to thank all the people from, they have been traveling from their country and spending time here means this is a great honor for us. Today we are joined by visionary leaders from academia, industry, government, research, all coming together with one mission to explore how artificial intelligence can shape the future of education, healthcare, biosciences, manufacturing, fintech, legal studies, cybersecurity, and research and development. AI is no longer just technology. It's become a transformational force, collaboration and connection that will define the next decade of AI-led growth. Let us together reimagine the future of AI for industry, for institution, and for humanity, ethics. I wish the summit great success, and once again, I want to thank our organizing team, Mr. Saravanan, Mr. Rajit, Sivaraman, Dr. Sivaraman. The entire teams have been working hard from the day one. Thank you for coming. Have a great day to all.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy, the co-chair of GAILS Summit, to deliver the thematic address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Very good morning to you all. Dr. Lakshmi Mohan was very emotional because this was a very big dream that we wanted to do. So usually he flows like a flood, right? Flows like a beautiful Brahmaputra, Kaveri, Ganga. Today I could see him emotional, right? Why? Because that's what the theme is all about, right? When we decided what we need to do on AI, the first thing that came to our mind is nobody has touched AI right from the young children minds, how you are going to help them to be part of the biggest revolution, right? So that was the first important theme, and that's why you could see a very, very special chief guest here who's with the CBSE as a director of skill education, who's being very instrumental in doing many things, is part of the team as a chief guest because the future of AI, if we need our children and even ourselves not to be enslaved by AI, and we need to enslave AI. If that needs to happen, it needs to start from that young age, and all of us need to be aware. And AI is going to be in a more transient state where sometimes we will be enslaving it, and sometimes, or most of the times, it will be enslaving it. And who's going to win this war are the ones who are going to be leading their own self in a more conscious state. We have Swamiji, so I'm talking about the spiritual state as well, and many other learned friends here. So the whole existence of humankind is going to be the biggest challenge they have ever faced since evolution, or since from day one, is what AI is going to do. And how are we going to be prepared for it? Everybody is talking about AI. I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know what level AI is in now? Most primitive stage? Very advanced. Fantastic. Outdated. And very outdated. Okay. So now I'm going to tell you my perspective. AI is in pre-KG state, but it is evolving at such a fast rate, multiplied by x power x, that none of us is learning. It's a cumulative learning that is happening. And if we need to win that. If we need to be ahead of it, the learning we need to have, the mastery, the shared data sets, all these are going to be very, very big a thing. So that's the reason why we have brought right from CBSE the younger minds who they really fuel to various industries where you will see today, they are here. I would like to acknowledge them as well. So who are doing crores and crores of turnover, and there are two categories in that. Some are aware that I need to do AI or robotics or automation, and some are not even aware that they need to do the automation. Right? This is a segment. And there are set of speakers where we have brought from various industries who are already part of AI. So the whole focus of this conference, this summit is going to be where we bring in all of this together, where you can exchange the ideas, and more importantly, GAILS 2025, and it will continue to help all of you to come together and help you to grow. Those who need to know, from whom they can know, and for those who are already in it, how they can foster further growth. So this is a very simple theme, and that's the purpose of this summit. With this, I say goodbye to you and have a great day learning, enjoying, and definitely work towards enslaving AI and not being enslaved by AI. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us together.
Thank you very much, sir. That was really thought-provoking. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to the keynote address. Well, to talk about Professor Dr. Siva Umapati, who is a leading Indian physical chemist renowned for laser spectroscopy and cancer diagnostics. Former director of IISER Bhopal, and he is an honorary professor at IISc Bengaluru, a Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize awardee. He has published 160 plus papers and continues to advance the frontiers of chemical sciences. So please put your hands together to welcome Professor Dr. Siva Umapati to deliver the keynote address. Welcome, sir.
The dignitaries at the dais, and friends and students and colleagues in the audience. It's a pleasure to be here today, particularly as the AI is picking up pace. AI used to be a computer science domain 20, 30 years ago. In the last 7, 8 years, it has now started moving into science domain, from engineering to science domain. Now it has become an interdisciplinary science. Some of my friends and some of our students who have become leaders in big IT companies, almost 10 years ago used to tell me that they're trying to use AI in biological sciences, climate change, things like that. And so that time the discussion was that how to train a computer science student, MTech and PhD in computer science, to learn about protein folding, to understand, develop technologies, develop AI methodologies for discovery and new drugs. And they realized that it is not an easy task. You can't become an expert domain in biomedical science being a computer scientist. So it was decided that we will start a program in 2018, that a new degree program called Data Science and Engineering, where first 2 years the engineering students will learn engineering concepts, the science students will learn science concept. The third and fourth year they will move into the Data Science and Engineering department, where they are taught the tools of AI, tools of data mining, tools of databases, and how to curate data, and then learn about AI tools, and then they can choose the domain in which they want to learn. With the science background, they can go into climate change, environment, biology, biomedicine, and of course chemistry, catalysis. And with engineering background, they can go into robotics, manufacturing, and fintech, and various other economics background as well. So with that, now the students are graduating in India with data science and engineering, where you also have people with science background also learn about AI tools and how to effectively use them. But if you look at the world, India has the biggest opportunity to become equal to the Western world, because AI depends on data. And if you look at biomedical sciences, I work on sepsis, for example. In the last 1 year, from one hospital, I've received close to 2,000 samples. In the US, to get 2,000 samples, you would probably spend 5 years. So there's no way they're going to be needing samples from India. It doesn't matter what data, whether it is credit card data, whether it is economics data, whether it is climate data, whether it is energy economic distribution of wealth data, medical data. So India has the biggest opportunity in that we could develop AI tools which is going to now help the rest of the world in terms of accelerating. But if that has to be true, it is important that young people are empowered with AI. I think it's almost true that 90% of students now started using AI, and one of the biggest problems that we had, we discussed with professors at IISc and also in ICERS, how do you differentiate from your homework or your report generated or your assignments generated by AI versus student-generated assignments? You know, it's a bigger problem today. So for teachers have to be empowered about learning about whether it is used by AI or not. And that is going to become more challenging in 5 years down the line. 5 years down the line, you can't differentiate who is engineer, who is a scientist, because they come for interview, they'll prepare on biology by reading all the AI answers and come and answer the questions. So things are going to get difficult, as our Mr. Sundaramurthy said. It's going to revolutionize. And in 5 years, I think all of us will be using AI. Nobody can stop that. But if you want to become an expert at it, it's time for you to learn. And a summit like this is the opportunity where we have to use that knowledge gaining and identifying areas that are moving. And the revolution is happening is too fast. I mean, we only had generative AI only 6 months ago. Now we have LSTM. I don't know where all we are going to go. So things are changing, and the agentic AI has taken over already in many industries. And so it's going to change very rapidly. So I think it's important that all of us catch up with what is happening. With this, I wish all the best for the summit, and I hope you enjoy your day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. Next up, we'd like to welcome Professor N. Ramesh Babu, who is a pioneer in advanced manufacturing with a PhD from IIT Madras. He is renowned for his innovations in precision engineering, including laser dressing of grinding wheels, and for leading major industry academia collaborations. He is also the chair professor of V. Balaraman Institute at IIT Madras and also the secretary of AMTDC. His contributions have significantly advanced machine tool technology, manufacturing research, and national skill development initiatives. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Professor N. Ramesh Babu. Welcome, sir.
So, thank you for your nice introduction. So, let me invite all of you to IIT Madras, being my parent institute, and still continue to serve as Professor Emeritus at IIT Madras. Apart from my role as the secretary of the Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center, which was set up almost 10 years ago as a not-for-profit society, and still continue to run it with 20% funding from the industries and 80% from the government, Ministry of Heavy Industries. I think I would like to take a little longer time than the others have taken it, for the reason that I have been promoting this one over the last 6 months when Dr. Lakshmi Mohan and others have approached me. I am very passionate about building the nation. And that is the reason why after a couple of years of stint at ISRO and multinational company, I came to IIT Madras in '83. Now you can imagine that my stay here is 42 years, So I think building the nation is not a small task. See, everyone will make a lot of promises, policies, commitments. But then, if we have a large number of leaders who can commit to deliver, and that's where I am focusing, to identify those leaders wherever they are. I'm not looking at IITs or NITs or any college. I think this is one of the major tasks on which I am working in the field of manufacturing and Industry 4.0 with the Government of India, Ministry of Education, futures of work. There are 8 sectors, out of which in one sector I am the convener. And I had deliberations with many industry stalwarts and also the associations and the R&D laboratories and the academicians. All of them say that we need to develop a model. We need to develop a model which combines both the digital as well as the physical world. I think that's where we have already submitted a report to the Ministry of Heavy Industry. A digital platform on which we can do many things, and then physical platform on which we have to do certain things. So the digital platform is the one where we require a lot of tools that are being developed. So one of them is AI, ML, data, the experiences that have to be culminated into a model or some sort of a platform. Apart from my journey in the IIT as a researcher and then technology developer for many industries, not only Indian industries and even from other countries like Japan and France and USA. So we turned around and then said that why don't we develop India and Indian industries like capital goods sector. I started this one in 2011. I've been successful in translating one machine into a next generation machine. The entire technology is transferred to the industry, and that has really created the interest in the principal scientific advisor, who is no more Dr. Chidambaram, who called me to Vigyan Bhavan and said that, I think he called the ministry, various officials from various ministries also, why don't we make a policy in order to enhance the competitiveness of Indian capital goods sector. I have been fortunate enough to get many industries through the association, through many MSMEs and startups who have come together and then said that we are all interested in developing the technologies, we don't know how to do it. And of course, through my project during 2011 to 2016, we built a model based on the system thinking and transformational skills. The system thinking combines engineering, science, management to build the technology. I think I used to advocate this one to many colleges, and of course I don't know how much it goes into their minds and then they can implement it is another challenge. By looking at all these things, I said technology development can be done a few who are passionate about it. But the education, skill development and mentoring, startups incubation can be done by many. Wherever they are there, they can really put in their efforts and then pool their own expertise and combine with the expertise available locally. I think through the digital platforms, we are doing it extensively over the last 5 years. In my opinion, the skilling, upskilling, reskilling is the major task that the Indian government is constantly looking at it, wherein we thought right from the schools, we need to nurture this sort of innovative abilities among the kids. Then only, when they come to any science graduates or arts graduates or anything, we are not looking at only engineering. We are looking at any kid who enters into the schools is curious about either arts, science or engineering or management, and they should be given the appropriate models to make them aware that the creativity exists everywhere, and that creativity will nurture their enthusiasm and they will be more passionate to work throughout their life rather than looking for a job, looking for a task, looking for an assignment. They should become professionals. They have to become really talented individuals so that they can in turn motivate many others. I think this is where we thought that the skilling and upskilling, reskilling is not a simple task which anyone can do it, though we may attempt to do it through various schemes and various models and various centers of excellence, but then it requires again a thoughtful process. I think after looking at all of them, I was invited by the Vivekananda International Foundation to see that what we can do it to build the self-reliance in the various defense technologies we need it today, advanced defense technologies, where I have given my report on UNESCO has brought out a report on reimagining the futures of education in 2021. That report is available. I think each one of you should read that one and understand that What is that we are lacking in 21st century? What we used to have in 20th century and what we need it in 21st century. In 20th century, we used to acquire the degrees and become the skilled after we acquire all the degrees. But today, the skills have to be imparted right from the young age, from the schools to the colleges, and the degrees can be acquired as we keep growing. And depending on the interest, you can acquire many degrees. I think the government of India has brought out many policies, but then they have to be viewed in a proper perspective if you have to really reap the benefits of all these schemes. So, in my opinion, there are three things which I focused. One is the technology development is a must for us to be self-reliant. And AI is one of the technologies which we think that it should span the sectors, not only education, manufacturing, cyber security, and national security, many of them where we need to develop our own skills in order to build those softwares and models. We cannot rely on those models which are developed by elsewhere and they have their own proprietary and security. I think this is where more and more people have to get involved if we have to really build the country-specific and domain-specific skills and domain-specific models and software. I think this particular summit, which was brought out by the team, the organizing committee, felt that we need to bring all the leaders across the globe and showcase the role of AI in the next 1 to 2 decades. If we have to do it, I think there is a lot that we all have to put in. It is not, as I said, a task is different from assignment. No, the assignment is given and you perform the task. Is not the way that one should work. You should become a professional. You should become a professional in order to keep that forever, day and night, to see that this sort of a professionalism is percolated down to many, many individuals. I think that's where it starts from the education. What we are doing at AMTDC is, apart from developing the technology in partnership mode, we are partnering with many university colleges, Tier 2, Tier 3 colleges, and training the trainers. First, unless the faculty members are well versed with the way that they have to teach the kids in the colleges and schools, then we will not be able to really motivate the young kids who do not know what they want to do it, how they wanted to grow. I think this is where the directions have to be given by the policy makers, administrators, and all of them, so that the institute administrations and the college administrations will view it very seriously and then promote this sort of a culture among the students. I think many changes have been brought out. 20% credits can be skill-based, no credits. I think with all the changes that we are trying to do it with the leadership, at the top in the Ministry of Education, and also the directors of many institutes have been part of this exercise of futures of work, wherein how do we build these skills and reskill them, upskill them, etc. I think I am hopeful that if these views are taken, of course the reports are also available, and people have to look for them and then see that where the digital platforms can play a major role in transforming the societies. I think the reimagining the future of education is transforming the societies. Transformative learning, transformative education is the way forward. Unless you transform the society, either through a set of individuals or a group of experts, etc., I think the world is going to be a danger. Not that I'm talking about only either India or the other countries. I think this has to be taken by those leaders who are constantly working on the use of AI for many applications. And I will talk about the AI and its role in another session wherein I'm the panelist also. So I think with these few, I wish the summit a grand success with the efforts that they have put in and then gathering that we are seeing it in this hall. I think it's really a phenomenal effort that the team has put in. I wish to congratulate all of them and also thank all those speakers who have come all the way from various countries to give back something and to take something back. I think this is where I feel that now we have to be together. And with this complex world, very fragile world, we need to have a multi-dimensional, multi-level skills. Unless we have that and unless we collaborate it aggressively, the things may not really take up the shape as we expect it. I think we want India to be, and the world to be completely safe and secure. And even many reports through the G20 summits and others, have come up, but then should not be on the paper, or it should not be a report, which is available. And after 10 years and again 15 years, another thing will happen. I think we have to make this happen with the technologies being developed so aggressively with many intellectuals and many youth having that passion. I think if this passion is maintained through a leadership and collaborative efforts of many, I am hopeful that the future of the whole globe is going to be extremely wonderful. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thanks.
Truly awakening thoughts. Thank you very much, Professor. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Calwell Nambi, who is the founder and chairman of Noble Q, formerly ERP Logic, with 30 plus years in ERP consulting and implementation. Led Noble Q to exponential growth, securing gold partnerships with SAP and Acumatica. He has spearheaded multiple acquisitions, expanding the company's global footprint. Also served on Tamil Nadu's NRT board, committed to culture, community, and meaningful impact. He is also the former president of FETNA USA, one of the biggest forums. He has brought the Tamil entrepreneurs under one roof. And in the US universities, he has been instrumental in implementing Tamil chairs. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Calwell Nambi. Welcome, sir.
தமிழின் உயிர் தொல்காப்பியம், தமிழனின் உயிர் திருக்குறள். வணக்கம். தமிழே, என்னை ஈன்ற தாயே, என் வாழ்வே, அமிழ்தே, அடி போற்றினேன். Vanakkam. So Vanakkam, when I just went to US, I say Vanakkam, you want to come. Right? That's how the interpretation people have saw. So this is a great opportunity to socialize and give some learning what I have learned with you professors, university, institution owners, and students, and consumers and business. So that's the topic of today they have given. And the government is here. The biggest institution we are here. We are in India and explicitly in IIT campus. And in London, they are behind us. In US, there are two behind us in a time zone wise. But we are in an advanced time zone in their life. That's the active beginning of our time. So we are in an artificial intelligence world today. And where we are, what really we can add value is the simple one-liner I always believe in is how you humble the complexities. எப்படி எளிமைப்படுத்த முடியும் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் success. So how you simplify, how you communicate, how you transform, and how you give the value to the end users. The technology advances and paradigm shifts in every adequate mode. And I am the seller, I own a business, and how it is impacting to the human touch. That's the end of the day we are all going to solve. So I just want to give you like 10 minutes they have given, but one time is different, other time is different, but doesn't matter, I will finish it up on time, okay? So the institution point of view, what you guys need to focus, what industry needed today. In my 2 cents, you guys need to have a strong center of intelligence and the capital spending. As a fellow founders, chairman, college owners, and the business become an education, education become a business today. So in that environment, how you guys can put some of the portion of the money to carve out for an institution to put a center of intelligence. The best example is Professor. Since 1983, he dedicated his life. We give a big round of applause for him. On IIT campus, he took it as a portion of the life. It's almost most of the life, I would say. Like a 40 plus years means it's kind of like a 4 decades. He blessed to have in this era, he saw mainframe and he saw Charles Babbage, and today in AI, Industry 4.0, mobility, telecom, all kind of a technology aspect, how you can transform the world and what kind of a people you met. He become younger and younger and younger on day by day. That because of these 4 decades of meeting there so many people. So the institution need to be very younger. Tamil Thai Valthu, we all listened. I love the line, உன் சீர் இளமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே. நன்றி மறப்பது நன்றென்று, நன்றல்லது அன்றே மறப்பது நன்று. So it has been written in 2056 years back. Even Tamil speaking kids today can understand what is nandri marapadu nandrenru, nandralladu andre marapadu nandru. That is the power of Tamil mother, Tamil Thai. See the ilamai. It's not like she's ever young. So similarly, the technology, innovation can change. Dynamics are the only static. But the complexity, how you can humble, and if you keep giving back to the people who ever coming on a newcomers and every decades, how your center of intelligence is feeding them to learn in a good institution. The professor is always young. The students will change. So that's the biggest advantage for the professors. You have to embrace yourself and feel like you are really a great honor to give their lives to so many people. That's a very, very, very important thing. You need to proud yourself what you are doing for this community. Give yourself a big round of applause. Elutharivithavan Iraivan. You guys are the best in the world and you guys need to do the bat on your shoulder all the time. So that's my recommendation for the institution and professors and lecturers. I just want to give one round of important factor for the students. All I know. That's how you enter into the campus. The Himalayas is in my hand. That's the attitude. And but once you come to the real world, then you know how much you know is nothing. Right? So that's the mindset. After 4 years of spending time, you come to know, I don't know nothing. So you guys have to be very, very, very open-minded. And if you are not bending your knees, you cannot rise. Without bending your knees, you cannot just limp. You can go like inches. When you're bending your knees, you can go in feet. So that's how you need to be mindset, technology side, how really you want to reorganize yourself, be open-minded, learn from the leaders, see everything. Just to go inside the store, go and buying some stuff in a small potty shop and go in a retail store. The guy who ever maintaining like 185 product or 200 product within a small shop, he has all the inventory in his head. When you go to the retail, you have a barcode scanner, cash register, POS system, technology, auto inventory, inventory reconciliation. There are so many technologies has been evolved to understand the process. So the guy solved the problem in a petty shop versus like a Reliance retail giant shop also. So where you want to be, how the product has been organized, your thinking pattern has to think logically, how this sourcing, enabling, exceeding the expectation of servicing to the end consumers. That's the mentality you need to think. So those kind of a practical spark you need to create in a student's environment, fellow professors, lecturers. That's the thinking pattern you need to change for the college kids. That's my humble recommendation. Government is sitting here. So how much is good in technology, that much bad in technology also. So prevention is better than cure. Varumun kavadan valkai erimun vaitha thuruvol kedum. So if you guys can see the kids, when professor went to the college in 40 years ago, problem is the one word is a consistent. Survival problem, education problem, professor's problem, money problem, language problem, kind of a problem. Today, the problem still remains a problem. For today's social media, and the information, what you don't know, what you don't want to know, you have everything in hand. You have to be very, very, very laserized to focus. And all the security, cyber security, identity, it can be trolled in like a second, but we have to overcome the situation. So today's younger generation, student situation is pathetic situation with the technology advances. Out of that, how they become a focused people, it's not easy. Because you can have an option to learn too many things in the life. So how you reorganize the laws and security, compliances, is very, very, very important for the next generation. The one touch I want to tell you is for the government, and I am from a humble background, from a school, in a government school, Tamil medium, Tamil vadiyila I'm padiche, I just where I am here. Last year alone, I acquired almost like 6 companies, close to $70 million worth of companies, and they created 1,800 jobs, all come from a small village. And I am able to host Chief Justice of, ex-Chief Justice when he was like in 2022, Mr. N.V. Ramana, took him into Columbia University and give him a tour. And Dr. Ambedkar was studied there, and there is a statue. And we have an honor to give him a prize to talk to Mr. N.V. Ramana. He said, I'm walking in the corridor of great Ambedkar. The Constitution of India has been written by a humble person. And I am also from humble family, from a Telugu medium student, where I am a Chief Justice of India. And he wrote like a note in a prescribed note in the institution. So I wrote a small line also next to them, Yadam Ure, Yavaram Kelir, Ambedkar Inuடைய கொள்கை பண்பு உலகில் இன்னும் அவர் இருக்கும் வரை அவர் புகழ் ஓங்கும், in written in Tamil and written in English. So after that day, I took like 2-3 more minutes. Is it okay, Lakshmi Mohan? Okay. So the overall, after that day, evening, there is a big diaspora meeting. He come and told, I also went to Telugu medium. Tamil medium person called well. And in a bigger reference, he wrote it in Tamil and translated in English in 2 lines. So he registered his mother tongue and where he is from. I am also from Chief Justice of India. I wish to learn from Tamilians in terms of like what really, how they are giving like affinity, language affinity, and how they relate with our life, with the current state, wherever they are in, they never ever forgo and forget. So why I am saying this is the very important piece of student. You have a power of language which is built in you, in your DNA. You can offer more to this world, in upcoming world, in a futuristic world. You can lead the way to pursue in the life. So people who are attending this session, as well as whoever is listening in YouTube, and whoever is going to learn, you feel you have something great in your head. You can do wonders in this world. So last but least, there is a cluster we really need to embrace, which is like institution, technology, industry solution verticals. These three need to be like a Venn diagram. So the center of excellence in the middle of the intersection is supposed to be, end result is B2B and B2C. Now that is the goal. ஒரு பூக்கடை விற்கிறவங்க இந்தியாவில் இன்னைக்கு பேடிஎம் யூஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க பார்கோடை. ஸோ தட்ஸ் a big round of awareness technology, how it will become simplified. Now, instead of investing multi-crore restaurant, even if you go and eat, you are affordable, but still you feel your taste bud is going to be like the where you went and ragi muddu and something from one place, other place, from the street foods, that is going to be the best food for your life in your wherever you go and eat. So how you enable between the street food to the consumer, the AI technology will enable, and that is the way power of India overall. And last but least, one point of time population is the critical key problem for the nation to grow. But whereas today, we are the strength of world. India is like population-wise, data-wise, technology-wise, example-wise, we are accumulating everything. So my father and my grandfather, when they learn, they are starving for the information for a small level of data. Today, the entire Tamil language, all the books, everything will be consolidated in one LLM. So you can just click it, you can get it. So that's kind of the technology has been transformed, so you have a wealth of information to learn and put it in. Securities and identity, and studies, human resources, sales, distribution, production, inventory, then all of them will go on a manufacturing or a distribution or a service. So these industrial core components, all you really need to put together and collaborate, give the practical value of the student, end of the day, who is going to be an innovator, educator, or a consumer. In three components, how you slice and dice and supply and service, that is the best logistics for AI. So AI, Mr. Sundaramurthy told, we are in a pre-KG stage. I am saying we are in the worst period of AI. I can say after 40 years, if I live, again, in the 40th year also, I can say I am in the worst period of AI. From now, from next 4 decades also, this technology is amazing how the quantum as a hardware and AI is a software, how you integrate AGI, ASI, LLM, and SLM. You can name all the chronology, all the keynote speakers are going to talk on a vertically in an individual parallel session. But these are all like nothing rocket science. But it's all happening in the current world where we are in the era. So last but least, I'll finish up my note with only one end. உள்ளுவதெல்லாம் உயர்வுள்ள மற்றது தள்ளினும் தள்ளாமை நீர்த்து. So think big, and you can be a inventor, or you can be a utilizer, or you may be a consumer. But for all the feed, the technology is going to be available. And the note, whoever is beginners, I want to relate with my school teacher who taught me first. Integration, square root, and all of them. ஒரு கொக்கி போடு, அந்த கொக்கியை ஒரு எஸ் ஷேப்பில் ஒரு கொக்கி இருக்கும். அந்த கொக்கியை போட்டிங்கன்னா தாளாட்டுறதுக்கு குழந்தைக்கு ஒரு எஸ் மாதிரி ஒரு கம்பி இருக்கும். அதுதான்டா இன்டெகிரேட் பண்ணுறது. ஒரு கம்பியையும் ஒரு தொட்டிலையும் இணைக்கிறது தான் இன்டெகிரேஷன். So that's my burn. Similarly, quantum is nothing but like ஒரு மஞ்சப்பையில் ஒரு 1 kg கொண்டு போவீங்க. In yellow bag, you can carry like a 1 kg of a content. But in quantum, in yellow bag, you can carry 1 ton or a 10 ton or 100 ton. That's the hardware capacity of quantum engineering. So you have like a heavy lift, you can lift. The technology is available. And the information software is like a endless of a vertical industry solution, vertical healthcare, manufacturing, and insurance, product, financial, supply chain, you name it, any kind of a technology, you bring the innovation on what level of knowledge you have on an industry solution, you can relate. So hardware and software will work. AI and quantum is going to be the era of the next 4 decades. So be ready, good luck, all the very best. Nandri, vanakkam.
தமிழன் என்று சொல்லடா தலை நிமிர்ந்து நில்லடா என்ற வாக்கிற்கு இணங்க வேல்நம்பி ஐயா அவர்களுடைய தமிழ் ஆர்வம் எங்களை மெய்சிலிர்க்க வைத்தது. நன்றி. தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் சார். அதாவது கெயில் சமிட்டில் ஒரு தமிழர் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி பேசும்போது எங்களுக்கு ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்குது. அண்ட் வி ஆர் ஆனர்ட் அண்ட் ப்ரிவிலேஜ்ட். தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் சார். And yes, of course, one takeaway that caught my attention was like, without bending your knees, you can't raise. That was really nice. Thank you very much, sir. And with that note, we're going to be inviting the next speaker, Dr. Balakrishnan Adhyaman, who is working in National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting, Ministry of Earth Sciences for the last 28 years. He joined as a senior scientific officer and attached to the Computer and Network Division of NCMRWF in the year 1990. Now he is working as a Scientist F, Head High Performance Computing Division and managing a state-of-art high-performance computing. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he has also presented and published many research papers at the national and international conferences, and he has organized various national and international conferences as well. Sir, the stage is all yours. Thank you very much, and over to you.
Mr. Velambi is the first Tamil person she told. I am a second Tamil person. So my name is Balakrishnan Adhyaman. Actually, I am also from village. It's a very remote village. In fact, in my village, there is no bus facility also. You see, that much interior village. So I am really very happy to standing here in the global summit. And thank you very much, Dr. Lakshmi Mohan. Really, I am very, very happy. I have seen the HPC era, 1988 onwards. I joined the Government of India, Department of Science and Technology in 1988 after my completion of my master's degree in computer science in Allahabad University. I have seen without AI high performance computer and now with AI HPC, high performance computer. It is totally rightly said, Dr. told. I am also for the past 3 to 4 decades, I am seeing the high performance computer and other technology, the enhancement. The first supercomputer purchased in India, I think there is a communication gap because I think most of the people don't know about my office name, National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. It is under Ministry of Earth Science. Earlier, it is under Department of Science and Technology. Still, there is a lot of very fast communication world. The communication gaps between the people and the government setup is still lagging behind. So first, 1988, after my completion of my master's degree, the first advertisement came from the national newspaper. There is a supercomputer purchased, Government of India, for producing the weather forecast. So that also medium range weather forecast. I think most of the people are not much aware about the different type of forecast system in India. So for producing the medium range forecast, we required a very high-end, high-power computing facility. So that's why Government of India purchased first time from US. It's a supercomputer the name is called Cray supercomputer. So I joined, fortunately or unfortunately, in that computing facility after my master degree. So really, I faced a very much difficult time because I'm basically from Tamil background. So I have to operate or I have to manage the supercomputing facility or supercomputing programming. So day and night I worked and I learned, and now I heading the supercomputing facility at Government of India. So really I'm feeling proud myself because in the initial, after Government of India procured the first supercomputer, in fact I tried to go and see the supercomputer first time. So I got permission from my father and I visited Delhi, and I have tried to see the supercomputing facility, but they denied. They told no, it is not possible to enter the computing facility. Without seeing the supercomputer, I came back from Delhi to Trichy. So while coming, I felt very bad. So even though that time there is not much communication also, because there is no telephone, this mobile and all those technology is not there. So I have to come back, and I told my father, I'm not able to see the supercomputer, because that time for traveling by train, it is 2 days, 3 days it took. So my father told, no problem. So you will see later. Because my father is a elementary school teacher. So he told, you try to go there once again and try to work on that computer. Then I have seen the advertisement, and I got that interview, and I got the job also, and appointed as a senior scientist 1990. So first time I entered the supercomputer, and I have seen, I am very, very happy. That time I felt, so I want to work in the highest technology, which is now we are having the high-speed supercomputer near about 8.5 petaflop system for producing the global weather forecast. So, because the supercomputer existence, this computing facility existence in Government of India in the 1990, most of the students community as well as the research community also not aware. So today evening I am going to, as a panelist, I am going to talk about more about how the HPC and the AI, how it works together, and what type of outcome it is nowadays we are getting for using the AI tools and the high-speed computing facility. And I am going to talk. And another 2 minutes I will take. Today morning I asked AI one question. I asked AI one question about AI. So I asked to relate how HPC and AI works together like a husband and wife. So AI, this ChatGPT or AI, it gives a reply to me. It is very funny. This question also very funny, but everybody should know what is happening. Because ChatGPT gives an answer for everything. You write something, it will give you everything, some answer it will. So, you see, husband as a HPC, high performance computing, is a raw power, not always efficient. HPC is all about brute force, speed, and solving big problems fast. Just like husband who might try to lift the entire big coach instead of asking help. He is a task-oriented. It's a HPC focus on getting job done, whether it is simulating the weather or crunching the numbers. Similarly, husband often needs a clear task. Tell me what to do, and I will do it. So, and also it needs instructions. HPC system often requires highly specialized code and clear instructions. Just like some husband who do not read between the lines. very good at doing one big, and HPC is perfect for handling massive workloads like simulation and modeling. The husbands who are great when there is a crisis, but maybe not as a great multitasking facilities. Now you see the wife part. Wife is artificial intelligence. It's a smart management. AI optimizes the everything, adapts and learns over a time. Just like a wife who remembers where everything is and plans meals, schedules appointments, and keeps the whole house running like a neural network. You see the comparing this AI comparing with the good, always with a very different in compare from the husband side. So AI picks a pattern and emotions. Wives often notice things like that. You seems to be tired, or you forgot your mom's birthday before the husband even realizes it. It is actually AI is a multitasking queen. AI can do many tasks at once and make decisions based on changing the situations. Just like a wife judging a kids and work and groceries and reminding you they call your aunt. Self-learning. Just another 1 minute I'll take. Self-learning. So AI improves with the feedback. Wives also grows wiser with their time. And when remember the mistakes the husband made since very long period. How they work together. You see, this AI is, once you write something, it gives very lengthy explanation, but it is a very good and funny things. So, how they work together. HPC provides the muscle power of AI, and AI provides the brain. HPC crunches the data. AI interprets it. Husband executes the plan. Wife designs the plan and adjusts it based on their real-time feedback. When they cooperate well, they solve very complex problems. So just like a real life, when the husband and wife teams up, they can run a household and plan the future benefits of the kids and managing the budgets and still make it to a in-laws on time. So funny closing things. So behind every high-performance husband, there is a highly intelligent wife feeding him a real-time data, optimizing the strategies, and a reminder to take out the trash. So this is the things why I'm telling this story here. So nowadays, AI and HPC is inseparable. Because now we are using AI HPC machines, which is earlier we are getting the forecast for 4 hours. We are having now 4 minutes. You see the difference. 4 minutes we are getting the forecast output. So for that we are saving a lot of time, energy, and you know that for running the high performance computer it takes a lot of energy and power. So we are saving a lot of energy and money. So in future, as experts are already told, in future, it is AI. Without AI, not only computer industry, all other industry also, without AI, it is very difficult to work and very difficult to think. And with this, I will close the note, and I think evening I will talk more. So thank you very much for organizers for giving a chance to this opportunity. And thank you very much. And best wishes for Global AI Leaders Summit program for this whole day. And thank you very much for Dr. Srinivasan and Wordsworth, and all are came from very long distance and other countries. And because this collaborating with the industry, it is not that much easy, because collecting the people in one room, it is a very fantastic job. I have seen the very rarely, that's the first time I'm seeing this type of global AI leader summit. It is a very wonderful opportunity to allow everyone to collaborate, and with a good network you can able to establish, and we can share our identity with Dr. Lakshmi Mohan, and everyone should cooperate and coordinate. And really, I'm very happy once again. And thank you very much, Lakshmi. Thank you very much, coordinators.
Thank you very much, sir. Your analogy with the HPC and AI was really funny and witty and yet thought-provoking. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up we would like to welcome Mr. Partha P. Roy Chowdhury, Commercial Lead for Japan, India and Bangladesh at Lockheed Martin, drives industrial development, contracts and offset management, a former Army Major and AD Camp 2 governors, and he was awarded for courage in Siachen and has served in senior roles with Invest India, supporting the Make in India mission. He is an alumnus of Harvard Business School, Oxford's Said Business School, NDA, IMA, and holds an MBA from MS University, Chennai. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Partha P. Roy Chowdhury. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Dr. Vishwajit Saha and dignitaries on dais, and especially thanks to the organization committee of the GAILS Summit. So I'm very happy today. I think it took me almost 43 years to stand here in this auditorium. We always expected to do that. So if we see what humans do, I mean, Swamiji is sitting right in front row, so I'll be careful. We as humans always want two things, peace and predictability. In this auditorium, some people have already found peace. They've closed their eyes, gone to nirvana. I'm predicting how much time I will take now. So uncertainty, anxiety, we always want to avoid it. And I think we have found a tool called AI to do that now. I should say that Dr. Balakrishna has already lost his peace by comparing wife with AI. God save him for the next 4 weeks in your home. Hope AI can help, sir. So coming to predictability, when we were born, our father didn't have AI. So he quickly learned astrology. He tried to find out what's going to happen next. Didn't help much, but yeah, let's see what we do ahead. Our core mission, as I think right now the anchor said, that I was in the defense forces, worked in the ministry, worked in various places, never found peace maybe. So what I did, it is something which I read in my company, is ahead of ready. So into my terminology, ahead of ready is very important for all of us. All of us saw Op Sindoor very recently. We fought a war, we should be ready all the time. And Professor already mentioned that how he devoted his life, and Saravanan sir is already trying to do further in his life what he can do for the country. Everybody, all of us are very, I should say, motivated towards that. So ahead of ready becomes a very, very key thing. And predictability. So what is your enemy going to do? What is going to happen next? What kind of technology can evolve? All that. So in a day-to-day life, if you think AI, I mean, it is endless. You cannot really think about how much this thing can go ahead. I'll give you a small example within the time. So I was just, I think, finished off with my government term, and I was tired, and I'll have my own company. And I was looking at a problem. Everybody here, I mean, it's a core thought. I think the entrepreneurs like Audel, he'll tell you, we always focus on a problem and then try to solve it. So I saw a problem which was practically when you take a satellite image, when you want to know about what's happening in their area, you take a satellite image. The satellite image used to come, and it used to take 3 days for the satellite image to come, and then somebody would sit with the two images, compare it. Okay, what is the change here? What is the change there in a particular small area? And then they used to find, okay, this is a change here. And it used to take at least 2 weeks finally to get the report back, I mean, at those days. And then we thought it in 2017 that how can we change it? And what we did is, we did through AI in 2017, we actually started image analysis. And now if I tell you image analysis, a bus and a building look same from the top. Okay, if you talk about So many things looks actually very different when an image, a satellite image and a photograph. It's not, really a 3D, it's 2D at that time. So we tried to have an AI chip on the satellite which can analyze that image and the recent image, compare it and give a feedback directly to you. So I don't want to go into complex scenario. That saved times from 2 weeks to maybe 2 seconds. So that was the speed. So that was AI's power actually, and can really help you in that. Coming to more on the op scenarios now, battle and war and all that thing happening right now. I don't know whether you know how complex is this system going on. I mean, over a tea, people may say, oh, we should have done this. And obviously our media had already captured up till, I think, Afghanistan. I was about to stop them, like, don't go there. It was so tense at that moment. But, actually, when you see all this data, information, everybody wants more and more information, more and more clearer picture today as on we go to predict correctly what we should do. So for that, do you know how many satellites US has? Any guesses? Any guesses? Any guesses? 200? 500? Okay. A million? No, a million cannot be there. So there are three levels. So in Earth, and you see satellite, they are into stacks. I don't want to go in details. So there are orbits where you go. The farther you go, the better view, but it's costlier, and there is some complex meteorology. But 3 orbits, a total of 8,530 over than that satellites that we know that US has. So that's a big number, right? And if you compare it with India, we have around 140. 140, 8,500. Now that's the reason why sometimes you see a confused leader talking confused things. But it's okay. I mean, we can digest it. So coming back to that, so what is happening is we are trying to have a more predictable future. We are trying to work less, be smarter, be more efficient, I should say, and be more simpler. That is the whole ideology, and that obviously being said, obviously the cause is always to make it more cheaper and affordable. So as AI and as I'm here, people spoke about transformation. Now, where should this transformation start? The transformation should start where we teach a child how to do AI, or we teach somebody how to make things simpler. Whether we try to tell them, okay, go by, by your intuition and do things which is integrally well with and matches with the integrity, or you try to make them smart enough that it can sway your mind. So today I can really predict, forget about me, industry can really predict how many milk packets will be sold in a particular community. And how many you are going to order Maggies in the next 24 hours. And you must be shocked, this is going on. This is not something which I'm talking about future, I'm talking about this going on. And that's why black stores in your community are there, where all the Blinkits and the Swiggies and the Zomatos are supplying it to you in a 7-minute time. 7 minutes, you order and your order is there in your home. How do you think they're happening? Do you think that AI is not there? AI is already there. You're living with it. Now it's our job how we differentiate, and the word that came from the August gathering here is transformation. So I think that we have to think. So one, I should say, ahead of ready. Second is the transformation. Third, learning AI. Now, I don't know how much we can talk about that because that's a specific domain. My father always wanted me to be an engineer and a doctor, come to IIT. I never managed to do that. But that doesn't mean that I'm not doing what is required. So I feel sorry, but then what we think is that we should take it as on when our job is concerned. Like what is my role in that particular domain? And the role is important. AI is not limited to IT. AI is not limited to computing. AI is not limited to only those high engineering colleges. I think it's absolutely. I'll give you one example before I go. One of the guys who is a chartered accountant came to me and said that I want to build rockets. I said, get out. I just said, don't waste my time. And he really made a rocket, and he called me in his first. When he made a 3D rocket in his first testing of the rocket. The company name is Agnikul. So that is how, I mean, if you have really the passion to do something, you can do it. And I think we are in the right age, right time. Let's enjoy it and let's see the transformation happening in the country through AI. Look forward to meet you all and talk again. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. That was truly awakening with the humor touch. Thank you very much for wonderful sharings. And well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to the chief guest address. Dr. Bishwajit Saha serves as director at CBSE New Delhi, leading skill curriculum design, teacher training initiatives, and digital education programs. With a distinguished career spanning academia, government, and national institutions, sir, 2 lines, sir. He has contributed to key policy frameworks like NVEQF and NSQF. So Dr. Saha is deeply committed to promoting future skills in schools and fostering strong industry-academia collaboration. With that note, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Bishwajit Saha. Welcome, sir.
I think Nandini has spoken much. Thank you. I don't know whether I can justify here the position of chief guest before our great mentor, Professor Umapati and Professor Ramesh Babu, and other illuminaries present here, and of course, of the dais. And I have seen in the schedule, there are a lot of visionary leaders who are going to join after some time, both through online and physically. It's a proud privilege for me to be here with you. And at this stage, I think already the senior dignitaries has spoken a lot about the objective and how we can connect this Leaders Summit and create an impactful journey for the future. So at this stage, one way geopolitical turbulence, and other way new education policy and looking for 2047 for Vikashit Bharat. And that is only 22 years away. And how to script this 22 years journey, I think that strategic mission we have to strategize right at this moment, right at this room, and who are connected across the world with us. So, I was just looking into the data, especially for the student population. And student population in India, and let me come for institutional population. So, roughly, we have around 14.4 million schools, rather approximately 15 million schools. And how many universities we have, or how many colleges or institutes in the higher education? Can anybody correct me before? University, still in 1,000, not in lakh. And student population, here we have in school close to 25 crore. And university only close to 4.5 to 5 crore. So that means one way we are highly talking about somebody has raised that population now becomes a demographic dividend. So 1.4 billion population, and where the student community, I think how AI or any kind of future technology is going to script the future career. I don't want to mean that entrepreneurial journey means only creating business. How equality can be given to the life, that is also an entrepreneurial mindset. Now, coming back to the core agenda, here, in case of schooling, I think new education policy followed by a new curriculum framework has scripted a very good document. Now, action can be oriented once we are fully loaded with implementation strategy. So first of all, the country has witnessed through different commission, the skilling ecosystems, creating a skilling ecosystems right in the school. Most of us may be the product of the government schools, and some of the new generations are that mixed population, both from the private or independently managed schools or government schools. Or medium of instructions, mostly the vernacular medium, and these days there is a trend of English medium education. And of course, CBSE may be criticized for that. But here, through new education policy, we are trying to promote the mother tongue based education. And here, through this kind of different AI model, and especially the teachers, 98 lakhs teachers who are working in the school, maybe out of 98 lakhs school ka 98% of teachers might be from the vernacular medium. And how they can equip themselves with the modern technology which can help them to understand the subjects in a better way, and also the teaching pedagogy and student mindset, so that adapting technology, how the learner-centric educations we can promote, which is more adaptable. The second issue is related to, we mostly focused on that agenda, that is assessment and examination. And in assessment and examination, we are standing in a campus of IIT Madras. Now, to enter this campus as a first semester student, what kind of journey one has to undertake, I think everybody can imagine. At least I can imagine, because I was not able to. Now, question is, entering the institute is very difficult. But once in the systems one has entered, there is a automatic bubble which will push them to exit. We need to introspect there. Means we are pushing them for exit. There is a cause, psychology, success, failure words I am not using, but stress, management and other issues are also associated with. So, by adapting technology, can our around 16 lakh teachers in the higher education system can equip, so that at least exiting the higher education institute, our student can, with the success, they can also manage the failure. Now, how much time I have? Here only 10 minutes. How much? 2 minutes more? Yeah. 2 minutes more, fine. So, we are in CBSE, we understood that, by now, we understood that technology is very important aspects of life, and along with the science. And that's why, with the new education policy, I'm stressing on it, because that policy gives us a direction that the computational thinking ability can be imbibed early in the school. And many countries in terms of coding and other are already ahead of us. Despite of that, India has largely solved the .com problem. Now, in the era of AI, as some of the eminent speaker has mentioned, coming 30 to 40 years, whether it is research or clean energy, healthcare, everywhere, this technology is going to stay. Whether our schools are ready for that, whether schools are equipped with such kind of infrastructure, this is a big question. Now, in India, there are a lot of infrastructures are already available. Many private university, government university, central university, institutes of eminence like IITs have already created a massive infrastructure. We need to come up with a policy, or rather, no more policy. Here we need to look into such created infrastructures use cases, whether it is fully utilized in the campus. If not, can we create a hub or cluster where the other school or college students can come here and use the unutilized time of that infrastructure? Safety and other protocol, especially for the girl child, need to be adhered. Otherwise, I think it is highly doable. And through that mission, the curricula, whatever we are preparing at present, as the agenda is related to AI, for last, from 2020 onwards, we are offering AI as a subject from grade 9. And we started with very few schools. Today, more than 250,000 students are studying AI as a subject at grade 9 and 10. From 2021 onwards, we started AI as a subject at grade 11. There the number of students is less compared to the cohort of 9 and 10. Followed by AI as a module, 15 hours, half credit modules, right from grade 6. And many students of humanities and other areas are also opting this module as a part of their studies in school, even in grade 11. So this this three-level module, 15 hours at 6, 7, 8, but it is no longer limited only for 6, 7, 8. It can be opted by any student. Now, with the broad understanding of this implementation, now we are thinking that from grade 3 onwards, how more focused way computational thinking ability we can enhance. And for that, we are discussing with the researcher, faculty members from different higher educational institutes, some industry representative, and maybe very soon, CBSE is going to declare another module or subjects on computational thinking for the early years. So with this note, let me stop here. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, Namaskar and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And we're going to take a lot of insights and, of course, a lot of takeaways too. Thank you very much once again, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be having an AV played here, which is a GAILS theme video. And can we have the AV, please? Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to felicitate the dignitaries, our special guests and the chief guest, for which I would like to welcome Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors for our chief guest, Dr. Bishwajit Saha, Director, CBSE Ministry of Education, Government of India, New Delhi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I request Mr. Ajit Kavi Selvan to honor Mr. Partha P. Roy Chowdhury, the Commercial Lead Japan, India and Bangladesh, Lockheed Martin. I request Sri Lakshmi Mohan to honor Mr. Kalwal Velnambi, the chairman and founder, ERP Logic LLC, Noble Q, USA. I request Dr. V. Sivaraman to honor Dr. Balakrishnan Adyaman, Senior Scientist F and former head HPC and IT Infrastructure, NCMRWF, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Delhi. May I now request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to honor Professor Ramesh Babu, Secretary AMTDC, IIT Madras Research Park. Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Mr. Ajit Kaviselvan to honor Professor Dr. Shiva Umapati. May I now request Sri Lakshmi Mohan to honor Dr. Anant Vatmanabhan, who is going to be the moderator and who is a Dean from Vinayaka Mission Law School. Welcome, sir. May I now request Dr. Sivaraman to honor Dr. Parthiban Srinivasan, Professor and Director, Arupadai Veedu Medical College, Pondicherry. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. G. Kurundai Velu, Professor and Head of ECE, former Dean, International Affairs, NITTAR, Chennai. And I would like to request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to honor Dr. G. Professor Kurundai Velu. I would like to welcome Mr. Rajesh, the Director of Savita, and I would request Mr. Ajit Kaviselvan to do the honors. We'd like to welcome Mr. G. Shanmugam from Vinayaka Mission, and I would request Sri Lakshmi Mohan to do the honors. Next, we'd like to welcome Swamiji from ISKCON, Salem, India, and of course, Sri Lanka. Thank you. And may I now request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors for Swamiji. We'd like to welcome Mr. Wordsworth Ayadurai from USA. And may now request Mr. Ajit Kaviselvan to do the honors. We'd like to welcome Mr. Shanmuga Arasu, scientist. Welcome, sir. I would request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors. We'd like to welcome Mr. Vishagan from Vinayaka Mission. Welcome, sir. I request Sri Lakshmi Mohan, sir, to do the honors. We'd like to welcome Mr. Sriram and Mr. Rosario from Metalscope to join us on stage. And I would request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors. Welcome, sirs. We'd like to welcome Mr. Vikram from MaxByte, who is our sponsor. Welcome, sir. We'd like to welcome Mr. Dinesh from Monolith. Kindly join us on stage, sir. And I would request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors. I'd like to welcome Dr. Sivakumar from the UK to join us on stage. Thank you very much to all the dignitaries, and I would request all the guests to take the front seat in the middle sector. Thank you. We request everyone to cooperate, kindly cooperate, and we will be honoring the other panelists and speakers during the sessions. Thank you. So we'll let you know the next set of sessions. So it's going to be the speaker session, and we'd like to welcome Dr. Shiva Jagannathan, who is a visionary AI and analytics leader with a proven track record of driving organizational transformation through data-driven innovation and strategic leadership. He brings deep expertise in AI, data governance, business intelligence, and enterprise analytics. Shiva is highly regarded for designing and implementing robust governance frameworks, data architectures, and analytics performances that enable operational excellence. So, ladies and gentlemen, he'll be joining online, and he is the AVP, Chief Data Officer, the University of Texas at Austin, USA.
This is Shiva Jagannathan from University of Texas at Austin. Unfortunately, I'm unable to join in person today because I'm traveling. But I'm glad to record this video and share it with you on the topic of career proofing in the era of artificial intelligence. Basically, I'm going to be talking how you can your future ready skill set blueprint. That's basically what I'm going to be talking about. How many of you think, as students upcoming students or IT professionals. AI is here, artificial intelligence is here. It's going to take all my jobs and prospects. I'm sure many of you have that, notion, but it's a valid concern. But I think what it'll take is a great attitude and learning skills that are relevant for this era is going to keep you busy as well as the champion in the new era of artificial intelligence. Here is the truth, right? AI isn't coming for your job. It's coming to transform it. Only if you're ready for it, you will be part of it. If you're going to be on the sidelines, you will be swept away. So basically, I want to sow some optimism and making sure that how you can be ready with real skill sets. I'll give you some examples of industries that people have very quickly learned the new skill sets and being very successful at it. Some of the industries I'm going to talk about today are engineering, pharmacy, healthcare, and then robotics and automation. So let's go move on to the first case study, which would be engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer myself. At least a mechanical engineer from India, and then I came to US to do my master's and then a PhD in computer science later in my career. But it's going to be very critical. You know what I mean? The engineering jobs are going to be very much impacted by the artificial intelligence. So what should you do? You know what I mean? So I had an opportunity to talk to one of our alumni, Sarah. She is working in Boeing in Seattle in Washington. And she used to do a lot of AutoCAD, to do the traditional, designing of aircraft components. But recently, she started using generative design tools that explore thousands of possibilities in an hour, not in months. So what used to take her several weeks or even months, now she's able to use her generative design skills and come up with results very fast. She inputs parameters like weight limits, stress requirements, material constraints, and the system generates optimized designs that she would never have imagined. She said it used to take months on out, and several times it takes many meetings with the different groups in coming up with those designs. But now with artificial intelligence and generative design skills, she's able to be very successful in her current role. She's also taking interns from our university and then training them on these skill sets. So here's the key, right? She had to understand both the tool, the AI tool, as well as the engineering principles to refine the results. So you have to be master of your domain, which is mechanical engineering in this case. Let's take another example in the chemical engineering. At Dow Chemicals, some of our alumni engineers are optimizing production by feeding data into AI models that predict real reaction conditions. You know what I mean? What used to be a simulated environment now, again, they have reduced a lot of process and the time it takes to come up with these optimization results. They have actually achieved 30% reduction in wastage. Imagine, your CIO or CEO would be very happy if you're able to provide cost savings at the scale of 30%. You're definitely getting a bonus, right? But what you have done is you have improved your skill set in process intelligence. They have learned Python. These are chemical engineers who learned Python. More importantly, they figured out which process variables matter the most. And they became the translators or the change agents between the chemical processes and the algorithms. So the real skill isn't the coding here in this case. It is actually the domain that they were very confident and familiar with, which is chemical engineering, but they applied AI skill sets. That's all they did in staying relevant, making sure the company realizes the investment in AI, and then that's the way to go, right? And then another example in the healthcare field would be I had again, we have Dell Medical School as part of the university. We have a trained radiologist, Dr. Liu. She used to look at X-rays and make diagnoses, but she started using AI tools that actually assist in diagnosis. But how she uses and masters the skill set is not completely relying on the AI diagnostics tools. She is actually human in the loop, basically, but she is able to utilize the AI tool sets in her practice and then provide more accurate and then reliable results. In that process, she's also able to train the models better. So it's aligning her radiology skill set with the developments in AI that makes her more relevant. So those are some of the things that students should think about. So it's your domain is where you need to concentrate, and then also pick up the skills in the artificial intelligence. Another example could be drug discovery, right? At Moderna, which is one of the companies that produced COVID vaccine, where we have a lot of our chemists and the chemical engineers are part of the team that developed the vaccines. They are able to do predictive analytics with all the changes in formulations and what would be the results. They're applying artificial intelligence. They say that they've been using artificial intelligence for the last at least 2 decades. It's only becoming more popular now. They said without the artificial intelligence and the predictive skill sets, these vaccines would not have been a possibility even today. 5 years into the after the pandemic, we probably wouldn't be having a very valid vaccine if they didn't master these artificial intelligence skill sets. Again, artificial intelligence is not new. It's just taken on its own. Every 10 years, industries change and something gets more relevant. Example, in the early 90s or late 90s and early 2000s, it's the internet bubble burst, and still, people had many careers after that. So even in this artificial intelligence era, there are going to be more careers coming out. You just have to be ready for that. On the third example I would like to provide would be automation and robotics. Robotics is going to be very critical. I think every industry is now investing heavily in robotics, in process optimization and also efficiency. When you say, "Oh, is a robot's going to take my job?" No, actually, a recent video I watched in Chennai, there is mass production of, even the basic curd rice, lemon rice, and all kinds of savory dishes that are mass produced using robots. But you will see in the assembly line there are a lot of engineers and tech workers and logistic workers who are involved in making sure that the process is optimized, running efficiently. So the opportunities for everybody, not just engineers. You just have to be really, adapting to those skill sets. So the skill is human and AI collaboration. Basically, in this particular case, the skill you need to develop is human in the loop. How you are going to collaborate with the AI tool sets. That's going to be critical for your success. Having said that, what is your game plan? How are you going to build these skill sets? That's the most important question, right? As I mentioned before, start with your domain. Be the master of your domain. Be it mechanical engineering, chemical engineering, computer science, whatever be the case. Know your fundamentals very clearly and thoroughly, and then implement look at the AI tool sets and the the upcoming trends in the industry. Train yourself. There are lots of opportunity this day and age. You can take courses for next to nothing, and then there are a lot of YouTube videos in how to develop agents and future prospects of where things are going. So be on the cutting edge, and that's going to be critical. And then the next thing I would say is be hands-on. theoretical knowledge is going to only take you so much. But if you haven't done anything or build any AI agent or process optimization or predictive analytics, your theory is not going to be of any use. So there are plenty of opportunity for one to do all those things on their own is one, but also the universities and the educators should adapt a new way of looking at things or teaching. I know it's very difficult for universities to change curriculum, but you have an opportunity to do your final year project in many engineering courses. So don't do it in the last year. Start early. Plan for your, your projects. Learn the skills in executing your project in a way that it's going to fetch you a job or an internship, and that's the way to do it. And then the last thing is translation. Develop a translation skill, which means how you're going to translate the industry in that is your domain and adapt to the new era of AI. So that's what your managers and your directors and your CEOs will be looking for, a champion in their team who can understand what the upcoming trends in the artificial intelligence and how they think that it can be applied to their industry. That translation skill set is going to be very critical. And you can do it. Again, this is all changing rapidly. There is also a negative side to AI. Hallucination is a big thing. So you could be the person who constantly tests and validates different AI models in your industry, or your team develops, and you could be the champion in testing them and making sure that they're yielding the accurate results. All that is going to make you really shine. So be bold. Keep yourself abreast of all the technology. And then for the educators and the administrators in the universities, I recommend always factor in what is in the future. Somehow include that in the curriculum or in the extracurricular activities. Develop an ecosystem of entrepreneurship because that's where some of the students could benefit tremendously. Have industry partnerships. Right now, career outcome is going to be a critical measure in higher education success in the United States. It's been like that for a while, but it's more pronounced now. I think that should also be the case in every part of the world. We are here to educate our students and not only educate them, but also guide them to their career success. It's on us to help them, and it's on the students to pick up the skills. Again, I'm not here to preach. I'm just trying to be I'm trying to be an optimist in the era of AI, where a lot of people have skepticism built into their mind. But again, that's just how it has been like that for the last 3 or 4 decades. Every 10 years, things are going to change very rapidly, and you should just embrace the change and be successful. So with that said, I want to leave you all with a really good, best of the wishes, and the future is going to be great. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Appreciate it. Bye.
Thank you very much, sir. So that was Dr. Shiva Jagannathan for us, who is the AVP, Chief Data Officer at the University of Texas at Austin. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to honor Mr. Mohan Narayanan, the co-founder of Cognizant, founder Cubos Consulting, and I request Sri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors. Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much, sir. And kindly join us. Yeah. I'd like to welcome Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram from Belgium. Welcome, sir. And I request Mr. Ajit to do the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, next up we have another online session by Mr. Ram Ramalingam, Senior Managing Director, Global Lead, Platform Engineering and Intelligent Edge, Accenture, USA. Well, to talk about Mr. Ram, he's the Senior Managing Director, as I already said, and also he's the driving next-gen technology innovation and innovator, and he leads cloud and edge strategies that transform product development, customer experience, and operational efficiency. A strong advocate for inclusion and diversity, so Ram believes that they are essential to fostering innovation and sustainable growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to listen to Mr. Ram Ramalingam. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me properly?
Yes, sir, loud and clear. Thank you. Please go ahead.
So much. Yeah. So I'll build on what my friend Dr. Shiva was talking just before this session. Few things I just wanted to ground on, right? AI is not the future, right? It's the present, right? I think we need to get to that realization. AI is not about it's not coming in next year. It's now, right? What I could closely relate to is what happened with electricity in 20th century is what is happening with AI today, right? How we learn, how we heal, how we protect ourselves, how we bank, everything is changing with the way how AI is driving in the market. I sit in the Bay Area, so I'm very, close to what technology changes are happening in this space. But what I see more and more is the real story is not about technology at all, but how we really use this to solve human problems. And I'm going to walk you through some of the examples. And today morning, I saw a startup from India, wonderful startup in a very close area of how we build code, but I'll touch upon that as well, right? But I know this whole team, whoever this esteemed crowd, sitting there comes from different industry, whether it is education, healthcare, legal, life sciences, right? To us, this is not again about technology. This is truly not about reshaping by algorithms, but how you reimagine or re-innovate experiences for yourself and for your customers, right? So I was very intrigued, right, when we started off, right, when ChatGPT came in, and now you see there's so many other things coming in, Gemini, if you're used to Anthropic, right, how, some of my friends are in the crowd, right, how they are building code has changed, right? But if I take a look at industry, right, there are 4 use cases I just want to bring to life on how things are truly changing. And some of this is because purely I have access to what is happening in NVIDIA today. If you look at what's happening, we met Jensen a few months back, and he was talking about a startup, right? And this is one of the, really very unique startup. If you get a chance, you should look at a company called Hippocratic.ai, right? This company truly builds agents which acts as like your nurse, right? And it truly is like a human coming in, helping you to administer medicines. It doesn't prescribe medicines, but whatever is the medication the doctor gives you, how to administer it, how to do a follow-up. More important, in a place like US where you see a lot of people from different countries coming in, language is an issue. This nurse can talk in the language which you prefer, right? This is something, very truly differentiated, right? If you look at a business model like this, right, more than the business model, how patient care is getting changed, right? This was the demonstration an NVIDIA chairman does, a very small startup, it's picking up speed, right? So that's one thing on healthcare, right? So that's number one I wanted to point out, right? How things are changing. The second one is a startup called Quant, a South Korean startup. Again, to show this is the AI startups is happening everywhere. And this is something you and me can do as well. This is an AI math problem solver, right? And this does it much better than even what Microsoft has done. It has already answered close to 9 billion questions, right? One thing, this is something very unique in the sense, right? Any kind of math problem, you can scan immediately and, give you the results and also give you step-by-step on this stuff, right? And the good news is once you go through this stuff, you don't need to understand coding. You don't need to understand technology, right? If you're used to some tools I'll walk through, something like a Lovable or a Replit, these are all vibe coding. So what is vibe coding is effectively you give them an English language, it will generate a code, right? Tomorrow, if you have a 10th grader or 11th grader at your home, giving them a step-by-step knowledge of making physics work for them, chemistry work for them, is becoming so easy. So education on AI is just not done by startups, but people like you and me sitting at home can help our kids get educated better, understand better, right? And that's the kind of platform, Quant does, right? The third one is Parley, a legal platform. And fourth one, I'll talk about the startup I met yesterday, is a company called Parley, right? It's a legal startup, one of the, fast growing startup in Bay Area. If you look at it, they completely automated the process of visa applications, right? Most of the people who are in IT industry know many of the times, we apply for a visa, gets rejected because we wouldn't have filed it, in a proper way. So this particular platform completely eliminates all the human flaws in it and, helps you quickly, do this stuff. Then there's the last one which I wanted to point out. Today or yesterday evening, I was meeting this company called Code Karma, right? It's an India startup. And I'll tell you, the way they have done, this is an industry which I'm involved in, and we are seriously impacted by this business, right? Every single AI platform that walks in helps you to do coding better, makes life easier for a programmer, but at the same time, the way we deliver code and the way we program is changing significantly, right? This is a company, which is like some 7 or 8 people in India in Bangalore. It can pinpoint exactly where your code is failing, right? Why it is very useful, right? If I look at GPay, that happens in India all the time. When potentially there is a problem that could happen in the line of code that get traversed or line of program that get traversed, it can quickly identify and proactively solve it. So you will never have a problem of, getting into a GPay breakdown or a payment or a UPI breakdown, right? So that's the kind of stuff, this team is doing. The reason why I wanted to point out all this stuff is these are not huge startups, right? These are not companies which are making big GPUs, big processors. These are companies which have evolved, the use of the foundation models and have started building applications which are truly impacting humans, right? Truly impacting our day-to-day life, how we rethink about, a normal monotonous job, how I can replace it with AI, right? So that's the kind of stuff that is happening in the market for us, right? And this is something which I think all of us need to get used to, back to what my friend Shiva talked about. Talent transformation is going to be very critical in this world of embracing AI, right? So that's number one, right? All of us need to get ourselves upskilled. This is not about using ChatGPT like Google, but more really effectively exploiting the power of AI with these kind of tools. So that's number one I wanted to point out, right? The second one I wanted to point out is this is not about using AI. I know the people in the room are extremely smart. This is about truly shaping AI, right? And that happens truly just not become because of AI, but how human plus AI comes into the picture, right? So that's the second thing I wanted to do this. And I sincerely believe the next breakthrough is not coming from AI, but an AI plus human intervention, right? So that's what it is going to happen in this field, right? So that's the third thing, right? The fourth area, right, again, because I come from this field of, technology, programming is going to get impacted, and there is a big IT services market, right? And I see this day in and day out, right? It's very, very important for us to rethink our talent profile across this one. The middle level managers, whichever, were existent for a very long time in IT services industry, would become irrelevant in the world of AI, right? So that's something, which we all need to do, right? The biggest challenge, which I think every enterprise, we talked about Madana, we talked about, right, some of these manufacturing companies is going through is, how do I scale AI, right? None of these things work in an enterprise environment, right? In a company's environment, it doesn't work at all, right? How do I make it powerful is what is going to change, right? The reason I'm saying is, all of us need to understand one thing. AI in whatever form and shape is a probabilistic tool, right? It is not deterministic. So what do I mean by that is, same question you ask the AI third time, it will fail. It will give a very different answer, right? The power of all these tools and power of what we are going to build and power of making AI relevant for everyday life is making it deterministic. And that is what I think, as a team, as people, we need to start working on, right? So strongly believe that, AI plus human is going to change this narrative. And three things we need to seriously work on is three things. One, from a talent perspective, how we upskill our talent, how we learn these tools and how we engage with them. The most important part is, how do I bring, compliance, security, and empathy into this stuff? Because it is going to displace jobs, right? It is 100% displaying jobs, right? That we cannot avoid. But how do I upskill talent? Number one, also rotate people into different, roles. Most important, we should embrace it, because the mundane task is what is going to get eliminated. The most complex tasks are still going to be there, And without a human, AI is not going to survive, right? So that's the three key messages I wanted to leave. And I'm like, really excited to be here. And the kind of startups we are seeing in India, some of them we are bringing in here along with the Bay Area companies like the one I told today on Code Karma. There's quite a bit of companies in this space, right? Working together with them, trying to modernize the enterprise is going to be very, very important for us, right? And really happy to be here again. And thanks again for this opportunity. With this, I'll hand it over back to the team.
Thank you very much, sir. That was Mr. Ram Ramalingam, the Senior Managing Director, Global Lead, Platform Engineering and Intelligent Edge, Accenture, USA. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on with the next speaker, Ms. Ramya Ganesh, who is also going to be featured virtually. From Cybersecurity Lead, Cisco, XDR, USA.
Hello and good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear. Thank you.
Yeah,
kindly go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for confirming. It's a big privilege for me to be here at the Global AI Summit 2025. Very excited to be here. And my name is Ramya, and I have over 20 decades, 20 years of experience in the IT industry, and out of which the past 10 years has been in cybersecurity. And I was currently working in Cisco, and I've been part of their security portfolio, and my team builds applications for threat detection and response. And I'm also a mentor. I'm also a speaker in various events, like I'm a regular speaker at CII and also a speaker at women-led organizations across USA for AI, and I'm also an AI advisor as well. So that's something about me, and I'd like to really thank Dr. Lakshmi Mohan and the rest of the organizers who have worked so hard for this event, and thank you so much for inviting me here. So today, I want to talk about how cybersecurity is shaping up the world in the era of AI. So we talk a lot about AI, but how's cybersecurity coming in the forefront? And one thing that I want to start talking about a quote. Trust takes years to build, but it just takes seconds to break. And in AI, cybersecurity is that trust. So basically, we have been seeing cybersecurity has always been a checkbox, right? While building applications. But that used to be a time in the past. But right now, with AI coming in, with so much of cyber attacks that is happening, we see cyber attacks happening every 30 seconds. It's not days or it's not minutes. With the automation and agents coming in the forefront, cyber attacks are happening every 30 seconds. So there is a big mandate for cybersecurity to be like a backbone of AI's safe and responsible future. And I would like also to note an important thing about cybersecurity job demand that is actually in a rise right now. So in 2020, we saw in India itself, there was 100,000 job openings in cybersecurity. Now in a period of 5 years, it has actually risen up to 350,000 job openings. In the US itself, right now we are seeing 500,000 job openings that are currently there in the market for cybersecurity professionals. And there's also a skill gap that we are seeing, right? So we see so many job openings, but there is a lot of demand for cybersecurity engineers, but there is less of a supply there. Because there are people who understand the security portfolio of it, but there is actually, there's a skill gap where they do not understand the AI part of it. And with AI, with so much of threats, attacks that is happening, the threat surfaces have increased so much. And there is actually a gap where they understand, where the individual also understands cloud security, AI, as well as the security practices that were in place for traditional software. So for people who are inspiring to be in cybersecurity, now is the time to get into it with AI coming in. Just want to check, just want to talk about what we have been seeing in 2024 in cybersecurity. We are, there's something called AI phishing that we are seeing a lot in 2024, where phishing emails were being sent to inject malwares, ransomwares. And what AI is very capable of is actually generating content which looks very authentic. And these phishing emails are being used by AI to create cyber attacks. And the second thing we have seen is deepfakes. I think a few people might be familiar with deepfakes. It's basically, video generation of, emulating of somebody else. Or impersonating a different person. So those kind of videos are also, getting really authentic looking with the help of AI. We also have seen hallucinations with AI models, and that's been there before. Hallucinations with AI models have improved over a period of time, but that has also been a problem with models. And in cybersecurity, AI has been, we are seeing it in both sides of the warfare, where AI is helping cybersecurity professionals in the terms of automation and also building agents to improve threat detection, to also improve response actions as well. So earlier, when we to investigate a threat used to take like hours and hours, but with the help of automation and agents, those hours are now decreased to minutes because of automation. So we are seeing a positive trend there, where AI is helping. But the negative trend that we are seeing is, these deep fakes and phishing, and so many threat surfaces have actually increased a lot in 2024. Now, enough of the past. Now, if we see 2025, what's going on is there's something called shadow AI that is actually coming up. Now, what is shadow AI is basically, so all these AI applications and AI models that are being used by employees in an organization without the knowledge of the company itself. They are, we are seeing like employees downloading models from the internet, and there is a possibility that there could be data leaked into the model. For example, ChatGPT, or you see any of the models that are chatbots that are being used, and people can widely, download these models, and they can put some data in it. And there's always a possibility of data leakage, leaking of confidential information out in the public, which will actually lead to organization, reputational risk and damage. So we are seeing, so that is called something called shadow AI, where the organization does not know, and there are no proper guardrails in place for employees to use AI models effectively and secure. So there's also something called prompt injection that is happening, and as per the OWASP, which is one of the top governing bodies, prompt injection is the number one cyber attack that we are seeing these days with AI. And prompt injection is basically, like poisoning a model, getting a model to talk about, to say information that it's not supposed to give out. So we are seeing that as the number one cybersecurity attack that is happening in 2025. And there's also jail, statistics that was conducted by BBC recently in the past 6 months, where they noticed that some of the top models were able to jailbreak. The hackers were able to jailbreak some of the top models in just 100 prompts. So that's how much it takes to get information out of these AI models. So that is a startling effect that came out. So now we have seen actually I've been talking about a lot of negative impacts of AI. Now what we can do to improve the AI governance in cybersecurity. So the first thing is the human in the loop. So when we have a model deciding something for us, it's very important to have the human being the final decision maker to make sure that whatever the model decides, or whatever solution the model is giving is something that is relevant to the problem. So there should always be a human in the loop, and we have seen some of the previous speakers also talking about it. So that is one of very imperative in cybersecurity as well. And the second thing is actually the model transparency. So when we understanding how these models arrive at a specific decision, models are usually black box. They are going to give a solution, but having these models be transparent and also have them explain how these decisions arrived. So that is also important in the cybersecurity world. So that should be model transparency, and that should be, security of AI systems has to be improved while we are building all these applications. So with that, I will just leave a quick note here of, just as a closing comments that the true potential of AI will be realized not by its speed. We see a lot of applications coming out in the market, a lot of these startups, launching products in just like a period of days. It used to be months and years before, but now it is days. But the true potential of AI will be realized not by its speed, but by the trust we create through security. And with that, I leave, and I'm really grateful, and thank you for this opportunity, and thanks again for having me here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And next, we'd like to welcome Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Brar to talk about the defense technology. Welcome, sir.
Good morning and Jai Hind. Must be wondering what is the Army officer doing here in AI? So let me give you two very big reasons. First is the future war will not be won by who has more guns and tanks. It will be by who has more technology. And the second reason why I'm standing here is that earlier, the high tech used to come in defense and then used to go into the CV or the private stream. We are talking of 40s, 50s, 60s, where the radio and all other things have come up, and the internet including. But now the thing has changed. Now the tech is in the CV street. It has to be pulled into the defense. So if people like me don't pull it, you know what will happen. And the related third reason is our adversaries, which you all know, China, and whatever China has, Pakistan has. So they are well up in tech. So therefore, I will not take long. Just in next 3-4 minutes, tell you how is AI going to change things. And if we have technology, then it will be a deterrence. You see, the countries attack the other country when they feel they can win. But if the information is there, the adversary is equally strong, the wars don't take place. You can take example of every war which is now happening in the world. And why India is safe? Because we have created a bit of deterrence. But now the deterrence has to go into the AI field. Now, why is AI required? As I said, there was kinetic and non-kinetic. Now the non-kinetic phase of warfare will precede the kinetic phase, which is the speaker before me was talking of cyber security. Now cyber security, as far as corporates are concerned, maybe bringing down your grids, financial institutions and others. But for the defense forces, it'll be bringing down your missile systems. It'll be spoofing your command signals in communication to space. It'll be misdirecting your drones. So the cybersecurity field will be a big thing as far as defense is concerned. The other thing for which AI will be required will be, because now there are going to be very precise targets. Now imagine a space satellite which is gathering TB of data. That TB of data cannot be handled manually. So all your ISR collation and intelligence gathering will have to be done through AI. And that readiness of that data has to be 24/7. You have seen Op Sindoor, it can start even now. So Gone were the days when we had to mobilize. We got 7 days, we got 2 months, we got 6 months, we took out the targets, and then, now it is, it can happen anytime, as you've seen even in the Iraq thing, the Iran thing. And the next place where the AI would be used is, again, it was talked, the man in the loop, but in defense also, there's a thing called man-unmanned teaming which is coming in. You have autonomous systems coming in. Even in the aircraft, in land systems, in ship systems. So all that will need a direction through AI. And as far as the larger part of warfare which is concerned is, we have something called the OODA loop, Observe, Orient, Decide, Act. This OODA loop will have elements of AI in every aspect of decision making. So therefore, just to give you an example, this example I've given many places. Before the Uber and Ola were there, we used to ask for the taxi by giving a call, and the taxi, whether it came or not, we were not sure, or we had to stand on the road. But this networking of taxis, with the same taxis, now the system has become efficient. Now the same thing has to be done as far as warfare is concerned. And this is what is called as net-centric warfare. You must have heard of something which was discussed in paper, kill chain. Now it will not matter that which country has the better aircraft, or better tank, or better ship. Because ships versus guns were one-to-one fighting. But when you are fighting in a net-centric environment, that means your target detection is not done by that aircraft, it is done by satellite. And that information is given to some third person who will launch the missile. And the fourth person will direct it. So you're not fighting one aircraft versus another aircraft. That is why I want to clarify this, because in the papers, there's a lot of things, which aircraft is better. It does not matter. It does not matter too much which aircraft is better. It is how you have synergized your full environment by gathering the information, knowing the target and directing it. And if you have the ability to do all this, you require AI and technology and all the related technologies. AI is not the only thing, but sensor, targeting, guidance. So everything will require data and tech, which is there in the world. So therefore, just to end, IIT, Pravartak and IIT, they are the good platforms where we are trying to pull in, the tech which is there and convert it into defense. So anything which is, I have said, if anybody has something which is going in this direction, we'll be happy to relate with them and maybe, direct them, because, you won't know obviously what does the defense want. So in that direction, I will end here, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And we request Shri Saravanan Sundaramurthy to do the honors for Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Brar, who has talked about the defense technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. So thank you, Dr. V. Sivaraman, sir, and thank you, Saravanan, sir. And thanks to Lieutenant General Karanbir Singh Brar. Thank you very much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, next up we're going to be hearing Dr. Gaurav Raina speaking about an informative stuff, of course. So he's a distinguished Srinivasa Ramanujan Fellow, earned his PhD in mathematics from the University of Cambridge, and is a professor of electrical engineering at IIT Madras. He played a pivotal role in developing India's IMPS and UPI payment systems and serves on key national technology boards, including ABDM and UHI. So he also leads AI research for the Supreme Court of India and heads an IIT Madras incubated AI company. So please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Gaurav Raina. Welcome, sir.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation to come and share my thoughts. I'll attempt to be a little contrarian, so to speak. Right? I mean, we've heard lots of sort of things of how to build solutions. I'll be a little contrarian. And my contrarian view is that most of the framing of the questions that we have, slightly sort of provocatively, I would say, are misplaced at best, and a lot of them, I think, are just incorrect. So let me put myself out there. This is not about AI. I think what we are witnessing is a civilizational shift. And the shift, I believe, is akin to something like the invention of fire. Before fire, our intestines were really large. Our teeth were really big. And our brains were very small. When we started cooking food, we didn't need such large intestines. So all the energy in the body would go to our intestines. And over time, as a consequence of that, the energy requirement in our intestines reduced, and the excess energy started flowing into our brains. And our brains started developing computational power. It is a major civilizational shift. And today, as a consequence of fire, look at the multitude of cuisines that we have. The impact that it has had on agriculture, the impact that it has on trade. Now you get recipes on cooking on YouTube. You get food delivered to your house. Now the same thing is going to happen, I believe, with AI in a matter of decades, not a matter of centuries or hundreds of centuries. So I think we have to take a pause and reflect in terms of where we are actually sitting. Now, a question which everybody asks is, sir, will AI take my job? And the answer is absolutely not. The human who's working with AI will take your job. Your biggest competition is not from AI. It is from the humans who are willing to experiment, who have an explorer's mindset, who are willing to work with unlike minds, who are willing to build bridges with other people, with other domains, with other contexts. Your biggest threat is from them, not from AI. Not from AI at all. Okay. Models, in fact, will get better, cheaper, faster. So it's not about access to models or even money. Right? That's no longer the moat at all. The real issue is to build solutions which you can build both reliably and creatively. For that, you need a deed. A domain expert coupled with somebody who has engineering design. That's what you actually need. And to give a more concrete example of how the world is fundamentally going to shift as I actually see it, the world of the corporation, I think, is now a 20th century phenomenon. The corporation was very human-centric. And you had this entire sort of business model of MBAs which came around which said, how do you succeed within a corporation? The 21st century version is going to be a cognico, not a corporation. Data-centric, not human-centric. So at the heart of this cognico will be data, surrounded by models, surrounded by cognition, a layer of data scientists, machine learning, AI experts, leadership on top, which will guide the vision, strategy, direction, mission, vision, values, thought leadership. Everything else will more or less become a support function, more or less, with perhaps max 1 or 2 humans in the loop, driven by agentic AI. I'll come to my last key point, which is a framing that we hear within media and social media around when and who is going to get to AGI, artificial general intelligence, or when and who are we going to get to the point of artificial super intelligence. I believe that framing is also absolutely incorrect. The framing, I believe, has to be humans-centric. Solve human problems. And it is in that spirit that under the aegis of IIT Madras Pravartak, which is situated in the IIT Madras Research Park, which itself is part of IIT Madras. So you've got a system within a system within a system, an ecosystem within an ecosystem within an ecosystem, is a center of excellence called CHAI, the Center for Human-Centric AI, working across the domains of education, healthcare, financial services, legal systems, security, digital and physical. I think the biggest opportunity is to solve human problems. That, I believe, is the biggest opportunity that we kind of have here today. Because frankly, if you put it human versus AI, I mean, it's a bit of an unfair framing, right? I mean, our heads between our ears, no cooling, no GPUs, no hardware upgrades. I mean, nobody's rushing to put $1 billion or $10 billion to upgrade me or you. Right? Everybody putting it into the data center. Right? So the way to thrive in an AI world is to become more human. Work with humans, solve human problems, and I think at least in our lifetimes, we will have enough to do. After that, well, it doesn't really matter so much, does it? At least at this point in time, they'll figure it out themselves. So the last piece I'll end with is that embodying all of this spirit, at the risk of repetition, is the Center of Excellence called CHAI. Lieutenant General Brar has very kindly agreed and is a distinguished advisor to Pravartak and also to CHAI. And it is this symbiosis of people with different experiences, different knowledge bases, coming together under one roof to solve problems which have not been solved before, I truly believe is the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Mr. Saravanan Sundaramurthy and Dr. V. Sivaraman to join us for honoring Dr. Gaurav Raina. And also we'd like to welcome Mr. Rajendra Mutha from Pravartak to join us on stage. Welcome, sir. I'd also like to request Mr. Saravanan and Dr. Sivaraman to jointly honor Mr. Rajendra Mutha from Pravartak. Thank you very much, sir. Next up, we'd like to invite Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram. Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram, who is the CEO of CIRA, Belgium, a seasoned IT procurement, sourcing, and IT GRC professional with global experience across financial services, manufacturing, pharma, and telecom sectors. He advises organizations on IT sourcing, vendor management, third-party risk, and cyber resilience, blending the strategic insight with practical execution as well. A certified ISO lead implementer and co-creator of the Agile Contract Manifesto, Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram is recognized for his innovative, collaborative, and purpose-driven approach. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome, by putting our hands together, Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram for the next address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning again, everyone. Yeah. 3 weeks back, I was in Paris, France, for a cybersecurity conference, and one of the co-speakers asked me, "What is your AI catchphrase?" Actually, it didn't ring a bell for me. I never had a AI catchphrase, and after that, I reflected on it. And then I realized what I liked with AI. This is a quote by Andy, who is a co-founder of Coursera. This is one of the global learning platforms. And he said, AI is the new electricity. The way when electricity was invented, it changed the lives of so many people and so many industries. And it was a huge transformation. And in the same way, now with AI, it is also already transforming the industry in multiple ways. The transformation is going to be positive or it is going to be deteriorating. That's something we need to see. So before going into the good and bad of AI, let me introduce myself in a shorter way. I am Meenakshi Sundaram. You can call me MS. I'm coming from Belgium, born and brought up in Chennai and Pondicherry, lived the world for the last 25 years abroad. So I bring in a decent experience living in Europe and working on cybersecurity in other areas. Brussels is the headquarters of NATO, and it is also the place where you have the European Parliament. So that's where most of the policies are finalized. Whether it's related to cybersecurity for Europe or whether it's related to AI Act, it's getting developed and finalized there. And from a fun side, what we call as French fries are actually not French fries. They are Belgian fries because they were invented in Belgium by French. What I do there, I focus and advise on mission critical and infrastructure projects for the banks and financial services, and also for the defense projects, mainly in cyber, and also on the upcoming and regulations. That's about me. Now, we are going to start with a small quiz. What is 1 plus 1? My dad said I am weak in math, so I'm going to ask the audience. 1, 0, okay. 11. 2? Yes? So that's right. So it is 1 plus 1 equal to 2, but at the same time, it's also 11. As Sarah was mentioning, it's the power and the acceleration AI can bring in. For example, Sarah was talking about AI is in a pre-KG stage. He was mentioning about that maybe 2 hours before. Now I am here in front of you and I am telling you, by that time, AI has already completed its postdoctoral fellowship. So that's how it's growing rapidly. Now, the debate of should we do AI or not, that's already gone. It's no more into the discussions, I would say. The question is, AI has already become part of the day-to-day life. And then AI is everywhere. Whether you are a customer organization or if you are a vendor or if you're an entrepreneur, we are using it. But the challenge what we see in Europe is, what about the maturity? Are we having the right governance in place? It's also a hype, so everyone wants to use it, but we don't know, are we sure whether it addresses all the data privacy security concerns? And that's what we are going to see in the next few minutes. We are going to spend time on that. I'm just going to take some practical examples when it comes to the good part of it. So I took the example of designing a SOC center, a security operations center. So what we already see is things like real-time threat detection, automated incident response, and then moving into your endpoints and networks. If you're having hundreds and thousands of endpoints, AI can play a massive role in giving the benefits in no time. So this is a no-brainer that is already getting into the market, and we are seeing happening. And it is also reducing the false positives. So what do you mean by having the fatigue? It's really reducing that. And we also see for many of the boardrooms, the board members, when they are having tech-savvy knowledge, or if they want to increase their cybersecurity knowledge, a physical as well as simulated cyber escape room is enabled via various AI methodologies. We see that in action in Europe. And when AI is going to do the basic skills of doing the repetitive tasks, it creates an opportunity for the engineers or the engineering team to focus on the business analysis part as well as the core skills. So that is going to give more and more job opportunities for the right people with the right knowledge and approach. That's on the good part. Then what you see on the right is a report that I took from IBM, where we are not talking about AI that is going to come. This is a global report with 1,000 plus CEOs and executives all over the world, and they already have embraced how they are using AI into their day-to-day activities. So this is something I would say walking the talk is happening already. Now I'm moving to the what you call as the good plus plus. In Europe, we see, I won't call it as a tsunami because tsunami is mostly destructive, but large waves of regulations, directives, and acts. One of them is NIS2 directive, which is a successor of the old NIS directive. And then we have got DORA. It's not the movie called DORA, but it increases the digital and operational resilience of any company in the critical and financial services market infrastructure. And then you've got the CRA, the Cyber Resilience Act, and you're also having already the EU Act in force. This is some samples, but there are so many regulations that are upcoming as we speak. And it is not working in silos. So what we see in Europe is, for example, if you're a financial services company or a critical infrastructure company, you are going to have a AI system, then you need to have the DORA as well as the EU AI Act working in tandem. So it's always a combination of these. And then you've got the ISO standards and the different NIST frameworks, etc. That's going to add on top of this. And the goal is to give you enhanced resilience as well as a business continuity. That is the most important thing every company is looking for. Now, just coming to the bad side of it, we used to have these emails where there used to be phishing mails with grammatical mistakes, poor construction of the email, we can easily spot out. But now we receive so much of curated mails, whether it's in Europe or US or here, so much of curated mails through AI agents we receive, and it's very difficult to differentiate between is it a genuine mail or it's a genuine mail from a CEO or it's a CXO fraud that we are getting into. The same for deep fake scams. Most of the banks are having the same challenge with AI bots calling exactly the same way a bank automated message comes, and then you're pitched into getting hooked into the scams. So that's also we see. And Europe is also a land of SMBs, small and medium-sized businesses. So what's happening there is all the SMBs doesn't have a big budget for security. So there are adaptive malwares that comes into the picture. They understand how these SMBs are working with limited security stature and try to adapt, and then they try to crack in and go into the ransomware or the malware mode. That's also we see a lot happening in Europe. Then you've got the global geopolitical tensions, especially also in Europe. So the threat actors are also using it to do advanced deployment of attack campaigns. Last but not the least, we also see a lot of low maturity in terms of AI governance. Either a customer or it's a vendor, everyone are positively pushed by working on AI. So instead of understanding the risks and the challenges related to AI, what they do is they buy a product without analyzing it or going into the data and privacy risks in a proper way. And after that, post facto, they realize it's either costly or it's highly risky, and they find it difficult to mitigate it. So this is what we see as also a pattern in the market. So what are the key takeaways? In Europe, the regulations and compliance remains key. There is a difference between tick boxing. So everyone has so many certifications, so many compliance measures. There are 20,000 pages of compliance reports, but that doesn't mean that a company is cyber protected or has a better cyber stature. So a pragmatic approach is important to check the effectiveness rather than having a lot of checklists and tick boxes. The risk-taking appetite is very different in Europe than US, but it is also progressively moving to higher risk-taking appetite, I would say. And then evaluative versus big bang. You don't see in Europe much of big bangs. Most of the times it's evaluative. So if you're a vendor and if you want to enter the European market, the sales cycle will be long for you. The customer will not directly buy something from you. You may need to do a proof of value, and the sales cycle will take long and better to understand. This is something you need to keep in mind. And you also need to be compliant with the different regulations. So there are great tools we have here. At the same time, when you want to penetrate into the European market, you need to adapt and you need to bring in the different regulations into the picture. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to enter the market. And there is an increasing collaboration between the different bodies. It's like India, we have 30 plus states. The same way we have in Europe, multiple countries. The local bodies coordination was a big challenge. But now it is getting more and more seamless and a lot of interaction between the different bodies. So that means when you have a EU Act, every country has its own way of transposing it, but there is a collaboration across. Customer spend behavior. We used to have a lot of budget in some of the customers. So if I want to have a security operations center, when the CISO goes and asks the board, I would like to have, say, 3 million. He used to get 5 million to have a SOC in place. But now, most of the CISOs have been challenged and they need to give you a business case and a return of investment for a SOC operation centers. And the budgets are shrinking. So what does that mean? If you're a vendor and if you want to enter the market, you need to show your differentiators and USPs. Just wearing an AI shirt for everything, saying we have an AI future, doesn't help any customer. They want innovation and they want USPs. And the red ocean versus blue ocean. When we see the market, there are so many, for example, VAPT testing tools. It's like mushrooming. But are you going to play with a general VAPT testing tools, or you are going to play the blue ocean strategy, bring in AI-enabled new things to the market where it is your differentiator? That's something you need to factor into the mind. Last but not the least, it's about upskilling. All of our colleagues came here, the esteemed guests, they talked about upskilling. Definitely there is a huge talent gap and opportunity to upskill your expertise, not only in cybersecurity, but also a combination of AI in cyber, AI in healthcare, AI in different areas. The domain knowledge is very important, so the world is yours. This is for the students. So the last, AI can be positive as well as negative. It can help you or it can accelerate or decelerate. So it's a double-edged sword and it's up to us to use it wisely. That's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And may I now request Mr. Saravanan to join us on the dais to honor Mr. Meenakshi Sundaram. And thank you very much for the insightful session with a lot of key takeaways, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your time and presence. So, ladies and gentlemen, after this session, the industrial panel will be held here and the health panel will be held in the AMM hall. Hall number 2. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Dr. Sivakumar Manikam, who is a lead pediatric radiologist at Mid and South Essex University Hospitals, NHS Trust, UK. Is a globally recognized clinician with over 45 years of experience. An honorary senior lecturer at King's College London, he has made remarkable contributions to medical education and global health, earning the fellowship of the Commonwealth Medical Association. He is also a thought leader in AI in radiology, fostering international collaborations to advance diagnostics and patient care. So please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Sivakumar Manikam from UK.
Thank you, Nandini. Distinguished guests, senior colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's nice to see you all here. I must thank Dr. Lakshmi Mohan for this very kind invitation. Thank you, sir. And then Mr. Sarunan, so he's also been very kind. It was at very short notice, but I thought this is an absolute privilege to be on this stage with so many learned, distinguished experts, I should say. Now, I'm a minority here because I'm a medical doctor. I'm not an engineer, but I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this day today because always learning a lot from engineers is a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure for a doctor because you guys make us work. So whatever machines and software you throw at us, we use them. And so we enjoy it. So thank you very much for keeping us going. Can we turn off the lights, please, so I can see the slides better? Can you see better, the slides? Yeah. So that's about me. And I've been in radiology for 45 years now. And I got into AI 5 years ago. So we have an AI center in London. And I'm also taking the lead in AI in Mid and South Essex, which is southeast of UK. So I'm a lot into this. I regularly attend all global conferences around the world because there is so much to learn. And as all my previous speakers have elaborated, AI is a minefield. And I think if we don't learn it, then we will be the loser. It's not going to take anybody's job, certainly not. And it is going to be very, very helpful. I'm sure there are loads of videos on YouTube here and there, good information, misinformation, wrong information. Everything is floating around very freely on the social media. So a common man gets confused. He thinks, what is this AI? Is it going to be a friend or a foe? I'm sure everyone, I can see people nodding here. I think this is a big confusion, big doubt, not only in India, all over the world. Recently I was in Hong Kong. It's the same story in Hong Kong. So I think what we should be doing is become more educated about AI. What is this AI? How is it going to help us? And how best to utilize it? So that's about me here. I'm not going to go through the slides because it's going to be very boring, especially now with lunchtime nearing, so I will certainly not commit that crime. But most of the people before me have spoken about these, so I'm going to just skip these slides. I'm sure you're quite AI literate by now. Since 4 hours this morning, I've been listening to so many lectures. So I'm going to make it more interesting by showing you lots of scans. I'm a pediatric radiologist, so I specialize in children, and my other specialty is cancer. So I do a lot of cancer work. So this will be interesting because how is AI helping us? How is our health being influenced by AI? That is the most important thing. Let's not bother about what it does and what it doesn't do. I'm not bothered about that. As a doctor, I'm just worried about my patients, and I want to know how is AI going to help my patients. That's all. The biggest disadvantage is youngsters are getting de-skilled. The cognitive ability of very small children is falling because everything is being served ready-made. There's no reason for any thinking in the brain. So imagine, what are we going to create in 20, 30, 40 years from now? Like, people not using their cognition. It's dangerous. So that's why in London, in UK, they have taken away all the mobile devices from primary school. They say, no, none of these children should be allowed mobile devices because they're worried now. Because children are growing up too quickly. A 5-year-old knows more than a 15-year-old. Like 15 years, 20 years before, what a 15-year-old knew, a 5-year-old knows now, I think, thanks to technology. Doesn't sound very good, right? Again, they say that people are getting more and more, introverts. They're sitting in a dark room all the time, scrolling the phone, not communicating with anyone, not interacting with fellow humans, not being a social animal. We are human beings. We have to be social animals, right? We can't live alone in this planet. We have to live with others. So that is something, this is the downside. I'm not here to put you off from AI. I'm also going to say lots of good things about AI. So there should be a good balance. Maintain that balance, and we want thinkers, not clickers. So I don't have to elaborate. You guys are knowing more than me about all this. Now, in medicine, we are using it in an emergency setup like heart attack, stroke, pulmonary embolism, trauma, all these conditions where the patients can die instantly. So AI is helping us a lot. Let's see how. Also in surgical conditions like acute appendicitis, bowel obstruction, perforation, when there is a hole in the bowel, the patient can die within 24 to 48 hours. Then early detection of cancer. Accidents, high-speed accidents are very common in the Western world. The helicopter lands on the road, picks up the patient. It's all a matter of seconds. So, as a rule, in UK, the first help arrives within 5 minutes in a major accident scene. And all the ambulances are fitted with AI. So by the time the patient is picked up by the ambulance, all the data of the patient is transferred across to the hospital. So the hospital's ready to receive the patient. Pregnancy emergencies, ruptured uterus, baby born premature, on the way, accidental births, all these things AI helps because the pregnant women are given an AI device. So when they're getting these pains, they will press the button and the hospital is alerted. At least there will be at least half an hour time from the time the pain starts, even in the most urgent scenario. So it's really helping them a lot. Not like in the olden days where the lady is alone, there's no one to help, she gets a labor pain, she's crying, screaming, she faints in the house, nobody to help. All that is gone. Then AI is helping the remote areas where there are no radiologists to report the X-rays or scans. And India, it's AI, it's now triaging the highway trauma cases, which is fantastic. Now, productivity and efficiency. We have Grok now, and we have Claude, and you can see the doctors have more time for the patient, rather than they are able to move away from the computers, and they are able to talk to the patients. And multilingual, that's a big advantage. It can talk in any, if a Chinese patient comes to me, I can talk to them in Chinese. So I just, dictate, Google. They listen to me. This is how we communicate. We don't need translators. Genomics, precision imaging, targeted chemotherapy, digital twins, and RAG. So I'm sure you know Parthy. Parthy is one of the heads of the department at Arvadai Veedu Medical College. He's a lot into this. And if any one of you are interested, please get in touch with him. He will tell you how he does that. So we're creating digital twins because for trial, you can't try on the actual cell. So you create a duplicate cell and you try these drugs on them. So a drug may be suitable for me, but it may not be suitable for my friend. So please imagine, now remember that that's why a lot of patients, some patients will survive cancer, some do not survive cancer. It's because the genes are different. So some drugs will act on some people. So that's what AI is doing now. So AI tells, okay, this is suitable. So that's called personalized medication. Massive transformation. Not only that, the time it takes is minuscule. It used to take 6 months, 10 years sometimes to invent a drug. Nowadays it's taking days. In London, every day we are coming up with 50 new drugs. So can we dip the lights a bit more, please? So that is robotic surgery. You can see that the robotic surgery is, I'm sitting here in Chennai and I can operate a patient who is in London with robotics. So it's all like remote. So I don't have to even touch the patient. I can do it from here. And the big advantage is there's no blood loss. So not like the olden days where you were giving 10 bottles, 15 bottles of blood. Don't need that. So that's robotic surgery, bloodless. Fantastic. Please don't mix them. I see a lot of lay people getting confused between robotic surgery and laparoscopic surgery. They are very different. Laparoscopic surgery is very different. It's a keyhole surgery, whereas robotic is remote surgery. Now, robotic is becoming a trend, a fashion, but please remember, robotic is not the end of the world. There are some surgeries which still need a proper old-fashioned laparotomy, cutting and removing. Now, this is the probe. They make holes in the abdominal wall here, and then they go in through a keyhole, and then they remove the gallbladder or the tumor or whatever. Upside, as you can see, 90 million jobs will be lost due to AI by 2030, but 170 million new jobs will be created by AI. So those of you who are thinking that AI is a threat, has to be eliminated, and whoever talks about AI should not be encouraged, it's wrong. AI is going to make us a lot more busier. Not only that, I've been working with AI for the last 5 years, and we are getting busier and busier. The other thing which you have to remember is AI, human beings have lived on this planet for millions of years. Humans have the innate tendency to just acclimatize to the circumstances, and we can survive anything. So we are constantly changing. So we don't have to worry about losing our job or losing our lives. That's very childish thought. If anyone tells you next time AI is going to take away a job, just give them a wry smile and move away. Augmented intelligence. AI and human is called augmented intelligence. Doctors are more focusing on the patients. Now see that over-reliance. I have a problem. I was in Hyderabad last month. One of my doctor's friends, he said, a patient came with some high temperature. He gave some medicine, and then the patient's temperature came down a bit, but he was still suffering. He just put the medicine's name on ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said this medicine should not be given. The patient was still in the hospital. He immediately went to the doctor, and he said, "Doctor, ChatGPT says that this is the wrong medicine you have prescribed." And he put it on Google review, saying all sorts of things about the doctor and his hospital. Please be careful. It's fine. You always have a right to defend yourself, but please don't go by ChatGPT, because ChatGPT is not the ultimate. ChatGPT makes lots of mistakes. Deepfakes, my previous speaker has spoken enough. Cybersecurity, I'm not going there. CT scan can also be wrongly reported. I'm going to show you some. Again, my previous speaker, he spoke on European Union, all the regulations, very strict regulations, and that is the chip, the quantum chip, which is very famous. And now, as a radiologist, AI is helping us. It's not taking away anybody's job. In fact, we appointed 3 more people. I'm now going to quickly show you, this is all it does in radiology, right from the beginning to the end. AI is doing everything for us. There's a fracture picked up by AI. It's called a hotspot on the X-ray. Like a lung cancer, the hotspot is picked up by AI without any radiologist. As the blood supply to the brain is cut off on an angiogram of this head, it's called CT scan. That's cut off, picks up within 1 hour. Used to take 6 hours, but now it's 1 hour. So if you give the medication, the patient will be absolutely fine. What an amazing change. This is the area which is infarcted. In patients who come late to the hospital, they can be permanently paralyzed. This is a brain tumor. So this was before removal and after removal. AI is used to see whether the entire brain tumor has been removed or still some residual left. This is the eye, the cataract. AI is now being used throughout India in all states to diagnose cataract, and it is done remotely. No doctor goes to the villages and all. It's all done remotely nowadays. This is the heart. A lot of people here must be thinking, oh, when am I going to get a heart attack? I'm 50 plus. I may get heart attack anytime. You know, keeping all the medicines. No. AI will tell you what is the situation with your blood vessels and whether it's going to narrow down. I'm just finishing here. And then this is a case, it's a kidney tumor. And the kidney tumor was removed with the help of AI completely. You can see that last picture. The tumor is gone. That's the tumor, the blue one. This is a tumor in the bowel, in the large intestine. This is cancer of the prostate. AI picks it up very well. This is a report generated by AI. You don't need a radiologist. But again, we make it a point to double check it. In pregnancy, in very remote places where there's no doctor available, the sonographers or even the midwife can do an AI-assisted ultrasound. It is now happening in lots of places in Ooty, in the Nilgiris district, I know personally. Similarly, pulmonary embolism, blood clot in the lungs. And this is the last slide. It's like aortic aneurysms, which can be due to trauma or it can be due to other diseases. And this is a life-threatening condition. AI picks it up so quickly, and the patient can be saved. So it's an inevitable partnership. So don't shy away, don't be nervous, and don't be repulsive. Just embrace it. Your life will be better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would request Mr. Saravanan to join us on stage to honor Dr. Sivakumar Manikam, the lead pediatric radiologist, Mid and South Essex University Hospitals, NHS Trust, England, UK. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Thank you very much, sir. The next up, we're going to be inviting Mr. S. Sriram, the Managing Director, Metalscope India Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Yeah, it's not done, right? Ejected?
No, not yet. I haven't done it.
Yeah.
You could just minimize it. Was it okay?
Yeah.
My talk?
Awesome, sir.
You certified?
Next slide. Forward backward.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning. Good morning, distinguished professors, innovators, and fellow entrepreneurs. I am Sriram Santhanam, Managing Director of Metalscope India Private Limited. So, here my topic is going to be about how AI can be used in construction management and project management. So, Metalscope as a company, we are into pre-engineered steel buildings and railway coach component manufacturing and steel bridges manufacturing and erection. So we are predominantly a project delivery company who also has a structure right from design, fabrication and erection as a turnkey. And construction industry in general being a very less organized structure, industry, we technically need some kind of upgradation in terms of efficiency, and AI is contributing a vast amount in that particular logic. So, Metalscope is a company which is into design, fabrication, and erection of pre-engineered steel buildings. And we retain 95% of our clients. So he's Mr. Santhanam, founder chairman. I'm the managing director, Sriram Santhanam, and Mr. Joseph Rosario, who is also here. So design, detailing, and fabrication, this is what we do. So first bunch of slides is going to be about my company, so that you can understand what we do and how we are integrating AI to make it as a better project delivery company. So we model our projects through structures through Tekla modeling software. From Tekla, it generally goes to detailing section, then to fabrication. So this is our fabrication facility. These are all the segments in which we are pre-engineered building, railway coaches, modular erection, and rail overbridges and rail underbridges. We are approved by RDSO. Then these are all the segments in which we serve. Warehousing segment, industrial segment, cold storages, and right now warehousing is going through a mega boom in India. These are all our clients. We are working with almost 28 multinational companies and Fortune 500 companies. So these are all the kind of projects that we do. We have executed almost 4,000 metric tons of projects for IOCL, DP World, companies like Daimler, CST, Chayar Development Corporation. These are all the projects that we do. We have contributed a lot to Ola Gigafactory. Then this is a 2.6 kilometer full steel bridge where the pier cap and the girder, everything is of steel. We have done this project in Marthandam. And IIT was the design consultant. Professor Dr. Mr. Arul Jayachandran was the design consultant for this project. Then this is one iconic project that we did. It is a stainless steel marine arch network bridge connecting Thiruvallur statue and Vivekananda rock. So, okay, now coming to AI part of it. Why construction industry requires AI? Construction industry is a $10 trillion industry globally, and yet it loses 30% of its efficiency because of poor planning, lack of alignment between multiple partners in a particular project. So in general, infra development comes with a lot of agencies working on it. If it is a 1,000 crore project, 2,000 crore project, client being the first agency, then PMC, EPC, pre-engineered building company, civil company, MEP company, and there will be at least 20 to 25 agencies working for a particular project to come up. And the major key here is lack of communication and alignment in planning and process is what will be completely missing. Globally, this is a huge problem. India, I will say at least it is lagging behind by 20% compared to countries like UK and US and Australia as well. So this is how we see Metalscope's project management, and this is the direction in which we are marching ahead in artificial intelligence. The first thing is we are incorporating AR, augmented reality, and VR, virtual reality in project management. So precise alignment of structures over the bolt, fixing of sag rods and secondary components, everything can be monitored through augmented reality or virtual reality, which will give the site engineers, the project managers, everyone the capability to visualize what part is going to match where. And this is a huge solution provider. AI definitely is contributing a lot in this particular direction. We won't say we are very matured in this, but we are moving ahead in this particular direction. Next is autonomous project management, where the scheduling, right from engineering, fabrication, dispatch, and erection at site is being completely monitored or used. AI is being used to give a effective scheduling. And any changes here and there, any engineering change notices arises from client, all these things are being recorded in the AI process, which mitigates the situation and gives a better clarity on schedule. And it is universal in nature, so that all the 20 agencies or 25 agencies working across the spectrum to develop this particular infra are aligned in a way, because all of them are able to visualize it. AI gives us this power to communicate with our clients and partners very comfortably. AI-powered virtual assistant. So real-time update is something that we are getting right now. Task tracking, everything. So we don't really have to search for data. We have to ask for data. That is a concept in which we are working on. If a site engineer requires a particular clarification, if there is an engineering design change given by a client, then what happens is, if the site engineer just prompts a question saying, this is how it is going to be, or already the visualization would have explained or made him understood this is what it is, then communication between engineering department and the delivery department won't be much of a task. AI kind of bridges the gap between two departments that way. And of course, AI generally helps us with paperless operation. Predictive analytics, anticipating overrun, cash flow overrun, time overrun, all those things are being mitigated in initial stages. During the planning stages itself, we will get enough clarity using this particular system. We have collaborated with this company called Coker AI from Bombay. They are supporting us in this particular process. And resource optimization is also a major key in this. AI-driven decision making, with all these aspects of AI, the data that we get in each and every project. The thing about our kind of industry or any infra industry is, it is not like batch manufacturing. Even in pre-engineered building, we'll be doing 40 different projects at the same time, where each and every building will be different. So the data that is being accumulated after using all AI concepts are tremendous, which is actually helping us to take decisions based on data. AI is very comfortably helping us to take multiple decisions that way. And one more thing, this is about project management. And one more thing is, even in manufacturing, since infra projects are being developed, but pre-engineered building is a manufacturing business, where robot, 3 year or 4 year before, programming the robot used to be the biggest problem. Now we have non-teaching robot. Basically, it will import all the Tekla models and it will convert it into robotic code using AI software itself, which used to be a 3-day, 4-day process, is now a 30 seconds to 40-second process, where imagine robots, we don't really have to program robot, welding robot or fit up robot anymore. It automatically takes the complete work. So this is our way of working. This is how we plan our resource. Manpower, machinery, and progress, and how we synergize AI is what I'm going to explain now. So for the manpower, we use the software called Truin. Since we are a project company, there will be multiple people, thousands of people working in different sites. So geofencing is what we have introduced using this Truin software. That calls for face recognition and all those things. Many migrant laborers will be working. All of them will be registered in Truin, and geofencing will help us to monitor their location very comfortably, which is very necessary in construction industries nowadays. And about the progress, daily DPRs of the project. We are working on a concept with Bentley Synchro, where the drones will fly across the project, capturing QR codes of each columns, each component, so that every evening the client, the PMCs, the EPCs, the PEB companies, everyone will get a 4D model of what is happening at site. So daily progress report will be very precise in nature. Here the fourth dimension is time. General 3D and the fourth dimension is time. That's how we measure it. So we are working with this company called Bentley Synchro on this. Then regarding machinery, AI-powered machinery, energy monitoring systems, then coding using AI to convert it into robotic codes within fraction of seconds. These are all the methods in sync is helping us to be very powerful and comfortable in executing the projects. So we have worked on this concept called theory of constraint and developed our way of working, which starts from customer management, production management, project management and completion. If we take a building for 300 meters, if it is a 300 meter long building, we generally split it into 2 or 3 phases, which will, so the dispatch from factory will be on full kits, right from columns, bolt, nut, sag rods, or any smaller components, even if it is a small nut. And 500 tons of material is there to get dispatched, and one nut is missing, the material won't get dispatched. That's how we follow full kit system, so that whatever we dispatch to site will be completely erectable in nature. Now, systems like AI are supporting us big time with the sequential planning during initial stages itself. Before it used to be completely manual, where we used to be 60 to 65% successful in planning. Right now, I will say our planning has improved to 85 to 90% because of AI's intervention in that. So scan to ship is another concept. Each and every component that is getting dispatched from the factory will have a QR code, and once it is delivered to the site engineer will take a particular QR code, and immediately that will get into the stores of site. Then each and every column, using the VR and AR, if they just see the augmented reality video, they'll understand where to place the column and rafter. And imagine these buildings will have nothing less than 1 lakh or 1.5 lakh components, and everything will be captured in VR. And seeing this in paper is going to be very difficult, and that's why during end of the project, if it is I'll say if it is a 6 months project, at least 1.5 months people will spend only on snag work completion. So this helps a lot in reducing and minimizing the snag time of a building. So this is how our data-driven precision progress tracking is working. So cloud-based progress tracking and schedule versus progress, everything is given on a daily basis through AI, and the DPRs are being reported. And this is the 4D model of the building that I spoke about. This is the true in software logins. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would request Mr. Saravanan Sundaramurthy to join us on stage to honor Mr. Yes Sriram, the Managing Director, Metalscope India Private Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. G. Vikram, Max White. Kindly join us on stage, sir, for the next address.
So, thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. So, myself, I am Vikram, and I am Product Director at MaxByte. And just, I'm not going to bore you guys with a presentation. So, here I would like to share the real facts and whatever the experiences which I have got based on MaxByte's assessment, especially with the manufacturing, SME and MSME sector. So, I would like to just share my experience. So I would like to start this conversation by saying that don't take steroid for normal headache. One more time, don't take a steroid for normal headache. So that's how we have to see AI. So whenever there is an issue, these days all SMEs and MSMEs, especially in manufacturing sector, they move towards AI and they think that AI has all the problem. That's not the real case actually. Most of the problems in manufacturing sector specifically can be solved without AI, but of course, there are few problems that can be solved by AI, but we have to come out of the myth that everything cannot be solved by AI actually. Number two, whenever there is an assessment or if there is a roadmap session that has been conducted by me personally, there will be always a question that how to do AI and how can I become an AI-based organization, especially when it comes to SMEs and MSMEs. There is a tremendous amount of excitement in that. So we need to understand first that before starting any AI project, we need to understand the path that has to be undergone to achieve a AI-based system actually. So any company you take, small company, medium company, large company, a company that has a very good data pipeline, that has a very good data framework can become an AI-enabled company. We need to perfectly understand that developing AI or developing AI solutions is not difficult because these days frameworks are available. We can build AI solution in a matter of days. The point is, where is the data? So companies has to focus on the data first of all. We have to come out of the fact that just one day I have a system, I take some data and put in some model and get the output. It's not the fact actually. From MaxBytes and my personal experience, to get a very good machine learning model or deep learning model, at least we should have a 1 year trouble-free and error-free data. That's the real fact. Number two, we need to understand just because of building AI, we are not AI enabled actually. We need to exactly understand the ecosystem that is around AI. So for example, if you take companies which has a very good AI solution, if we observe very carefully, we can see that they have a very good ecosystem. So what I mean by ecosystem, a beautiful UI, a beautiful backend, and a wonderful cybersecurity enabled system. So these things are very important to enable AI actually. To be very precise, if we want to think that our company, we need to do something on AI, please understand that first, without data and without democratization of data, please do not think about any AI project. Number two, when we say, I am an AI engineer, I am an AI person who wants to go outside and say that my company has an AI solution, please understand that AI is a very small part of your project. The whole thing, the ecosystem that is surrounding that, infrastructure, cybersecurity, front and back end, these things cover a major chunk of it. Number three, developing AI is not a problem. Yeah, we have frameworks, very advanced frameworks like TensorFlow, PyTorch, and machine learning algorithms these days, we can develop very easily. Please understand what is your problem, what is my X and what is my Y. Without understanding your X and Y, any machine learning or deep learning or any AI projects will go into a failure. Number four, there is a lot of myth I can see from our panelists that AI agents, generative AI, those things. Even generative AI and AI agents works based on data. So for example, if you guys want to build a AI agentic system in your company, how AI agents are working, we need to understand that. AI agents are nothing but a front-end enabler that will call your back-end frameworks automatically based on the natural language input. That's the point. So the point is that without having a good tools or frameworks, please do not think about AI agents also. The main thing I want to say this is that the approach should be not top to bottom. It should be from bottom to top approach. That means focus on the data and tooling. If any company, any organization, if they are very strong at data and tooling, they are the perfect candidates for AI-enabled company actually. So just want to share this experience with you guys. Especially there is a problem in MSMEs and SMEs. I don't want to talk about larger companies because in MSMEs and SMEs, they don't have a perfect manufacturing IT team that can understand both IT and OT and the AI stuff. So there is a big misunderstanding in that. Just want to say you guys, please focus on data. Data is the oil. AI algorithm just a small part of the project. Focus on data, focus on effective tooling. Last one I want to just as my suggestion, if you want to try any AI projects, first please go for platform-based approach. For example, if you see Azure and AWS, they offer a free credits for practicing AI. So please don't develop on yourself, go on proven platform-based approach. try on various cloud platforms. It will give a very good idea and synthesis on developing AI, so that it will be very good for you guys as a starting point. Also, when you think about AI, please don't forget AI is a small part. There is a huge technology ecosystem that will surround AI and it will bring value to the organization. Just I want to share this experience to you guys. So please go home and please do a research on what can be done to make a end-to-end AI project. Also, please understand, without proper data, don't think about AI project also, especially when it comes to manufacturing sector. So thank you very much. Thank you for the time. Thank you. Yeah.
May I now request Mr. Saravanan to join us on stage to honor Mr. G. Vikram from MaxByte. So this will be the final session. So after this, we are breaking for lunch. And I would request Mr. Ajit and also Mr. Dr. V. Sivaraman to also jointly honor Mr. G. Vikram from MaxByte. Thank you very much, sirs. And next up, I would like to welcome Mr. Prabhakar Sidambaram, who is a scientist in the research and technology team at Orticon Medical, with over 2 years of experience advancing medical and neural technologies. He leads and collaborates on projects developing biosensors and next-gen neural stimulation devices and implantable energy solutions. His expertise spans neuromodulation strategies and neural electrode interfaces, hearing therapeutics, and innovative drug delivery systems. So welcome, Mr. Prabhakar Sidambaram.
I'll start with a small intro of myself and then I'll carry forward with AI because I feel the intro is a little more relevant because I started my research career here at the same place. So this is coming back for me, like IIT Madras is coming back home for me. So I have known all the places here. It's been 10 years I have spent my research career here. So it's great to be back here. So apart from that, I did my doctorate in nanocancer biology in Dublin, and then worked in Orticon Medical and stuff on neurostimulations, where I have worked with AI and machine learning models on prostate cancer prediction, post-therapy, and as well as on generating 3D structures of brain structure for neurostimulation surgeries using CT scans as well. So both are in product phase right now and in the FDA level. So it's quite interesting that we have done this work almost some 5-6 years before itself. And later part, I have also ventured into VC on deep tech startup evaluations, also on investments as well. So this is a small background about myself. And as Vikram, I will follow his path. I'll keep it as brief as possible as it is going to be lunch hour. So I'll just cover 3 things on this. One is what is AI and why there is a hype around AI. So we have seen that it is the next revolution, like as electricity has. So why there is there. And second in this, I will give a small pointers like what is the current state of AI, how it is going to revolutionize in 2 forms of it. And then finally, I'll finish with some of the questions raised by Dr. Biswas in the morning, how we are going to bring in education into AI or AI into education and bring all the stakeholders, including teachers, parents, institutes and educations, and that's what we are working right now with AI as well. So I'll just cover these 3 things as quick as possible and we'll all go back to lunch. So start with AI is that I'll just want to take back into the history. If you look into history, each technology, we start with information. So we talked about data and information from the morning itself because AI is nothing but good data. Good data with pattern prediction or forecasting is what AI is going to do or machine learning models are going to do. So if you look back into history, we see information has been shared verbally from one person to other person, and then the iron phase came into play. We started using tools. Again, the information has been shared, but still all the way information has been enclosed with it. Once the digital transformation starts, or even before that, the print media came into play, democratization of information started to happen. But once the digital platform came into play, it exponentially increased as the information starts to pan around through the population. But how AI creates the hype is that throughout history, throughout human history, information is actually shared from one person to other person through different forms. But right now in the history of human history, I would say this is the place where we are not transporting or translating information, but we are transporting intelligence. We are trying to engage intelligence. AI is not giving information. Let's say you go into Google search, you get the information. But with AI, you are not getting information, you are getting intelligence out of that information. It's like having a coach next to you who can deliver whatever information you want, along with the intelligence you wanted. So that is the real hype which is happening now. It's not informational translation, it's intelligence translation is happening right now. That's the real hype which people have. From my perspective, that's what the real hype of AI is actually. And moving quickly into the next step, two things which I wanted to mention in terms of the current hypes of AI is that one is, again, going back into Google, we all know about, we do the searches. We wanted to, let's say we wanted to search about IIT Madras, we put IIT Madras and it gives all the links. So they have an algorithm how to schedule or how to list the links on the top 10 pages of it. So that's we call the search engine optimization. But right now, most of the people are not going into AI. They are either going to Perplexity. As Dr. Morning showed, he wanted to understand what is the relationship between AI and husband and wife with the HPC. So he didn't went into Google, he went into AI. So he was searching information directly from there. So how that information is going to come? It's not going to do SEO. It's not going to do search engine optimization. The new revolution has started, which is called as generative engine optimization or artificial engine optimization. The information what you are going to get is not chosen by you, it's going to be chosen by AI. Let's say if AI chooses, okay, this person, he is from IIT Madras, so whatever research information he wants to search, I'll give it only from IIT Madras. Then your search is being streamlined by AI. It's not democratized. So that is one happening right now. The next thing which I wanted to highlight is that we also known about prompt injection. We have talked about cybersecurity and everything. The other thing which is right now happening is that it's called JSON prompting. So instead of doing a text prompting, it's more of a technical prompting also is happening right now, and also context engineering. Instead of giving a prompt, you give a context to it so that it understands completely all that information. And second use case which I feel very relevant to the healthcare community is that Meta released a new model which is called as Tri-B. What it does is that they let people watch movies actually. So when they are watching movies, they put EKG, which is like electrodes on the brain, just on the surface, and it records microsecond emotional changes inside the brain. So it will find out when you're watching a movie, let's say a comedy scene is happening, and immediately the scene changes, your emotion changes. Even if you react to it, before you react physically to it, your brain knows that there is an emotional change. And that model is actually capturing. So that is the rapid phase that AI is developing. And the models are going to even analyze what we are going to understand before we even understand it. How our cognition is going to evolve, that is going to be monitored by AI, that will shape our cognition as well. So this is the three things which I wanted to say. And the final thing, the questions raised by Dr. Biswas, how we are going to engage multiplayers into AI, especially into education. And that's what we are currently doing now with Immersify. So that's our AI product that we are developing. So we are creating an ecosystem for education. The best way to teach AI is that to make people use AI. So for me, using a mobile phone was much easier because I got hands to the technology much quicker. But for my parents, I have to teach them what is WhatsApp, how to open a smartphone and all. But the way that we democratize the technology, the way we have to democratize AI as well, so that the next generation will come up with AI. We don't need to teach them how to use AI. We don't need to teach them what AI is, but they will learn by themselves. How we can do is that we can enable AI to them. So that is the way that we can make people learn what AI is actually. And what we are doing is that we are converting textbooks, academic textbooks, into ecosystem where the students can come into play and learn along with AI. So we have different forms of education output. So right now, one way we have output is that we have an exam. So students have to study the books, come out and write the exam. But it's not the only form that the information has to be shown out in terms of assessment. It can be either visual, it can be either voice, it can be either text, or it can be of different forms. How the students want to express themselves through the concepts or through whatever the learning they are doing, that is what we are doing with the platform. And it also integrates teachers, because as I said earlier, students are going to learn AI much quicker than teachers, than institutes. So we have to take teachers along with the system as well as parents. So this ecosystem creates a unified platform where teachers, parents, as well as students all come together and learn AI. And I know if you are more interested, please reach out to us. We'd be happy to discuss a lot. And by this, I quickly short and finish my discussion here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for being very thoughtful. And I request Mr. Lakshmi Mohan, sir, to join us on stage to honor Dr. Prabhakar Sidambaram, co-founder, Immersify, and scientist, European Commission, France. Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing the industrial panel and the HR panel over here in the main hall, and the healthcare panel and education panel will be done in AMM hall parallelly. And we'll be back in another 30 minutes, so kindly have your lunch and be right back. Thank you very much. This is Ankanandan Arvind for you. Volume check. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be getting started with the industrial panel here right now, and then followed by the HR panel with keynote speakers in between. And we have the healthcare panel, which is happening parallelly in the AM hall, and followed by the education panel. Thank you. All right, so let's get started with the second half. And this time it is the AI in industries and security. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take the absolute pleasure in welcoming Dr. Anand Sheshan, who is the moderator, CEO and member of the board, 5G Automatica Limited and 5G Energy Limited, Canada. Welcome, sir. Would like to welcome all the panelists. Professor N. Ramesh Babu, Secretary, AMTDC, IIT Madras Research Park. Welcome, sir. Mr. Wordsworth Ayadurai, and founder and CEO, Salem Infotech USA. Welcome, sir. Mr. Saravanan Jeevanandam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, in hall number 2, we have the healthcare session, which is parallelly going on right now. And in the AMM hall, we're going to be having the education panel. And I would request the speakers to also join the AMM hall immediately. Mr. Saravanan Jeevanandam, the Conversation AI and NLP Specialist, TCS, DigiBolt, and Mr. Manika Vasagam P, Principal Director, Cloud Economics, Amazon Web Services, and Mr. Ganesh Kumar Nagaraj, Founder and CEO, D3 Minds USA, Ms. Lata MP, Director, Customer Experience and Transformation, Dell Technologies. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Aarti Raghavan, Group COO, Strategy, Business and Operations, eCosmos India Private Limited. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a fantastic lunch. And I think now it's a good time for a fantastic power nap. I know that's what we may want to have, but instead we are going to offer a fantastic power panel of speakers today who would be discussing about AI in industry. So we have got an exciting panel. Instead of me introducing each one of them, I would like to ask each one of you to introduce yourselves briefly, please, starting from yourself, sir. Mic is not on. No, one second. No. There's another mic there.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, much better. Thank you, sir.
My name is Mike. I have 30 plus years of experience in technology. Worked with IBM, Oracle, now in AWS. AWS is in the forefront of launching multiple services on AI. That's I also heard that AWS will be investing, it's already started investing about $100 billion in FY25 itself. So we are very, very excited. Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Ramesh Babu. I think I have introduced myself in the morning. For the benefit of those who are not present in the morning, I just want to briefly tell about me. This is my 50th year of service. My postgraduate from IISc Bangalore in 1980. I was in ISRO, I was in multinational company for a couple of years. Joined IIT in 1983, February 1st. I'm still continuing to be the active member as a professor emeritus at IIT Madras. I've guided many students, PhDs, MS, MTech, BTech, and many college students from various parts of the globe, not only in India, from other countries. It's my pleasure to train them and then make them as the global leaders. That was my passion right from the beginning. There's no compromise in the quality and the content, but at the same time, this has made me to stand on my own feet, not on anybody's shoulder, to build the centers of excellence in IIT. One is the Japanese company Amada, gave me a sheet metal research center by donating the equipment worth of almost 3 crores in 2008. Then this was seen by the industries in India, and then said that well, somebody is coming and giving it to you, why can't we do that? So 2006 onwards, I have been actively working with many industry associations. Like one of the leading one is the Indian Machine Tool Manufacturers Association. And of course, afterwards, I have connected with many of them nationally and internationally through many friends and well-wishers and promoters. Like Dr. Anand is also one of our collaborators at AMPDC. And this has resulted into a center of excellence on machine tools and production technology, and which is known as Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center. We only started with the machine tool development in India with leading industry partners in India, investing about 20% of their money and ministry giving about 80%. Started with about 50-60 crores, with me alone leading, and brought about 10 faculty members to support these activities and also make them as leaders in the manufacturing. I think these things have given me a thought that why don't we build leaders across the country and across the globe. So that has made me to collaborate with many industries, academic institutions. You please come, then we will give you the recipe. And this is how we have been training lots of college students, and the first thing is the management should be willing to partner with us. Unless the management is keen, we don't go. Then next is the faculty members who are passionate about it. The third one is we are training the students who are going to be the future leaders. I think this was taken by the Ministry of Education also when our director explained about it to the minister. I think it is a national movement, not my movement. So we all wanted to do it in the hub and spoke model. And initially it can be a hub, but then eventually the others can become hubs. So the clusters can be built over a period of time so that the talent pool can be developed in the field of manufacturing and Industry 4.0. I am hopeful that this is also, we started with a small spark, but then when we looked at all the speeches and also the eminent panelists and others, I think it is possible for us to become the global leaders, provided we are all together on the concept of building the talent, building the leaders, building the technologies, building many startups so that that can really spur the momentum in the entire country. I don't think that the government jobs will ever exist. I think this is where I thought that I will share my experience briefly. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
My name is Wordsworth Ayyadurai.
Please.
Yeah, can you hear me? My name is Wordsworth Ayyadurai. I am a tech entrepreneur. I've been in a tech environment the last 30 years. I built a few companies. We primarily provide services to public sector. So I started with since we were in 3 decades, we changed, paradigm change, switched 3 times we saw so far. First time it's modernizing from mainframe to perpetual SIA environment. Second 10 year, we are migrating all on-premises to cloud, modernizing, so that's what we did. Now we are seeing AI revolution, so now we are migrating everything to AI-enabled digitalization for primarily public sector. Of course, we're going to talk about more of how it's going to switch and what is the impact. And again, we're going to talk about what kind of security impact we are going to have, all those things we are talking. I'm excited. I'm being happy to be part of the eminent panel. And I'd like to thank you, the organizers. They put together a great show. I'm happy to be part of it.
Thank you, sir.
Hello all. Good afternoon. I'm Ganesh Nagaraj. I have 20 plus years of experience in building softwares for manufacturing excellence. I have worked for various multinational companies adopting a lot of modern technologies like digital twin, IoT, service-oriented architecture, microservices, modernization of their tech stacks. And then we started our venture, D3 Minds. Our software, Thematic Digital, is a flagship software to improve manufacturing operational excellence of small and medium companies. We are looking to make the technology affordable, safe, and accessible so that we can improve and elevate our manufacturing ecosystem, particularly around small and medium segments. That would elevate our country as a whole to improve the productivity in the manufacturing sector. That's what we do.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lata. I work for Dell Technologies. I head the India team for customer experience, product quality, and transformation. And I work for enterprise products. In one sentence, what I do, we take on field issues, use big data to offer a continual improvement process for the customers. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Myself Vikram. Just want to introduce myself in a 2 different perspectives. So for the past 17 years, I have been associated with Hyundai Kia Motor Group Asia Pacific as a head of manufacturing IT, taking care of infrastructure and factory operations. For the past 2 years, I am associated with MaxByte as a product director. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vikram. So last but not least, let me introduce myself. My name is Anand Seshan. I am today the moderator of this panel. First of all, I am an alumni of IIT Madras. I was doing my master's when Professor Ramesh Babu was doing his PhD in mechanical engineering. So I am actually a student of mechanical engineering. Still, I'm a student of manufacturing, student of AI. So we have a smart manufacturing platform. Our company is called 5G Technologies, 5G Automatica and 5G Energy. It's a group of companies. We have developed a smart manufacturing platform for small and medium manufacturers. And of course, it can be used by large manufacturers as well, but it's a focused development for small and medium manufacturers. So with this, I think the introductions are over behind us. So let us start today with the first fundamental question. We all know that today in the manufacturing sector, we go to any manufacturing economy where manufacturing is a major percentage of the GDP of the country, you'll find that 95+% of the manufacturers are small and medium. And they are still far behind, even in the basic set of infrastructure or the basic knowledge, awareness in smart manufacturing industry for leave alone AI. So first question that I probably want to put across to the board, up to the panel, is given the state of industry today, given that a majority of them are small and medium who have scarce resources, both in terms of capital and in terms of human resources, what do you think should be the prerequisites for such companies to even start thinking about AI? So you're talking about AI as though it is a given. We are talking about AI as though it can be implemented immediately. So we want to just go through that journey first. What are the prerequisites that an industry would need for even starting to think about AI or to develop AI as a strategy for their organization? Anybody can start, and then you can probably continue as if you want to add more points. Who would like to start, please?
I think I can start. Actually, from the academic perspective, having interacted with many industries, I wanted to first say that these MSMEs in this country, not only in this country, all over the world, because I have gone through several reports, and IMA also has brought out a report wherein they say the MSMEs are starving for a few things. One is finances, second one is the skilled manpower, third one is the environment in which they work, whatever may be the environment, either cleanliness or the regulations and all of them. And whenever I go to any ministry, the first and foremost thing is the associations are only looking for some benefits, some concessions. But they never ever looked at the skilling, upskilling, talent pool development. I think unless we build the talent even at the basic level of manufacturing to the digital manufacturing to the digital transformation to AI, I don't think that we are going to pick up the momentum with a large number of MSMEs being present in any country, including the India. I think this requires a lot of collaboration, cooperation, the finances, and the collaboration. Collaboration in a non-competitive mode. Most of the times I have seen with big wigs, they don't allow these small companies to flourish. I think this mindset has to be changed immediately to take them together with them and then be a part of the supply chain. Then only, in my opinion, its mergers and acquisitions are not going to really help them, because they get one time money and then leave it. I think if we have to support these MSMEs, I think we can talk more about it. First, let me start with this one, saying that unless these are resolved in a collaborative mode together, not expecting the ministries to resolve this one. So I think that is my opinion after observing so many industries. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think you already raised that issue that you mentioned that, they have the foundational issues, be it technology or otherwise the manpower, and Professor also alluded to it. But the fact remains that, and we have been in the technology industries for a long time. India has been in the forefront. The problem is the skill sets, right? When somebody joins at, let's say, 10,000 rupees salary, but if they wanted to keep moving up, right? So you don't have skilled labor to run this. And that's where, cloud companies like Amazon, Azure, really, helping these smaller companies to use their own services instead of waiting for some technology expertise to come in and do it. Now, once they start their journey on technology, the second is obviously, if you're talking about the AI and AI power, obviously you need even more highly skilled labor, right? And some of the models that I've come up with, for example, in AWS, so in large enterprises, particularly in the financial services side, we have started seeing the role of data scientist. There are multiples of data scientists. I don't know how many of you are aware. Many of these have a fleets of people who are data scientists, and they just work on creating intelligence out of the data that they have. Now, to get to that level, it will be very difficult for SMEs, right? So that's where the models, the large language models or LLMs that are getting created, and also the multiple algorithms that are being built. Of late, we are seeing, particularly from AWS, we started providing the ones that does not require a data scientist or an expertise to build your own models, right? So you can actually start using artificial intelligence without really knowing underlying architecture or the algorithmic details. And I think that's the way for the SMEs to flourish. And if we are expecting them to build their own expertise and then flourish, I don't think it's going to happen. And they should be able to focus at least 90% of the time on their business, and probably 5 to 10% of the time using these technologies to move forward.
Okay. So basically, so fundamentally, one thing that you are assuming, of course, is that there is going to be an availability of data. So one thing that I'm observing, and probably you can also second that, is I think you also talked about it in the morning, is today if you look at all the small and medium manufacturers, we are addressing 95% of the population of the industry here. We are not leaving the big companies behind, but 95% of the companies are struggling to transform themselves from paper-based, manual-based to digital-based. They've been making decisions gut-based rather than data-based. So first, I think culturally, do you think that there is a need for data to be part of the prerequisite?
I would like to just...
It's closer.
Hello? Yeah. I would like just to give a point of view. As Sir said, let's keep aside financial position and other things separate. Just want to focus on the crux. Unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, AI is at the top of the pyramid. So there are many hard, thick layers in between that. We have to cross in a very, very meticulous way from level 0 to level 5. That's a hard fact. Number 2 is really an organization needs to understand what it needs to be done in the organization level, not on technical level. First, we should understand that there should be one person, either CDO, CIO, CTO, designation doesn't matter, who always thinks about the roadmap. What is my roadmap? What is my goal in the next 3 years? What am I going to do? Please, we should make a roadmap and document it. If really we don't have a roadmap, let's forget about AI, even we cannot do a simple digitization. First, any organization, the lacking is the roadmap. They will just wake up tomorrow and say, no, I will make digital. Then they will hire some company and he will do something, hundreds and hundreds of dashboards. Okay, very good dashboards, orange color, red color, blue color. Then what are we going to do with that? First roadmap, what do we want? Let's make a small dosa. That's not a problem. Don't make pizza. Let's make a small dosa and make it a good dosa. And then let's go for pizza. For that, apart from the company's regular job, we need to have at least a team or one person who only thinks about the roadmap. His job is to understand the company, understand the market, and make a roadmap. Without roadmap document, it's like going in a dead road.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So I would like to add on the data. You touched upon data. So the future of AI really depends on data analytics. Data is all over the place, like lots and lots of data. Unfortunately, industries, whichever industry, they're struggling to make enough meaning out of the data, right? So data management is going to be very, very critical, whichever business that is, whichever industry that is. And this is a nice, workflow I've heard from one of my leaders. Simplify and then standardize then automate, and AI, right? So AI is really somewhat the last step. So this is the transformational workflow, how we are moving from, say, a manual process to the automated process. And like you rightly pointed out, sir, mindset, shift in mindset of the people. There's a lot of panic today in the industry. There's a lot of panic. Let's address the elephant in the room. We all fear job loss.
Absolutely.
Because of AI. And that's somewhat a myth. At the same time, the truth that we are all facing today. We are losing jobs. A lot of people are losing jobs. But I think it's important for every industry to quickly transform to the mode of augmenting human skills with AI technologies. That's going to be the key, whether manufacturing, any industry, I think that's going to be the key.
I have a little bit different take on that. It's not that small-scale vendors are not informed, they don't know. They are all very well informed, they know exactly what they want, and they are all starting to prepare. But sometimes I feel we as a technology providers have to educate them that we are your partners. We are not necessarily trying to sell our solutions and make money out of you. Rather, we are trying to generate some value for you, right? What are your top 3 burning problems, right? How do we address that? I don't want to sell IoT. I don't want to sell digital twin. These are all technologies that you have to augment them and provide better solution. That's how we do it, rather than not what they want, right? So that kind of a confidence, the technology providers, when we start instill on them, we see that then they accept that, and then they come to us, okay, tell me what exactly you want from us. So we provide a clear statement that, we are not leaving, just selling you after we sell you. We are going to be there with you. It's going to be a journey, right? So once we educate that, they are actually ready to accept and willing to learn and adopt the technology. So it's actually rather we be how prepared to serve that market rather than whether they are ready to take it.
Absolutely. That is a point taken. And I think you're mentioning a very good point. It should not be a technology push, but a market pull, as well as the understanding of what the customer wants. It should be the central part. One more, yeah.
I just want to say something different from what they are saying. See, we are assuming that they are going to have data in some way or the other. They have people to steer the others to collect the data in a structured way. And we expect that the management is well aware of all that. I think in a MSME, all those things will not really work.
Absolutely.
You need to handhold them right from the step 1, like a PKG. How do we do that is a challenge for themselves. The second one is these are all the associations. Small scale industries associations are there, large scale industries associations. I think they have to play a role for this sort of an education in every MSME in the form of a small group wherein they have to educate them through some media which we can use it through the AI. See, today we talk about a micro learning. If they have to be educated, they have to be taught. First, without thinking about how they have to collect the data, what they have to collect it, forget about it. Many MSMEs, see, if you look at the auto clusters and the automotive industry, they trained them. They made them to work with them. They made them as a perfectionist, etc. That's why we are able to sell some of them. But then in many MSMEs, there are so many types of MSMEs who are feeding to many other engineering industries. I think, in my opinion, the education should be the step 1.
Okay.
Probably Amazon Web Services and Tata and all of them are there. They have to think that how do we really develop those modules who can really help those small entrepreneurs, startups and incubators to become aware of what data they need to collect it if they are venturing into any type of startup, let it be a drone or anything. If that happens, then the entire process will become like a proper education right from the LKG to the, that's my opinion.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, there is one more. You said about MSME and AI, right? Usually the first starting point is getting your process digitized. That is where you will get your data. Be it MSME or a big government organization. First, before we get the data, we need to have the IT part of it digitized. And today's worlds with Amazon's, Google, we have a lot of SaaS services which they can digitize. Be it like even during the COVID when we had people starting cloud kitchen, right? Getting their items put on cart, prices put, how they sell. The first thing is to get the IT platform ready. Even for government organization also, where multiple schemes are being launched, they want to do a what-if analysis to say whether if a new scheme comes, will the beneficiary be the same segment, or will there be a new segment, or whether the schemes which the government launches, is it going to the right kind of beneficiary. So for all of this, first we need, as you rightly said, the data, the IT part of it has to be there. And second, as you mentioned about the blueprint, the desire to do, right, the what-if analysis, whenever the government launches new schemes, policies, to do that, what kind of analysis, that kind of requirements should be there. And even for an MSME, if I'm, say, maybe like if I'm starting a kitchen, I sell 10 items, I need to be aware that why only one item is sold, why not 9 is sold, whether I'm rightly priced. All this requires basic IT. And today with all these cloud and SaaS provider, we are a little more ahead. So this kind of data is not only with MSME, even at the government level, they are struggling to see whether the policy schemes, money reaching to this, where we first go and preach AI, where the basic data of beneficiary details and things is there. So in my view, the basic IT infrastructure to get the digital data would be one of the key points. And today getting that is not very difficult. We need to just put the right mind and get it done.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much. A great round of applause for this, please, for all the answers. Now let's move on to, so most of you have identified a very critical part in this, which is the human in the loop. So when we are developing AI, let's say that we have figured out the prerequisites, okay, what is required. We have to have a human face to this whole AI strategy. If you were the ones developing that strategy, how would you go about developing an AI strategy with a human face, with a focus on humans as the experiencer of the AI solution, the benefits? Anyone, you can start. Yeah, okay.
Go first. So the first part, what we do today is identify all the repetitive and routine tasks and then automate them or use AI, right? So what is mundane, what's iterative, the prototypes, and anything that's repetitive and routine, you delegate that to AI tools and methodologies so that we free up human for innovation, breakthrough thinking, critical thinking, strategies, deriving strategies, and like he mentioned, focus on the roadmaps and the products that you're putting out. So both AI intelligence or artificial intelligence and human intelligence need to go hand in hand that way. At the end of the day, we all develop products for customers who are humans, right? So everything has to be a human-led purpose. So the human aspect of development should be the top layer over AI, which is doing the repetitive and mundane things or the routine things, right? So we should not lose the human touch with the customer. Yes, a chat bot can go that far, but beyond that, are we keeping in touch with our top accounts? Are we constantly listening to them? Are we taking field feedback and continually improving our products? So both AI and human that way go very hand in hand, because at the end of it, it's all for the well-being of humanity, right? Everything that we do.
Right. Sure.
So I would like just to add on that. So there is a terminology that low-hanging fruit.
Lowest hanging.
Yeah. So when it comes to AI, I think it's a human nature that whatever we do, we should see some wins, right? What I am doing should be, it's something, it's happening for me. So what we do is that we go and discuss, and we always focus on low-hanging fruit. Don't go for a large AI projects. The wonderful thing is that video analytics is the best case study for low-hanging fruits. How about human counting, safety fencing, geofencing? These are all ready-made solutions. It's available in the open market.
Right.
So the first win is to focus on these safety-related items. In that, focus on low-hanging fruits. Make sure that customer doesn't spend any money. Convince him that it's not required to spend a lot of money for your AI. This is your pain point, and this is very easy to implement. Convince them and start with that. Then, after 2 or 3 years, go for a big thing. The first thing, please focus on low-hanging fruit. That is the best way to go for.
Thank you. Thank you. Please.
The first thing that we need to understand is how AI going to be solving my problem. Because at the end of the day, I'm trying to solve a problem that my business has. Now, we are all overwhelmed with ChatGPT, right? So, but that's not AI, okay? That's just one part of it. Now, AI is all about, contextualized automation of intelligence, bringing that together. Now, if I look at on the use cases, if I have to create a strategy, the first thing that I'll do is, which are the areas where I can bring in a contextualized automation that can help my organization and my customers. So customer support, particularly, let's say, for example, if you're a bank and you're looking at phone banking as an example, if customer is coming and calling you for addressing some of their issues, one thing that we see globally, not just in India, globally, is that when you talk to an agent and provide the input, I'm just throwing an example here, and when you call again, for some reason the call get disconnected, you call again, you'll have to repeat the whole story. But AI can actually automate that process. You don't have to repeat it, right? So it summarizes, provides everything back to the other agent. So look at the, like he said, right? So look at the quick wins, look at the areas where you're actually talking to the humans, but at the same time AI is in the background to capture some of these elements and make sure your human touch is, even better than what you have currently, right? The second thing is, look at areas where you need a lot of data. We talked about data, and without data, AI is nothing. And the challenge is, today, if you're working in industries, large companies, there is a compliance regulation that says that you are not supposed to be using AI that is not permitted by the organization, right? For various reasons. So getting that data and cutting across boundaries is not going to happen that easily. It's going to be an issue not just for MSME, but also for even larger enterprises globally. And even in countries, right? So from European Union, you will not be able to get data to Asia Pacific, for example, unless you are a signatory to AI, right? So we'll have to look at areas where it's going to be benefiting and solving my problem and use data as an oil and build on top of it, right? Not just for the sake of technology like ChatGPT that we are talking about, go and implement it.
The idea of, is it audible?
Yeah, please.
Hello. Yeah. The idea of making the manufacturing better, right? Say the manufacturer should be able to manufacture. Like you have various stakeholders in a manufacturing environment. You have operators, supervisors, board executives. How do I make an operator better operator? How do I make a supervisor better supervisor, right? How do I make my planner a better planner? So how can I augment him to do his job rather than him running around to find data, right? So that's how you start with improving the experience of people on the manufacturing shop floor. And today, yes, there is shortage of data for some of those, but there are also a lot of data available, right? So you have, if you look at even small and medium companies, they have standard operating procedures, right? So based upon what he's doing, what time of, and what assembly line he's in, you can easily correlate all the standard operating procedures and guide him to do things better, right? So there is a lot of opportunities like this that they have. It's not automated, but they do have data, a lot of things in papers, right? In their finance systems. Probably there is a gap in collecting data from the machines But they do have, good enough data to start with and set the ball rolling. And then we can keep adding those data and connect, collect, and elevate those to improve their life.
Thank you. I have some point. I think again, I will deviate from some of the traditional thinking. See, today most of the MSMEs, they start with the assumption that they will be able to survive. Okay, to begin with, if they want to serve as the customer to some of the industries, they have to establish some data. The human face will also be one of the primary ingredients to develop the data in a very structured way by using their intuition and intelligence. The second way is there are standards which are established. That's how we have bodies like ASME, ACE, ACHE. So I do not know really whether the MSMEs have the ability to capture those standards, either for the design, manufacturing, process planning, machining data, etc. If some associations and the industries can use the database and then develop these AI models, which can become like a first step for them to accelerate their progress and make business out of it in manufacturing. The same is true for the other domains like a design, finance, marketing, etc., etc. If that sort of a structure is brought out by those companies who are actually building solutions using the AI, and that may really actually accelerate the way that the AI is being used. The human face will come only when the creativity, the innovation, a new way of looking at this problem. So right now, there is no standard, I think I have been looking at so many companies who are starting, the AI-based solutions for industries. Everyone is developing the operational management, operational excellence. Now, how do I know that which is the standard one and which is the best one? The benchmarking, we can do it only when we bring 5 people together. But if we start with the basic understanding of the standards, standardization, so much of data which is available, then add-ons will be depending on the new material, new tools. My opinion is that then I think what happens is it becomes like a standard handbook, standard system, which can be approved by anybody and then anybody.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. You had something to say?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing. So,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Please.
So,
close.
yeah, your first question is for human touch, right? I kind of, I think it's a myth, okay? See, AI is going to change human touch. If you talk about human touch, it's already out. Human touch is already out because the digital world, it's reduced, right? So voice over IP, when you call a customer service, you don't see human touch. And also you have all the digital marketing and social marketing also, you don't have human touch. So that's, if you speak that way, AI is not going to change the human touch. It's already done. Human touch is reduced. So with that said, I'm saying human touch, AI is going to change the human touch is a myth, in my opinion.
No, I was mentioning a human face, which means basically, for instance, when we are transforming from a manual-based to a technology like AI, you can consider at every stage how the human can be part of that process of transformation. I can give an example. For instance, today, if you are going to be in the shop floor as a foreman, you are doing an assembly, not foreman, assembly job. AI can help you as an assistive AI. It can help you in assembling everything, every model, if there are multiple models aligned, without error. Even an unskilled labor can be used for doing the skilled task. Today we have a scarcity for skilled labor and a lot of unskilled labor unemployed. So where AI can help with a human face would be that unskilled labor can be put to action with the help of a technology like AI. And in that process, the transformation can happen. So instead of having it fully automated and robotics and so on, it can also be helping the community by employing some unskilled labor in the process. Which is the question that I was asking.
So
One other example, if I may add, is the chatbots. Chatbots you have in all our websites. So if you see the chatbots, they, hey, how can I help you? What do you want? So they take it to the, longest distance they can, and how seamlessly they hand it over to a live agent at one point, right? So that's a very good example of, I think, AI blending with
Humans, yeah.
and giving that human touch at the end when the customer absolutely needs that.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think you answered it. I think when we get into this AI and use case, I think as you rightly said, first is to get into the assistant mode, where you have the not so skilled supporting them. That is the first way. It is like something like growing a baby.
Correct.
So first they get the used to that AI, then get into the augment mode, where instead of 10 people doing, it is 8 people doing and the 2 machines. And finally, when everybody is comfortable with this, then the AI gets into complex tasks to get to the replace. So the building that confidence from assistant, augment, and finally getting into the replace mode would be the path to really get. So AI is also like a human. Like, so when I'm 50, I need to have somebody with some 5-year-old, slowly take him and finally try to push him into the mainstream.
Absolutely.
That's how it
Thanks.
While I, agree with what Mr. Saravanan said, typically that's how, every technology progression happens. Unfortunately, what we are seeing and hearing is AI is different. Every day new things are coming. It's not going to wait for you to adapt, right? So it's kind of a wave, and if you don't understand, adapt quickly, the chances of survival is very, very, low. So that's another scary thing with AI. So we got to be a little bit, speed up our skilling and making sure, we are able to bring the data together. Like he said, Professor Ramesh said, we have to get the bodies and government coming together to help the MSM industry. And then only I think we will be able to export to the globe.
Thank you very much. I've just been told that we are running out of time. So I would like to conclude just with one thought. Today we are on the other side of the spectrum, while we are talking from the basic bottom up, looking at the various stages of growth that we need to achieve before we can really go sophisticated. The other side of the spectrum, AI technology has developed in the last 15 years dramatically. But one question has not been resolved fully yet by AI. And that is something that we all can ponder and probably take home and see how that can be for technology providers and solution providers here. See, AI I started with being predictive, then became generative, but still it is struggling to be interpretive, or it cannot explain. It can tell you what the problem is, but it cannot answer why that problem occurred. And that comes from domain experience, domain expertise. And there is another school of AI which is based on physics-based learning. This AI that we are seeing as growth is all deep learning, which is neural network-based, ML-based, basically machine learning-based, which takes lots of data and does the analysis and models them, comes to a conclusion. But that can only do, as we discussed all this while, with data, the data being correct, data quality being good, and voluminous data. But then if you don't have the fundamental principles, your professor has worked on one project basically for his grinding machine, which basically has the domain knowledge of the physics of grinding implemented as part of the AI prediction algorithm. That's on one side. So basically you put the physics in, you'll be able to answer why. But where that fails is when you don't have when your model is non-linear, you don't have a good model. That's where the deep learning helps. Because of the data, you can do some level of modeling, even with non-linearity. If both are combined, perhaps there is a solution for AI to also explain itself. So this is something that's still a research area which we should think about from an AI perspective. With these comments, I would like to conclude today. Please give a big hand to the panelists for their thoughts, and thank you very much for all of your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks to the moderators and the panelists. We would request everyone to stay back for the honoring. Thank you very much. And I would request the organizing committee to do the honors to all our delegates, the panelists and the moderator. Kindly come forward, sirs. And madam? We'd like to welcome Dr. Rajesh. Welcome, sir. From the Savita Group of Institutions. Welcome, sir. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So please come, sir. You come. Please come from there, so that you can take group photo also. Come after you. No. Please go. The moderator. You will take a group photo.
Yes, we will.
As the felicitations are happening. Professor, you will take a group photo together. All the secrets are in that mention. Let's go for it.
Thank you very much to all the dignitaries, the moderator and the panelists. Next up, we're going to be inviting Dr. Ratnavel Rajan S., the Regional HR Head, Asia and Mediterranean Ball Corporation. Welcome, sir. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
வணக்கம் எல்லாரும் வணக்கம் சொல்ற வரைக்கும் நான் விட போறது இல்லை ஸோ வணக்கம் ஓகே நான் ஆல்ரெடி ஒன்லி half of the people are there. I want them to awake because it's when the HR person speaks, he expects everybody to react because we are more worried about human touch than AI, okay? So thank you so much for this great opportunity. Thanks to our beloved brother, Dr. Lakshmi Mohan. And so thank you, Dr. Lakshmi Mohan, for inviting, and thank you all the organizers for having this in a grand manner. So I'm here to a very, very short address because I'm supposed to be part of the panel discussion, but due to the time changes, I'm not able to accommodate. So I thought of giving some kind of short address on how AI and HR and upskilling, how it is being viewed currently, how it is in the future, what are the challenges. I don't have a PowerPoint, because I always believe in the human. And only one question to first question, maybe somebody might have already asked you. So how many of you think that AI might replace jobs? How many of you think AI might replace a job? You can raise your hand. No? You don't think? 2? 3? Already replaced. Okay. Okay. And now, how many of you think AI will actually create new opportunities? Oh, lot of positivity in this room. So that means a lot of things already discussed is giving hope to this. But what is the reality? The reality is that it will do both. It will replace jobs and it will also create opportunities. For me, it will create more opportunities rather than eliminating people. It may eliminate positions, but it will not eliminate people. But what people need to do for that? They need to upskill. If somebody believes that it is going to be the future, no. It is already in the blood. It is already there. World Economic Forum is saying that 50% of the jobs needs upskilling in 2025 itself. It's in a World Economic Forum statement. 50% of jobs needs upskilling in 2025 itself. So coming to the reality, I'm from manufacturing. I'm taking care of Asia and Mediterranean, which is covering from Thailand to Serbia. I'm handling multiple culturals here. So when you talk about food, which is very favorite for us, every country has got a different cuisine. The same way, the culture also is totally different, you know. But AI is going to be a balancer. AI is going to give a lot of balanced approach. But if AI is not recognizing the cultural differences, then it will be a failure. If the technology need to be a successful one, then it need to acknowledge the culture, especially for the human touch. So now in our organization, I am from Ball Corporation, we already started using various tools which is AI driven. Like for example, virtual HR agent. There is a virtual agent. It is increasing the employee engagement. No need for waiting for the person to reply and other things. We are getting immediate answers. We are getting interactions immediately. But what it is creating is that making the HR as a real strategic HR now, rather than operational or administrative HR. That is changing. The definition of HR is changing. We are moving away from all the administrative things, whereas we are becoming real strategic HR business partners now. But for that, these tools are helping. The data accuracy, the speed at which we are getting it, the analytics, what we are doing it currently, AI is helping us. We are not doing all those Excel sheets and other things, repetitive things and creating those kind of analytics. Now everything is handful. Our learning platform is based on the AI. It is giving us an opportunity to, it identifies people's real need, the learning need now through AI. You know, the Coursera and LinkedIn has got this AI now. It is deciding based on your pattern, it is suggesting which learning course you need to go through. Similarly, we are using that same platform. You know, our friend from Infosys here, he will surely talk about the Lex. They've got a platform. Within a year, in the Infosys, in their AI platform, the Lex, 25 million hours of upskilling training has happened in Infosys alone. 25 million hours of training has happened in their platform. So similarly, there are a lot of Unilever is using it for the hiring, talent attraction. They are using it for gamification. They are using gamification and video interviews for their interview process, which is really reducing their time to hire people. So coming to, there's a lot of things which are evolving. So coming to some of the challenges. Challenges, we are saying that AI is unbiased. When people are doing things, they are getting biased, but AI is unbiased. But there is a risk. AI is also biased sometimes. Because it always works on and feed what is getting, right? So sometimes it is really becoming unbiased also. And unverified data also. Sometimes somebody is continuously feeding some data, it is believing that that's a real data. So we need to really verify it is giving the right data or not. So that all some of the risk which is, and some of the ethical consideration what we need to do. Some of the intellectual property things which are being, coming to the common platform without somebody's agreement to it. So those are all the considerations we should take. So if you ask me whether HR will replace, AI will replace HR, or it will replace the HR people, I will say no. It will replace the HR who is not AI savvy, who is not technological savvy. The good news is that it's not going to replace HR, but it will replace the people who are not technological savvy. It will be replaced by the HR who are AI savvy or HR technological savvy. The good news is that still everything is going to exist. The bad news is that you need to upskill. You need to up to date. You cannot say that, no, I am the HR for 25 years, I am managing this, I know everything. I know when to put a Kira vada, when to put a normal vada to increase training attendance. All those days have gone now. No, in my days, Kira vada decides the number of people in the training session. Seriously. If that day, what is the menu, based on that people will attend my training sessions, They have the predictive analysis. They will source our canteen person, from the purchase itself in the morning. What he is purchasing that day, that is going to come to the canteen. So our people are well ahead. This is what I am talking about. I will give a small example to a lively, because in the second half, there was a person, we were talking about a person, I joined a company, they were talking about a person, hey, whether he has come, whether Srinivasan has come or not. Then one person said, which Srinivasan you are talking about? Then somebody said, that Vandu Muruganda. Vandu Murugan. Immediately everybody recognized. Then I asked, what is Vandu Murugan? Where it is coming? No, he is the guy, every time will come with some sambar or vada or something, saying that there is a Vandu here. This insect. So they have given the name of Vandu Murugan. So that is the human touch what you still need actually. So AI is not going to replace your human touch. You need that fun, that humor, that gentle query of how are you, had your lunch, how is everybody at home. If somebody is thinking that is going to be replaced, that is not going to happen. So AI is going to help us in taking decisions with lot more accuracy, lot more speed at which what we can do, but it can never replace your human touch. You can never replace your emotions. It can now predict the turnover, predict the attrition, predict the performance, but it cannot predict tomorrow whether I'm going to be happy or sad. Tomorrow morning, how I'm going to turn up to the work, nobody is going to decide, right? AI cannot decide that. So, my appeal to the people here, from all the professions here, is that please embrace technology, take advantage of the technology for the betterment of the human in the world. Let your technology help the human to evolve, human to prosper, rather than eliminating the people. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. May I now request Saravanan sir to join us on stage to honor Ratnavel Rajan sir. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be following Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to Dr. Ratnavel Rajan, sir, Regional HR Head, Asia and Mediterranean Ball Corporation. Thank you very much, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome Professor Ramesh Babu sir on stage, along with Mr. Saravanan Sundaramurthy, who is already on stage. And we'd like to welcome Mr. Rajesh of Savita Engineering College for the MOU signing. All right, we'd like to welcome the entire team from Savita Engineering College. Welcome, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing the MOU signing ceremony. Thank you very much to both the parties. Thank you very much to each and every one of you for witnessing this. All right, so meanwhile, we're also going to be inviting the next speaker. Mr. Deepan Jail, the Vice President, Monolith Technologies. With over 15 years of experience, Mr. Deepan combines expertise in finance, business strategy, and entrepreneurship with specialization in AI and ML to drive transformative growth. A creative storyteller and game designer, he leverages narrative and gamification to boost engagement and learning outcomes. Passionate about purposeful innovation, Deepan excels in uniting diverse perspectives to build impactful, technology-driven solutions. So, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Mr. Dileepan Jayal. Welcome, sir, the Vice President of Monolith Technologies.
Good day, everyone. So I know it's like after lunch it will be a little bit of hard to concentrate. I'm not going to give a lot of cognitive stress to you. I'm going to briefly touch on the technical part, but I'm going to speak about how we have provided solution to the problems our clients are have faced, and how this AI has given a very good support system for us to democratize the intelligent in our workplace or among us. So especially I'm going to talk about these four things, like the games which I have done, and how we have provided solution to your forensic company, and how we are partnered with Meta, the parent company of Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp, and we are developing a metaverse with them. And I'm going to touch about certain educational part where we have provided solution in our academy. Lastly, I'm going to touch, everything will be in a brief manner so that I'm not going to consume too much of time. Lastly, I'm going to touch about the ethical things. The first thing, we have taken this, we have done a game, VR game called as the Carnival Quest, where usually most of the Carnival games will be played using the controllers, the VR controllers, where the players will develop a syndrome called gorilla arm syndrome, where their shoulders and arms and their sometimes their palm may feel stressed and they may drop the game, like they don't have the interest to continue. So we have identified this as a very big failure in terms of the VR, because the time they spend on the game is the success of the game itself. So what we did is we have adapted a solution, especially by taking certain gadgets like Oculus 3 or S, utilizing the CV, computer vision, they have integrated in the Meta SDK. We have utilized it and we have developed a game which doesn't need to have a controller. With your open hands, you can easily control everything. You can play with free hands. how we have integrated AI in this is, sometimes we don't have the tester on time, the game tester. They may not be available at that time. They had a personal issue where they are not present at the premises. So what we have to do is, we thought of integrating AI at that time to question us. The AI should question us, and the AI should check whatever we are doing, the gameplay mechanics and everything. And it gives a feedback that this game is like boring or whatever it feels. So by using that, we have enhanced our gameplay mechanics based on the AI input. And the game flow, these first two things are done using the ChatGPT, and the third thing has been done using, the entire game was developed inside the Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine is a software basically for developing games and VR and AR. We have utilized the AI framework inside the Unreal Engine called the blackboard and the behavioral trees, where it's like a branching. The behavior trees are like branching, where we give, if it is detected like this, the solution has to be like this. You can give a conditional statement and get an output. So we have utilized these three things inside the Unreal Engine as well as using the ChatGPT. And this is the look of the game, where you can go and download it from the Oculus Store and play it on yourself. You don't need any controller. You just need your hand gesture to play. And the yes, the second thing I would like to say is, there was a client who was doing the forensic analysis for many governments, or I don't know exactly how many people they are serving. They came to us explaining about their problems, having limited diagnostic things after any crime scene happened. So what they will do is, usually they will take a photo and videos and go ahead and see, analyzing what happened then, limiting their critical thinking ability to see only a 2D thing. So what we have proposed is, we can try it on 3D and do a thing like where you can go ahead and live in the same place the moment which the crime has taken place. And there are a lot of things we have integrated in this simulation, like you can freeze the bullet in the mid-air and go ahead and see where it is going, the projectile is going, and how much speed the bullet is getting, at what place it is, at what place the bullets are getting slowed down, or from which angle if you shoot, the bullet is going to penetrate into the person's particular place. You can see everything by simulating inside the solution we have provided. So everything has been assisted by the Unreal Engine's AI framework, especially the procedural lens. The procedural lens has been developed by using the ChatGPT, where we ask to give certain scenarios where the crime happened. Since we are not so expert in the doing crime or analyzing crime, the ChatGPT has given certain ideas where this may happen, this crime may happen, where the location will happen. So everything has been taken, like we have developed using the help of AI engine outside the Unreal Engine as well as inside the Unreal Engine. So we used NavMesh inside the Unreal Engine for utilization of AI, and as well as EQS system in Unreal Engine. This is a sample blueprint where Unreal Engine, you don't need to be a hardcore coder to learn Unreal Engine. Simple drag and drop visual scripting is enough. Only the logics you should know. If you know about what is meant by for loop, if loop, if you know the logic, everything will be in a drag and drop way. You don't have to type it. Everything is in a pre-defined way. And the last project, the project which we have partnered with Meta, is the metaverse we are currently developing now. And it has a very 4 distinct different worlds where players or the people who are coming into the metaverse can go into that place and play and simulate and visually see whatever experience they are looking for. In future, the requirement from Meta is like, in future, if this may be totally transformed into a MR thing or VR thing. So what we have done is, if it is going to be a web-based, we have to optimally compress or utilize all the resources in the web platform. Because sometimes, if the FPS in a game, if the FPS frames per speed goes below 90 FPS, the player or the people who are visiting may get bored, or they may not have the interest in visiting the same experience. So we have to maintain 90 to 120 FPS. That is really challenging without having any GPU computation, especially in terms of web. So that's where the Meta's Gen AI tools which helped us. They have a platform called as the Meta Horizon World, where we can optimize every models inside it, totally generate using their own Gen AI thing, and we have optimally utilized almost 100 million polygons to come below 10 million polygons in each world. So that way the latency will not be there, the frame FPS will be very good, and the metaverse experience will be really nice. And these are the tools we have used for the above mentioned projects. Most of them has AI integrated into them, especially the Unreal Engine. See, many of you might have heard about Leonardo, Mixamo, Meshi, Rosebud. Rosebud AI is the game engine where you can develop games easily. Not 3D games, not AAA games, mostly the 2D games. Everyone knows about ChatGPT and Meta Horizon World. Okay. I'm going to touch the 4 parts as quickly as possible. We have an academy where we teach these kind of stuffs like game design and development, AR, VR stuffs, and maybe the Unreal Engine simulation stuff, where we find lot of gaps between the students' interest, especially the Gen AI people, where they have a very short span of attention. That's really challenging for us. They do the binge watching in Instagram and YouTube, but they don't have the attention span in here. What we did was, we need to do an audit we created an audit called as SXA, Students Experience Audit, where there are 6 stages where we divided the entire cycle where he is going to study from. Say if it is going to undergo for a 1-year course, we divided into 6 stages. The 6 stages will be during onboarding, the 25% after completing the course, and 50. Each stage we will go on and question the people, not technically. Psychologically, we will ask what are all the gaps he have, what are all the problems he have. Not the staffs who is taking the class. Someone from the HR department will go on sit and discuss with them. So based on the inputs from them, we conducting these for the past, from 2022 we are doing this. We got a lot of insights. These are all the psychological impacts we find that the students or the people who are studying with us we have. So first thing is the learned helplessness. They don't know what they are interested, and they are in a very limbo region. They don't know what to do. Sometimes they are in a very, very different position to explain everything. The fear of judgment. Somebody is going to judge me since I'm asking a lot of questions, or the questions are so preliminary that other people would be judging me. So these are all the lot of negative things. These are all running in their mind. So what we did is, we took 2 solutions. One is, we implemented a scoring system called rubrics, where we took rubrics and modified in a way where it suits for us, a modified version of rubrics, where each score, we have clearly defined what that score is going to give. If someone is like, we are giving score for any student, the student will know what that score is really meant for. Even staff would know, even those who don't know the real exact domain expertise, anyone like any tutor or counselor, they may know what they are strong and what they are weak. They will try to provide motivation and talk positively about that. They will try to identify areas where he can get the support system from us. So this way we have identified where he is technically lagging. Even sometimes they may not know, sometimes we may not know. But the rubrics gives us a real clarity to us where the students are lagging, or where they are really having their strengths. So this way we are identifying the technical things. Like I said, we have got the technical things, psychological impacts, and the technical support from the rubrics. But we have another system where it has created, the current generation is so distant from us. I feel like that because their language is so different, their communication is so different. It's really hard for us to get cohesive or collaborate with them. So what we created is, after analyzing from the SXA the insights, we applied 2 things. One is the rubrics, and second thing is the flipped classroom along with the seminars and Socratic AIs. So what we did is, one day we will give the flipped classroom thing where the students will learn everything from their home on their own, the self-exploratory thing, and come back to next day to the academy, and they will have a seminar. One thing is sometimes they will have a seminar, sometimes they will have a Socratic seminar where there is no spotlight to a speaker. Everyone will be a speaker. There is no GD. There is no win-win situation. Everyone can put in their ideas, whether it's right or wrong. There will be a chain of communication running. What we saw is, we saw a lot of collaboration between the students. The power dynamics between the students and staffs is totally curving out. It's not like the staffs, people would fear to face the staffs, or okay, I should not ask these kind of questions. No, that forum has given us, the students, a lot of space to collaboratively go friendly with us, to speak openly about the problems or their mindsets. And the last part I would say is the AI, where they will go and use the AI in their home. We have given access in our academy, especially for ChatGPT, to search in study mode and search mode to get insights from it. So they can discuss in seminar and Socratic seminars. Sorry, last 2 minutes, I'm not going to waste your time. Last thing I want to touch is, everybody is talking about the human thing where we need to be. From a MediaTek background, I feel lot of things are AI is dominating, but definitely we can see lot of things human can enhance out of it. First thing is, the projects which I have said, the implementation which I have done in academy, all been done by the partial automation, never a full automation. How we can human and AI collaboration can bring a lot of best things. One is, the humans have a very good things in emotional intelligence, the ethical judgment and the adaptability, and AI which has a very speed and data processing and the repetitive task, and it has a very good consistency. For example, you can think the scenario as the centaur chess. You might have heard about centaur chess, where the player will be playing, where the AI will give you the assistance to which move we can, give the next move. And also the famous Jarvis from the Iron Man. I'm a very big fan of Marvel movies, so I thought of mentioning it here. Like, the Jarvis from Iron Man is so good, where the human and the AI collaboration happens. These are all the advantages we have with partial automation rather than going for a full automation. And one thing I want to speak about this is the NFT things, the non-fungible tokens, where the AI wave has cascaded everything, especially many things, especially the NFTs. But the NFTs doesn't weaken or go in a negative way like Bitcoins or cryptocurrencies. This has given a lot of improvement. Whenever, sometimes people may feel that after AI, sometimes definitely job loss is going to happen one way or the other. What if that person wants to spend his time in art or music or something he loves to do? What if he wants to spend something apart from technical thing? Since the generative AI, or now you can know about the Leonardo, Runway ML, Midjourney, everything is creating a lot of artistic stuffs. What someone draws, does it have any value? We don't know. But the NFT things is still holding on to that thing, where the human touch, wherever you draw, wherever you create a music, wherever you write article, everything will be a valuable thing when it is totally connected with the NFT thing. There are a lot of gray areas now where NFTs the government doesn't say whether it's accepted or not accepted, but they have put a tax 30%. So maybe we can utilize that. Many people are utilizing it. And the last thing I would like to tell about this is the cybersecurity, where your data is very, very precious. AI agents are using it as a granted one, where we don't have any control over it. Now the times are changing. There is a tech called as paper crawl, where it is going, like it is running in a beta phase by Cloudflare, where the AI agents cannot take your data. If it is going to take your data, either it has to pass to 3 things: whether you are going to give the data for free, or you are going to restrict it, or whether you are going to charge it. It totally depends on you, whether how you are going to allow the AI crawlers to take your data. So it's a very old thing, but they are reinventing everything, these things to integrate into our next data pipeline. So that's it from my side. Thank you so much for listening. And one more thing, the entire presentation was done in AI to save my time. Points are from my mind. The AI enhanced it, and every PPT has been enhanced by the AI thing called Gamma app. Thank you so much.
So I request Sri Lakshmi Mohan sir to join us to honor Mr. Deepan Jail, Vice President, Monolith Technologies. Welcome, sir. Kindly receive the honor. So I'd like to welcome the next speaker, Mr. Muthukumar Arumugam, the Managing Director in 22 Labs. Mr. Muthukumar Arumugam is a visionary entrepreneur, founder director of Launchpad LLC and CEO of In22 Labs, impacting education, technology, and governance globally. With a strong finance background and experience in investment banking across India, Dubai, and Johannesburg, he drives large-scale innovation initiatives, and he also actively supports education for underprivileged students, a passionate mountaineer, philanthropist who climbed across various mountain ranges in India, Africa, and Nepal, and aims to summit Mount Everest by 2027. Congratulations, sir, on doing this, and also all the very best for the Mount Everest climbing, and over to you, sir.
So, good evening all. Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Saravanan sir, எனக்கு ஒரு question இருக்கு. யூஸ்வலாக பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கவர்மெண்ட்ஸ் எனக்கு கொடுத்த டாபிக் வந்து ஏஐ அண்ட் கவர்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ வி டூ லாட் ஆஃப் ஒர்க் ஃபார் கவர்மெண்ட்ஸ் அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா அண்ட் குளோப். ஸோ யூஸ்வலாக கவர்மெண்ட் வந்து எல்லா டெக்னாலஜியும் லேட்டாக அடாப்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க அப்படிம்பாங்க. ஸோ அதே மாதிரி ஸ்லாட்டையும் கடைசியாக போட்டு விட்டுருக்கீங்க. கவர்மெண்ட்டாக நீங்கள் கடைசியாக வாங்க, மீது எல்லா இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் முன்னாடி போயிடுறோம் அப்படின்ட்டு. But see, the awakening part is government is not lagging behind. So we are far, far ahead than any of the corporates in the country today. So see, I represent a company called In22 Labs. We work with a lot of governments like Government of India, Niti Aayog, Ministry of Finance, Tamil Nadu government, Andhra Pradesh government. Not today. We've been working with them for the last 7 years in analytics and AI. Actually, பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கவர்மெண்ட் கூட டிசிஎஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க, விப்ரோ ஒர்க் பண்ணுறாங்க. அவங்க கொண்டு வராத ஏஐ டூல்ஸ் அண்ட் அனாலிட்டிக் டூல்ஸ் எல்லாமே கவர்மெண்ட்டில் இன்றைக்கி யூஸ் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் வாட் ஐ வாண்டட் டு டாக் அபவுட் டுடே. ஸோ திஸ் வில் பி மை டாபிக் டுடே as well. And see, கவர்மெண்ட்டில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா there is a small framework which we have created. Ma'am, is the presentation ready? Is it getting ready? Yes, sir. Yeah, move to the second one. Wait. Connect பண்ணிடுங்க. Thank you. So this is what we call SUDAR framework. So this is the framework which we are following in Tamil Nadu, especially for most of the government projects here. Smart governance, universal access, data responsibility, accountability and ethics, resilience. See, why we talk about a lot of, as government we deal in a lot of public data. So when we call public, unga data, enna data, ellaroda data. So right from someone who is getting a scholarship to someone who is applying for a license to open a new factory, the entire data has been assimilated, processed and managed by government. So when we process those data and when we introduce an AI engine at the back of it, we need to be a lot more responsible. So that is why we created a framework where each of the steps has been validated. And it's going to be the guiding light how AI can illuminate governments using AI more responsibly and inclusively. And most of us spoke about data, the kind of volume of data which has been used across the globe, like what we are adding into the globe daily. For example, today, since morning, they've been recording this live. So it's kind of like at least solid 1 TB of data would be there, will be shared in YouTube and other media. So it is estimated like close to about 507 zettabytes of data is there in the globe today, as on date, which was like 64.2 zettabytes in 2020. We have multifolded so many times. And out of which 0.002% of data is managed by governments across the globe. So morning we had a speaker who spoke about US having close to about 8,000 and odd satellites which has been launched across the globe. And India has close to about roughly about 155 satellites. All those data is being assimilated by governments across the globe on a day-to-day basis. And AI has been used extensively there. And Government of India especially we are actively participating in these areas: healthcare, social welfare, education, skill development, town planning, and disaster management. So these are the areas where we see a lot of bright spots where AI can be leveraged, kind of like 30-40% of leverage can be done. So that's a big leap for any governments today. And I would like to share a few of the success stories very briefly. Healthcare, Government of Tamil Nadu has introduced AI for procurement of drugs and disease distribution modeling, which is a very nice predictive modeling. For example, based on the drug prevalence in a particular pharmacy or a pharmacy cluster or a primary health center, the government is able to predict what kind of disease is going to be prevalent in that particular area, and they can supply and stock the medicines accordingly. And it has improved the drug availability about 45%. Infrastructure, most of us in Chennai, if you are driving through the Gindi cluster or Ananagar cluster, be sure if you jump a signal, you will get a ticket. You need not go fast, you jump the line, the yellow line, you will get a ticket. That's been completely automated and AI has been used there. Number plate licensing validation has been done. And crime control, there are I cannot name those applications, that's close to about 6 applications being used. Right from image analysis. So this is one of the applications which is used to track and trace the juvenile crime which has been committed in Tiruvallur pretty recently, about a week ago. The tool which is used is AI, image processing, and then we circulated across all the railway stations. Within about 48 hours, we kind of trace the culprit. This is where governments are able to use AI today. Whatever you have seen in most of the Hollywood movies are real. Governments are using, even Government of India, various state governments are using, because just that we don't showcase it, but we cannot showcase, but it has been used. And town planning and corporations, your Chennai corporation, we are using it on a daily basis. And in terms of town planning and country planning, it has been used. Aadhaar link validation, most of you know, and it reduces a lot of leakage and pilferage. A lot of institutions are here, they would be knowing. Your Aadhaar seeding is done for all the students, and the scholarships have been automated now. Most of the scholarships are automated. It reduces pilferage, that no two student can avail 2 different scholarships at the same time. So social welfare is again taken care. Forest and wildlife, one of the initiatives by Government of Tamil Nadu, the elephant corridor detection using AI has reduced the elephant accidents in the railway tracks by almost about 98%. There is no elephant accidents in Tamil Nadu as on date, which is going to be emulated across the globe today when we speak. Education, I think since morning everybody has spoken about what AI can do in education, and I've been talking to Mr. Madhu since afternoon. Upskilling, reskilling, and how we can use AI tool to customize learning paths for every individual. I foresee that is going to be the future. More than faculties, they are pretty late in adopting. Students and institutions, we see a future where a student comes in, takes an assessment, the entire 4 years will be tailor-made for him. Out of 120 students, 120 students might have a different learning path, career path there. So this is going to be the future. And AI, we are going to shape the economy for all the governments and multi-channel citizen services. So there are 2 state governments at a very advanced stage where they have automated close to about 78% of the services, citizen-centric services. When I say service, it is citizen-centric service. They are integrating most of the departments. Earlier, those are the days where we take a file and then go to a particular government department, get a signature, and then move on to different tables. Last 10 years, we have automated most of the areas where you can apply online. Now is the time where you need not even go to different departments, you just apply online, everything is curated using AI. And quick course correction, this is where a government is seeing a lot of traction, because government is like a mammoth elephant. Like, for example, if we fail drastically, and for us to course correct, it takes at least 3-4 years of time. With AI, we are seeing a reduced turnaround time in terms of course correction. Yeah, so to summarize, I would like to quote Dumbledore here. So the choice isn't between human and machine. It's between being a hero or being obsolete. I believe governments will and we are choosing to be heroes. Thank you so much. Thanks for the time. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. I request Mr. Saravanan Sundaramurthy to join us on stage to honor Mr. Muthukumar Arumugam, the Managing Director in 22 Labs. Thank you very much, sir, for your insightful delivery. And next, we would like to have the panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir, once again. The next panel discussion is on the topic AI in Education and Research and Development. And I would like to welcome the moderator of the session, Professor Dr. G. Kurandevelu, Professor and Head of ECE, former Dean, International Affairs, NITTTR, Chennai. Welcome, sir. Mr. Srinivasan Desigan, I would like to welcome all the panelists. Mr. Srinivasan Desigan, entrepreneur, Chief Consultant, Managing Director, Qual Players, Bengaluru. Welcome, sir. Professor Dr. D. Vijendra Babu, Department of Embedded Technology, Vellore Institute of Technology. Welcome, sir. Mr. A. Melkos, Founder and Data Scientist in Tamil, New York, USA. Welcome, sir. Mr. Syed Mohammed, Information Technology Management, Senior Consultant. Welcome, sir. Dr. Balakrishnan Adyaman, Senior Scientist F and former Head, HPC and IT Infrastructure, NCMRWF, Ministry of Earth Sciences, New Delhi. Welcome, sir. Mr. Prakash Subramanian, AI Automation, Data Solutions Specialist, Digital Transformation from Deloitte. Welcome, sir. Dr. J. Janet, Principal, Arupade Veedu Institute of Technology. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Sendil Kumar NK, R&D Leader, OpenText, Bengaluru. Welcome, sir. We're handing over the session to the moderator. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Check.
Hello.
Check.
So good afternoon to all. I think already we are running late. So in this panel discussion, we want to discuss especially about AI in education research and AI in education research and development. We have with us Dr. Balakrishnan Adyaman, Mr. Srinivasan Desigan, Mr. Prakash Subramanian, Dr. J. Janet, Professor Elizabeth, Mr. Sendil Kumar, Professor Vijendra Babu, Mr. Melkos, Syed Mohammed, Mr. Arsu Sanjeevi. So just we'll give everybody 1 minute. Just quickly introduce yourselves. Yes, over to Srinivasan.
My name is Srinivasan. I have close to 37 years of experience in the industry and close to 25 years of teaching experience as well. I am also author of one of the best-selling book in the world on the topic of software testing with more than 1 lakh copies sold in 3 languages, English, Russian and China. Okay, the Chinese book, we got only 1 order. After that, they started duplicating it. So I also have 4 patents, and my hobby is teaching. That's why I parallelly do that as my hobby. So over to you, Adyaman.
Okay. Good evening, gentlemen and gentlemen. So happy to be part of this GAILS Summit 2025. I'm Dr. D. Vijendra Babu, School of Electronics, Vellore Institute of Technology. I have 25 years of teaching, academic and research experience. So I have been also associated in various professional societies like IEEE, RAS, VTS and IETE. My research areas are digital domain, digital twins, 6G communication and wearable computing.
Hello, mic testing, machine learning, mic testing, deep learning. Okay, vanakkam. My name is Melkos, working in the United States for 17 years. I am the founder of Data Science in Tamil. You are in fact right. Our mission is to spread the advanced technologies in mother tongue. So last 5 years we have been conducting professional data science, artificial intelligence technology in Tamil. So far we have trained 5,000 professional people completely free. We never take even a single penny. And my special thanks to my mentor,
Professor Lakshmi Mohan. He is always my motivator. Thanks, Mr. Mohan.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My name is Syed. 1 week exactly short of completing 43 years in IT, 42. In fact, my first job was on August 29, 1983. And last week I was fortunate to meet my first boss also in Bangalore. He's incidentally an IIT Chennai alumni as well, Mr. Muthukrishnan. Except the last 5 years, I was into major IT in global IT companies, working as a quality head for Computer Sciences Corporation in one of my stint. And the last 5 years, I was the IT head for a deemed university. And last 3 to 4 years have been a very good phase from my part because I also manage a charitable trust. And happy to also say in the last 3-4 years I've been able to focus and focusing extensively on education because that's one we are lagging. And in fact, proud to say that we have sponsored about 150 students so far across all the facilities. And also into healthcare in a big way. We operate free ambulance services, absolutely free. And we also have a panel of doctors helping in second opinion and about 150 plus patients we have catered to, including a heart surgery as of last week. So that gives a lot of satisfaction. Sort of retired now, sort of semi-retired, doing a bit of a consulting alone, but focusing more of charity activity and really honored to be here today, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Balakrishnan Adhiyaman. I just superannuated the May 2025. Before that, Dr. Lakshmi Mohan fixed me, you have to come Adhiyaman sir to attend this AI Global Summit. So I agreed, but anyhow now I superannuated. Actually, I worked in the NCMRWF, is a National Center for Medium Range Weather Forecasting. This office is located at Noida. It is under Ministry of Earth Science. So our main business is to produce the medium range weather forecast. Maybe medium range weather forecast means 3 to 10 days advance. So today is 21st. So 31st of this month, I can able to, actually my center can able to give a forecast for rainfall prediction as well as other climatic conditions. For that, we are using the supercomputers. And we are using now latest HPC high performance computer is 8.4 petaflop machine. This is around 900 crore. So recently our Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister is inaugurated and we are using for that machine for giving the forecast for medium range forecast. This medium range forecast I will explain later stage, but actually this product is useful for many sectors. Not only general people, many sectors this forecast product they are using. Even transport, tourism, electricity and other scientific departments, everyone nowadays using this 10 days advance forecast. It is a very useful forecast. It is available in the internet and my office website, NCMRW website. I think most of the people not aware about this existence of NCMRW because only most of the people knows IMD, India Meteorological Department. So they are giving the forecast or rainfall prediction for the general people and public through media as well as TV and newspaper and other things. But my center is NCMRW. It is R&D, Research and Development under Government of India, Ministry of Earth Science. We are doing very important work for the public dealings. So in NCMRW, we are using supercomputer. Now we are enabling that AI technology, AI tools, incorporating with HPC and giving the forecast in a very meaningful way. So I will explain more about my questions. And now I will.
Good evening to everyone. I am Prakash.
I have 25 years of experience in IT spectrum and specialization in the data products, starting from the big data, vector databases until the digital data transformations. And I have been getting involved in many of the banking sectors. And currently, I have been associated with Deloitte, which I have been deep dive onto the respect of the AI automation. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I am Dr. Janet, Principal, Arubadai Vidu Institute of Technology. I've got around 30 years of experience in education arena. My specialization is computer science and engineering. Executed several projects worth, personally executed 10 crores of government projects in AI domains. And above all, I am a proud mother of 2 children, who one is working in AI and other is working in cyber security.
Hello. Yes. Good evening, everyone. I am Senthil Kumar NK. I work for a company called OpenText, Bangalore. So I have 25 years of experience in the product building from various domains. I worked in the network security domain earlier as part of a Cisco. Now part of OpenText, I work in a IT operation management domain. So we have seen so many waves, maybe just for a short summary. Virtualization was the first wave, it happened some time back. Then we were all adopting it very well in our company. Second thing is cloud. When the cloud came there, all the on-prem software, how it can become a SaaS enable, that was the second biggest wave. So this is about AI wave. This is not even a wave, it's a tsunami. How it is not a survival, how we are going to adapt it. As a technological company, all of us have a bigger responsibility and understanding the customer's need, how we are going to do. So this is our biggest thing. If I look at that short summary of this, in Bangalore Center, every employee have an objective. I think the panel, someone talked about that. You have to have a goal to learn and adapt AI. So all of our employees, around 600 people in my center, everybody have their objective, how I am going to learn AI and adapting AI. So I'll be talking about more during the run. Thank you.
Thank you all. Just for the new people related to AI in education is there. So it refers to the use of AI technologies to enhance learning experiences, streamlining administrative tasks, and support educators. And related to R&D, everybody is aware of that. So many examples are there, whether you are going to see like healthcare, some presentations were there, or whether people are going to use robotics or IoT or drone. So all the Industry 4.0, now we are going for Industry 5.0. Many applications are there, especially people, most of our people, because I used to go for many PhD Viva, where I could see people are using like MATLAB software for machine learning, deep learning. So I'm sure everybody, especially in the field of PhD, who is doing electronics or communication or computer science, they're all using this. So education and R&D is a very important field, especially as on date, especially for the students of 21st century learners, or now we call Gen Z, Gen Alpha learners. So I think with this introduction, I quickly start few questions that whatever we have prepared. Again, I think start from our principal, Madam Dr. Janet. Madam, just everybody 3-4 minutes maximum. I'll ask 1 or 2 questions. Try to complete. We have to go for next panel. How is AI enabling personalized and inclusive learning in our student fraternity? And one more, concerns about using Gen AI, because Gen AI, many of you may be aware of that, so which is create content including text, images, audio, video-based data that are trained on. So concerns about using Gen AI by students for completing assignments without personal effort or learning, what should the educators do about it?
That's a very interesting question, sir. AI has actually revolutionized education, I would say, by enhancing personalized learning and inclusive learning as well. What do I mean by personalized learning is, we have now the Gen AI tutoring tools which is available, the platforms which are available, like, Google LLM or ChatGPT, EDU, so on and so forth, where it just offers adaptive or continuous learning for the student fraternity. It can just adapt itself to suit the learning styles of the students and also the levels of difficulty in understanding to the student. That's how adaptive it is. In terms of inclusive learning, yeah, it's also used by the faculty. We use various tools, I would say, like, for creating curated quiz sessions, virtual lab simulation, so on and so forth. So there's a paradigm shift, I would say, the paradigm shift from being a traditional talk and talk teaching to mentorship and problem solving. It's that inclusive and it's that personalized as well. Also the behavioral data analytics tools that we can generate using AI tools, which will just give you a custom-made, tailor-made learning to the student fraternity. Having said that, and this is an interesting case study also, where we have now the first AI teacher robo, Iris, which is now deployed in Kerala. And, it teaches all subjects, various linguistics, different levels of learning styles to the students right now in practice, come to practice in March 2024. Now, having said that, the drawbacks are also there. Many students, they bypass learning, even while submitting assignments. It just goes without learning, the assignment is already there. So how do we do? It's just a challenge to the educators, I would say. But, there are avenues wherein if the faculty could give them some exercises where it's like context sensitive, a bit of critical thinking and personal reflection all combined into one component and be given, then, AI really struggles in that part, to give authentic results as well. So, of course, you have to be an ethical user, you should use ethical use of AI tools. But yes, if you just give a mix of personal reflection and critical thinking component into it, then we can mitigate this risk of bypassing learning by the students. That's all.
Thank you, madam. I think maybe next to our academician, Dr. Vijayendra Babu from School of Electronics and Communication, VAT. So just can you highlight the primary obstacles and possibilities of AI education in the current digital era? And one more, how can we foster digital literacy and critical thinking skills related to AI in the students?
Yes, sir. First of all, I will focus about the possibilities in AI in terms of education of current digital era. As rightly said in the earlier discussions by government or private sectors, AI has been now is a part of school learning children as to 6 to 60, or we can say that it's a part of the life. It becomes like a lifestyle. When we talk about in terms of students, in terms of education era, it leads to one personalized learning experience. So, know that it can be more in terms of like an individual attentions, where as a class of 60 or 70, we cannot able to deal everyone with an equal importance. But when you go for an AI learning system, as rightly said by one of the speakers like Coursera and Udemy, he suggests what are the courses we can able to go ahead, what is the level of competency, what are the levels we want to focus on it. Even when you get on to now resume writings and all, the resume clearly indicates that what are these possibilities, what are the metrics where you score more, what are the points we want to increase over it. So that's about the first point, which talks about personalized learning experience. And second one, it's mostly about intelligent tutoring and feedback. So intelligent tutoring and feedback, like one-to-one attention in terms of based on real feedback and guidance, or assisting the students in terms of complex problems, like in complex critical thinking skills, this plays a major role. And third, in terms of automotive administrative task, in terms of whenever you look for learning, that leads to various properties like grading, attendance tracking, scheduling, and report generation, and it makes an help for the educators to reduce this burden across it. And third one, enhanced accessibility and inclusivity, which is a very important opportunity, like giving opportunity for different types of students, like in terms of physical disabilities, or in terms of the students who are not able to see and study, who are not able to have challenges in terms of speech recognition software, or conversion of this into text, or in terms of scribes, or learning experience for visually impaired. This gives them more opportunity to deal on it. And more, the next very significant about AI is basically data-driven insights that's based upon this needs and the trends and the significant and the prediction that gives for better outcomes for it. So these we can list out the possibilities. When you talk in terms of obstacles, naturally the first point that comes in terms of data privacy concerns. Whenever we talk about our individual challenges, our individual highlights, or our individual shortcomings, which has become public, where we cannot able to see, it is going to be more controlled manner. So that's the first thing which you want to look on it. And second one, bias, as also discussed about it. We cannot say every AI system is basically correct. It all depends upon the what model we had been devised, what are the parameters we had been described across it. So based upon this input, the system is going to follow this based on certain rules and conditions. So bias in terms of AI algorithms, and more in an economic or in terms of real-time world conditions like an digital divide and equity issues. What is an opportunity for them to access systems or in terms of internet connectivity or the facilities to utilize all the digital sources. And more, as I said, we will be reducing in terms of human intervention. Machines are getting across it, and cost-wise, high implementations and teacher training adaptation, and more, all those things. A faculty or the educated trainer should be knowing more about how to deal with it, because the students are getting more intelligent or faster than us. So we should be able to run with base across over them, which we want to look on it. So that's about this possibilities and obstacles. And when we talk about this digital literacy, which we discussed about, it should be a part of the curriculum. So once it is a part of the curriculum, like integrating AI literacy into the curriculum, like starting from the educators or the students, or even we can say that's including in terms of parents, who is going to monitor across home. So that's like an inclusivity as the entire circle takes care of the entire thing, like integrate AI literacy into the curriculum and also the daily needs of it. And more that also takes into active and inquire basic learning. So that's basically like in terms of prompt engineering, fact checking, challenge based learning, or in terms of collaborative learning. So nowadays we talk more in terms of collaborative and cooperation in terms of robotics. Similarly here in terms of machines, we should be able to have a collaboration to take it to the next level. And more, the third one which makes the systems to be more interesting is the tools which we use, like an end user, like an triggering tools which we success, like an gamer levels, game level 1, level 2, which makes us, if we start playing game, it makes to being addiction, we want to make it for level 2 and level 3. Similarly, the tools makes us to learn faster and make it, the strong points are highlighted, the weak points we are just giving in a soft touch to improve over it. And very important thing which is going to be like in critical evaluation of AI, that's to overcome this bias thing. The last one is about the responsible and the existing professional curriculum to look on it. That takes care in terms of digital literacy. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Maybe I think Mr. Prakash, sir, from Deloitte, can you just share how this AI change in education, sir?
Yes. Okay, so already it's been changed. Okay, this is from my perspective. The one is that already been the AI tutor, a lot of MOOC is there. It's kind of a massive open source online course curriculum is there. It's kind of such as on LinkedIn, Coursera, Harvard universities, a lot of online portals is there. Okay, so if I want to learn any kind of a Spanish or any kind of any new technologies means no, so I cannot go and run away any of the institutions or it's kind of a technical institution to go and learn any of the new technologies. So straight away I can just go and learn the things exactly. It's at least I could just learn the basic things. Okay, and obviously it's a learning skills is entirely different from the industry-oriented skills. So how are we going to adapt our the learning skills along with our real-time environment with respect to the industry perspective? So from there, that would be very, very important thing. Since at least in the institutions and then the online courses materials, they will be come up with kind of some kind of a basic kind of a steps. So we need to enhance our technical skills with respect of the AI kind of a steps. We need to adapt with respect of the industry exactly what that expectations which is going to be really useful for with respect of the organization perspective. See, whatever we learn, we cannot be directly implemented with respect of organizations, right? So exactly what they want, we have to implement it. That's what my perspective that AI education is going to be get it involved.
Great, sir. Great. Thank you. So we'll just Mr. Srinivasan, sir, to answer some more questions. Sir, how do students prepare to compete with AI in job market? And what do you feel? What are skills are essential for students in this AI-driven world?
Yeah, I want to modify the question a little bit. AI doesn't compete with humans. First of all, that is wrong. It is human competing with human. One set of humans who understand AI and other set of humans who don't understand AI. So the competition is between humans, but one set knowing the AI, other set not knowing the AI. So it is important if the first step in AI education is understanding what AI can do so that we can leverage and what AI can't do so that we can contribute. Together, you get better productivity. The combination, the hybrid model is all about getting better productivity out of both AI and humans who are present in an organization. And if you look at AI, just reverse it, it becomes IA. What it means is intelligence is becoming artificial, because if I give an assignment to the students, right, of any class, I get answers for all the questions I ask. It is very difficult for me to find out which is better answer. So intelligence itself is becoming artificial today, and only thing which is natural is stupidity. That's available in plenty, correct? So stupidity is natural, and stupidity is the only thing that will remain as human if you want to really evaluate, correct? So if I can ask one question, I know the answer, most of you know about it already. Who is not worried about AI? Who are all not worried about losing the job to AI? When I say AI, it is people who have AI knowledge. Who is not worried? Can you think about some people who are not worried about it? I know some people. So retired people is not an answer, because retired people still contribute to the nation, correct? Most of us are retired also here. So the real set of people who are not worried about AI, politicians, some of the laborers who don't worry about intelligence, right? My driver, if I ask him to come at 8 o'clock, he'll come at 8:30. So because he came half an hour late, next day if I say 7:30, he will come out only at 8. Correct? So if you don't need AI education if you can keep some stupids around you. That's what all the politicians have. In the name of us, we will anyway vote, they will win, they will do, they will rule us for 5 years, again we will vote for them. Correct? So unless otherwise, you don't need AI education if you can keep some stupids around you. Otherwise, you need AI education. And humans normally know only 2-3 languages. But AI, today, I'm translating documents in 10 different languages using Google Lens. Very simple tool, correct? So AI knows 20 languages, humans know 2 to 3 languages. Today morning, Adiman was talking about how to manage the spouse. I don't want to talk about wife here because there are some ladies around. So, how do you manage wife? If AI knows 20 languages, if humans know 2 to 3 languages, the best way to manage the situation is to keep the mouth shut in all the languages you know. Correct? That's the only way to manage your spouse. So, that is something with ChatGPT or Google cannot do. It will keep suggesting, it will keep correcting, it will keep doing all the things. So that is where, it is very easy for you to understand what AI can do and what AI cannot do so that you can contribute. Correct? And if you are an IT engineer, you will ask what I can do to do better than the people who know AI. Very simple. The problem normally comes in the integration. We call it as communication problem, we call it as integration problem, we call it as system problem. Doesn't matter whatever it is. But majority of the problem comes in the borders, like India, Pakistan. Correct? Wherever there's a border, there's a problem. Wherever there is an integration, there is a problem. Correct? See, as long as you are a full stack developer, I am giving you an example if you are an IT engineer. If you are a full stack developer, most of the time you are better than the people who know AI. Correct? So, not only full stack developer, it's not just development that gives you the product, it is also the process that gives you the product. So, automation that gives you the product, the governance that gives you the product, right? So, DevOps is one such word where you are taking care of everything in automation, governance, and everything that is process, everything needed for developing the product from the beginning to the supplying to the customer and taking the feedback. So, if you are a full stack developer with the DevOps knowledge, then you can beat AI. So, get full picture. What I'm trying to say is, get a full picture so that you are better off than, AI, what it can do. Because AI cannot see the full picture that your brain can see. Correct? And if you're a non-IT engineer, what do? You approach AI from 3 angles. All of you know about it. One is on the content side. SARS, I have already said, content side is generative AI. Then try to predict something using all the data that you have, with the AI. That is called predictive AI. Then the third part of AI is, which is called agentic AI, where you have automated something which does a specific job for you with your intelligence embedded onto the machine, right? That is agentic AI. So what are the skills you are looking at? Now I'm going to give you I'm going to go very, very fast. Either you can take notes or you can count your fingers. I'm going to talk about all the skills. If you have marks of 25 or above, you can consider yourself as an AI expert, correct? Because all this idea I got because recently I have framed a syllabus for a set of students who are going through AI and ML as their 4-year course. So I'm going to talk about some of the skills that are needed for AI. You can start counting your marks, but don't tell others, because sometimes it is embarrassing, even for me, because I don't score more than 10. So first one is mathematics and statistics. The parameters are linear algebra, calculus, probability, and statistics. Okay. The next one is programming, Python, R, C++, and Java. The third one is data processing, where you have Pandas, NumPy, Matplotlib, and Seaborn. Actually, I have used all these tools. Machine learning algorithms. The type of algorithms are supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement, and deep learning. Okay? And how do you learn from the data? Okay? They are TensorFlows, PyTorch, and Keras. These are some other tools. And actually, I'm telling you, these 3 tools you can learn in one day. It is not only for IT engineers. Everyone can use. If you have the data, you have these tools to process the data for you. And they are very efficient. Okay? And natural language processing, because I was previously talking about how many languages AI can speak, right? So that requires natural language processing, sentiment analysis, semantic analysis, and the libraries. If you go to some other language, right, the grammar will be different. So you need libraries. There are libraries like transformers, which are available for you. Correct? And vision, if you're talking about vision as a domain, then you need image processing. Do you know about it? Correct? Big data, Hadoop and Spark. Then cloud. Do you know AWS? Do you know Google? Do you know Azure? From the data perspective, not from the other perspectives. Okay? Looking at the soft skills, I will tell you, only place where humans score substantially over AI is in the soft skills. I gave you one example, right? Keeping your mouth shut in front of your spouse in all the languages is one of the best soft skills that you can have. Correct? Now machines can't do that. Soft skills, problem solving, critical thinking, and collaboration, communication, these are all some of the soft skills. Correct? And domain, there are a lot of industry-specific domains. So what are all those industry domains, specific things and you should have deep skills in at least one of those industries. So if you have combination of all this, if you score anything over 20 of all the things what I said, you can consider yourself as an AI expert. But unfortunately, most of us, including myself, won't even score more than 10. So there is lot of learning that is needed. That is why AI in education is very, very important. Not only for us to know what AI can do and what AI cannot do, but also to learn these skills and also to learn these tools, which are very simple for us to learn. Every day, you spend 15 minutes on AI, you'll become an expert in 1 year. Okay, with that, let me summarize. Have I taken more time? Okay, sorry for that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, what Mr. Melko, sir? So, how you deal with the resistance, especially people who think English is mandatory for tech? Or will you expand to other Indian languages? Because he has done 300 plus AI videos on YouTube also. Yes, sir, please.
வணக்கம். எங்கள் வாழ்வும் எங்கள் வளமும் மங்காத தமிழ் என்று சங்கே முழங்கு. நம்மள்ட்ட அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி நமக்கு most of the innovations were done in Western countries and it was done in native English speaking people. So most of the contents are in English. Please note, creativity, innovation, you should not tie up with any particular language. Every language has its own people of innovation and creativity. அது ஃபஸ்ட் புரிஞ்சுப்போம். 2 விஷயம் சார் சொன்னாங்க. நிறைய பேருக்கு இங்கிலீஷ் தெரிஞ்சால் மட்டும்தான் டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் கற்றுக்க முடியும். 2 விஷயம் மேண்டேட்ரின்னு சொன்னாங்க. ஒன்று நிறைய பேருக்கு ஒரு தவறான அபிப்பிராயம் இருக்குது. ஒன்று இங்கிலீஷ் மேண்டேட்ரி, எக்கனாமிக் யூ ஹேவ் டு பி ரிச். நாங்கள் ரெண்டுமே தேவையில்லை ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிருக்கோம். லாஸ்ட் 5 இயர்ஸ் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிருக்கோம். பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் உங்களுடைய மரியாதைக்குரிய நம்ம லக்ஷ்மராயன் சார வேண்டி 5,000 பீப்புள் நாங்கள் வந்து ட்ரெயின் பண்ணிருக்கோம். உங்களுக்கு நல்லா தெரியும், சென்னை மாதிரி ஊரில் டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் படிக்கிறதுக்கு யூ ஹேவ் டு ஸ்பெண்ட் மினிமம் 3.5 lakhs to 5 lakhs. ஒன்று, India has emerged situation where non-IT people are willing to enter into IT domain. நிறைய பேர் இங்கே ஆண்டர்பிரனர் இருக்காங்க. டிசிஎஸ் இன்ஃபோசிஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னாக்கா பிடெக் டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் ஏஐ, பிடெக் கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் படிச்சுட்டு வர்றவங்களை விட மெக்கானிக்கல், சிவில், எலக்ட்ரிக்கல், எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் பிடிச்சவங்க தான் வந்து கம்ப்யூட்டர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டுருக்காங்க. 50-50. 4 years அவங்க வந்து மெக்கானிக்கல் முடிச்சாச்சு, 4 years எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் முடிச்சாச்சு. அவங்களுக்கு வந்து டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் ஏஐ ஃபீல்டுக்கு வர ஆசைப்பட்டாங்கன்னாக்கா யார் கற்றுக் கொடுப்பா? தே ஹேவ் ஏ டொமைன் நாலேஜ் ஆல்ரெடி. தே ஹேவ் மெக்கானிக்கல் டொமைன், சிவில் டொமைன், எலக்ட்ரானிக்ஸ் டொமைன் இருக்குது. இப்போ ஏ இல்லை. வி வாண்ட் தம் டு பிகம் எ டெக்னோ கமர்ஷியல் பர்சன். நல்லா தெரியும் உங்களுக்கு, டொமைன் நாலேஜ் இல்லாமல் ஏஐயில் ஜெயிக்க முடியாது. நாங்கள் வந்து டெக்னிக்கல் சைடில் இருக்கோம், நீங்கள் டொமைனில் இருக்கீங்க. 2 பேரும் சேர்ந்தா மட்டும் ஜெயிக்க முடியும். எப்போவும் சொல்லிகிட்ருப்போம், அந்த டொமைன் நாலேஜும் தமிழில் கொடுக்க முடியும். நான் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணோம். ஒன்று. இன்னொன்று, எங்களுக்கு ட்ரைனிங் வந்து 100% ஃப்ரீ, மெட்டீரியல்ஸ் ஃப்ரீ, தேங்க்ஸ் டு ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் கம்யூனிட்டி. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும், ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் கம்யூனிட்டி ஃபாதர் வந்து ரிச்சர்ட் ஸ்டால்மேன். அவர் தான் ஓப்பன் சோர்ஸ் கம்யூனிட்டி ஆரம்பித்தவர். சாஃப்ட்வேர் வந்து ஃப்ரீயாக கிடைக்கிது, மெட்டீரியல்ஸ் ஃப்ரீயாக கிடைக்கிது. யார் ஃப்ரீயாக சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பா? அதான் முக்கியமான விஷயம். நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து 3.5 lakhs நான் பண்ண முடியும். நான் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறேன், அமெரிக்காவில் ஒர்க் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருக்கேன், என்னால் பணம் பண்ண முடியும். திருநெல்வேலிலையும், குஜராத்லேயும், காஷ்மீர்லையும், மதுரையிலையும் படிக்கிற ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் யார் பே பண்ணுவா? தமிழ்நாட்டில் 400 காலேஜஸ் இருக்குது சார். அந்த 400 காலேஜஸில் 200 காலேஜஸ் வந்து ரூரலில் இருக்குது. மெட்ராஸில் படிக்கிற என் பொண்ணும் ஏஐடிஎஸ் படிக்குது. மதுரையில் கிராமத்தில் உள்ள காலேஜ்லேயும் ஏஐடிஎஸ் படிக்கிறாங்க. பாதி ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸுக்கு வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் புரியலை, ப்ரொஃபஸர் சொல்கிறது புரிய மாட்டேங்குது, பணம் கட்ட முடியலை. நான் வந்து மெக்கானிக்கல் படித்து முடிச்சிட்டேன். பட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு என்டர் இன் டு த டொமைன் ஆஃப் ஏஐடிஎஸ். வேர் கேன் ஐ கோ? ஆல்ரெடி ஐ ஸ்பெண்ட் லாட் ஆஃப் மணி இந்த காலேஜ். 20 lakhs செலவு பண்ணுற காலேஜில் இன்னும் ஒரு 5 lakhs செலவு பண்ணணும். எங்கே படிக்க முடியும்? யாரும் குவாலிட்டி எஜுகேஷன் கொடுக்குறா? அது ஒன்று இருக்கு இல்லையா? கொடுக்குறாங்க, எல்லாம் பெய்டாக இருக்குது. நிறைய பேர் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க, நான் வந்து மெஷின் லேர்னிங் கற்றுக் கொடுக்குறேன், டீப் லேர்னிங் கற்றுக் கொடுக்குறது தவறான வாக்குறுதி கொடுக்குறாங்க. நான் நிறைய இன்டர்வியூ உட்காந்துருக்கேன். நான் எப்போதும் இன்டர்வியூ போகும்போது சாருடைய உங்களுடைய மெஷின் லேர்னிங் லெவல் என்ன, டீப் லேர்னிங் லெவல் கேட்க மாட்டோம். நாங்கள் கற்றுக் கொடுக்குற எல்லாமே ஃபவுண்டேஷன். லீனியர் அல்ஜிப்ரா சார் சொன்னாங்கல்ல, ப்ராபபிலிட்டி தியரி, கால்குலஸ், ஸ்டாட்டிஸ்டிக்ஸ், இதுதான் உங்களுக்கு ஃபவுண்டேஷன். நீங்களாம் ரோல்ஸ் ராய் பென்லி கார் ஓட்டுறீங்க, நாங்கள் அது இன்ஜின் எப்படி கற்றுக் கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். இதுதான் நீங்கள் கொடுக்குற நீங்கள் மெஷின் லேர்னிங் இன்ஜினியருக்கும் டேட்டா இன்ஜினியருக்கும் வித்தியாசம். நாங்கள் வந்து ரோல்ஸ் ராய் பிராண்ட் வேண்டாம், அந்த ரோல்ஸ் ராய்ஸ் இன்ஜின் எப்படி இருக்குது எனக்கு தெரியும். ரோல்ஸ் ராய்ஸ் வந்து பர் செகண்டில் வந்து ஒரு 5 seconds வந்து 100 meters போடும். எனக்கு வந்து எதை ஃபைன் டியூன் பண்ணாக்க ஐ கேன் மேக் இட் ஃப்ரம் 100 to 101. அதுதான் முக்கியமான விஷயம். அதுக்கு நீங்கள் ஒரு டேட்டா செட்டை நீங்கள் ஃபைன் டியூன் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னாக்கா உங்களுக்கு இன்ஜின் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். 100 kilometer நீங்கள் வந்து ஆக்சிடென்ட் அமுக்குனா கார் ஓடும், அது தேவையில்லை எங்களுக்கு. 100 வந்து 101 ஆக்கணும். அதுதான் ஒரு டேட்டா இன்ஜினியர் வேலை. 95% ஒன்று நம்ம இருக்கிற மாதிரி மெடிக்கல் ஃபீல்டில் வந்து நான் வந்து டேட்டா கொடுக்குறேன், சாருக்கு அக்யூரசி கொடுக்குறேன், 99.99 ஓகேவா? கிடையாது. டேட்டா சயின்ஸில் மெடிக்கல் டொமைனில் நத்திங் இஸ் கால்டு 99.99. எய்தர் யூ கேன் பி 0 or 100, ரெண்டு தான் இருக்குது. வி ஆர் பிளே வித் லைஃப் ஆஃப் பீப்புள். இது மாதிரி டெக்னாலஜி கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கு வந்து வி ஹேட் பே லாட் ஆஃப் மணி. 70%, ஐ கேன் சே 50 to 70% நான்-ஐடி பீப்புள் தான் உங்களுக்கு வந்து பெங்களூர்லையும் மெட்ராஸ்லையும் ஒர்க் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, கம்ப்யூட்டர் சயின்ஸ் பீப்புளை விட. யாரும் சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பா உங்களுக்கு எல்லாமே? இப்போ யாராச்சும் ஒருத்தர் முன்னெடுக்கணும். நாங்கள் வந்து குரூப்பாக நாங்கள் அமெரிக்கா ஒர்க் பண்ணிருக்கும் போது நாங்கள் எடுத்தது எல்லாமே த சொசைட்டி கேவ் இட் அஸ், இஸ் எ டைம் டு அஸ் கிவ் இட் பேக் டு சொசைட்டி. முதல் பேரியர் வந்து இங்கிலீஷ் தேவை இல்லை. எதுக்கு என்ட்ரி பாயிண்ட்ல ஸ்டாப் பண்ணுறீங்க? இங்கிலீஷ் தெரிஞ்சால் படிக்க முடியும். ஒன்றும் வேண்டாம், நீ தமிழ் கற்றுக் கொடுங்க, வா நீ டெக்னாலஜி கற்றுக்க, இங்கிலீஷ் கற்றுக்க முடியும். நம்ம தமிழ்நாட்டில் தான் 30 days ரெப்பிடெக்ஸ் மூலம் இங்கிலீஷ் கற்றுக்க முடியும். நம்ம தான் ஃபஸ்ட் ஆரம்பித்தோம், ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? ரெப்பிடெக்ஸ் 30 days இங்கிலீஷ் கற்றுங்க, ஞாபகம் இருக்குல்ல? நம்ம நினச்சோம்னாக்க 30 days மொழி கற்றுக்க முடியும். டெக்னாலஜியும் டொமைன் கற்றுக்கலாம், இட் டேக்ஸ் லாட் ஆஃப் டைம். டு லேர்ன் டொமைன் இட் டேக்ஸ் 10 to 20 years டு பிகம் ஏ டொமைன் எக்ஸ்பர்ட். நீங்கள் டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் கற்றுக்கிறது 4 years ஆகும், இங்கிலீஷ் கற்றுக்கிறது 3 மாதம் போதும் உங்களுக்கு. அப்போ எது முக்கியம்? டெக்னாலஜி டொமைன் முக்கியம். நீங்கள் ஜாப்புக்கு போன பிறகு இப்போ டைரெக்டாக வந்து நம்ம டெவலப்பர் வந்து டைரெக்ட் கிளைண்ட்டை பேச மாட்டாங்க, உங்கள் டீமில் பேச போகிறாங்க. ஒரு என்ன வேணும்னாக்கா உங்களுக்கு ஏஐயில் டிஎஸில் இண்டிவிஜுவல் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் வேணும். இண்டிவிஜுவல் கான்ட்ரிபியூஷன் வேணும்னாக்கா நீங்கள் டெக்னிக்கலாக ஸ்ட்ராங்காக இருக்கணும். சார் சொன்னாங்களே அந்த பைத்தன், நம்பை, பேண்டாஸு, இனி அல்ஜிப்ரா எல்லாம் கற்றுக் கொடுத்துருக்குனாங்க. நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்களா டேட்டா சயின்ஸ் தமிழில் போர்டு ஓடிட்டு இருந்துச்சுல்ல, நாங்கள் மொதல் ஆரம்பிக்கும் பயமாக இருந்துச்சு. என்னடா தமிழில் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறோமே, நாங்கள் அப்படியே நாங்கள் ட்ரான்ஸ்லிட்ரேஷன் பண்ணலை, ட்ரான்ஸ்லேஷன்லாம் பண்ணலை, லாஜிக் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறோம், கான்செப்ட் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்குறோம். நீ புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டு வா. கோடிங் ஈஸியான விஷயம். சார்ஜிபிடி கொடுக்குற கோடிங் புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு ஸ்கில் செட் வேணும். ரொம்ப ஹானஸ்ட்டாக சொல்லுங்கள். நான் எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்கிறேன். என்னால் 10 பேஜ் உள்ள இங்கிலீஷ் ஆர்டிகல் படிக்கிறதுக்கு எனக்கு ஒரு ஹாஃப் டே தான் ஆகும் புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு. தமிழ் இருந்துச்சுன்னா நான் 10 நிமிஷம் புரிஞ்சுப்பேன். உண்மையா இல்லையா? ரொம்ப ஹானஸ்ட்டாக சொல்லுங்கள். 1 பேஜ் இங்கிலீஷில் ஒரு சயின்டிஃபிக் ஆர்டிக்கல், ஒயிட் பேப்பர், ரிசர்ச் பேப்பர், இன்டர்நேஷனல் ஜேர்னல்ஸ் வருது இருக்கு இல்லையா, 1 பேஜ் படிக்கிறதுக்கு புரிஞ்சுக்கிறதுக்கு 10 நிமிஷம் ஆகுனாக்க, இதே என்னுடைய மதர் டங் இங்கிலீஷ்னா 2 நிமிஷம் போகுது எனக்கு. உண்மையாக போய்யா? உண்மை தானே? இதுதான் நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம். அப்புறம் தமிழில் பாசிபிள். ஓகேவா? இப்போ எங்களை பார்த்துட்டு நிறைய பேர் சார் தெலுங்குல முடியுமா, கன்னடா முடியுமா? நிச்சயம் முடியும் தான். எங்களை மாதிரி யாராச்சும் ஒருத்தர் வந்தாங்கனாக்கா, சப்போர்ட் ஆஃப் நம்ம லட்சுமி மோகன் மாதிரி இருந்தாங்கனாக்கா எல்லோரும் கொண்டு போக முடியும். ஏஐ லோக்கல் லாங்குவேஜில் போகும்போது தான் கார்ப்பரேட் பீப்புள் உங்களுடைய கார்ப்பரேட் ப்ராடக்டை லோக்கல் மக்கள் விற்க முடியும், அஸ்ஸாமுக்கும் மிசோரமுக்கும் விற்க முடியும். அப்போ தான் அவங்க லாங்குவேஜில் பேசும்போது தான் அவங்களுக்கு அந்த ப்ராடக்டில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வரும். எதுக்கு நீங்கள் ரயில்வே ஸ்டேஷனில் ஹிந்தியில் பேசுகிறீங்க? ஹிந்தி மக்களுக்கு புரியணும். ஓகேவா? எதுக்கு ஏர்போர்ட்டில் நம்ம சிங்கப்பூரில் தமிழில் சொல்கிறாங்க, நியூயார்க்கில் தமிழில் சொல்கிறாங்க? ஏன்னா நம்ம மொழியில் பேசும்போது அவங்க அட்டாச் ஆகுறாங்க. ஏஐ லோக்கல் லாங்குவேஜ் பேசுகிறனாக்க காமன் மேன் ஏஐலேருந்து விலகி இருப்பாங்க. முக்கியமான விஷயம் எங்களால் சக்ஸஸ் பண்ணி காமிக்க முடிஞ்சு 5 இயர்ஸில் எங்களுக்கு லட்சுமி மோகன் ஃபஸ்ட்டு கூப்பிட்டு கேட்டப்ப ரொம்ப ஆச்சரியப்பட்டார். என்னை கூப்பிட்டு வாங்க மேல் கோர்ஸ் அறிமுகப்படுத்த வைக்கிறேன், தமிழால் நிச்சயம் முடியும்னு சொன்னாங்க. அதுதான் முக்கியமான விஷயம். நிச்சயம் முடியும். இங்கிலீஷும் எக்கனாமிக்கும் ஒரு நிச்சயமான ஒரு பிரச்சனை இல்லவே இல்லை. டெக்னாலஜி கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கு, அட்வான்ஸ் டெக்னாலஜி கற்றுக்கிறதுக்கு மொழியும் பொருளாதாரமும் தடை இல்லை. நான் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி காமிச்சோம். இன்னும் எங்களுக்கு ஜேர்னி கண்டினியூ ஆகிட்டு இருக்குது. ஒரு விஷயம் சொல்லி முடிச்சிடறேன், ஒரு நிமிஷம். இது மட்டும் பண்ணலை, முக்கியம் உங்களை காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட் சொல்லுங்கள். மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்டில் ஃபேப்ரிக்னு ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன். 2 வருஷம் முடி விட்டுருக்காங்க. எனக்கு நான் மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்டில் ஸ்பாக்காக இருந்திருக்கேன், சிங்கிள் பாயிண்ட் ஆஃப் கான்டாக்ட் இருந்திருக்கேன் மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்டுடைய. மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் என்ன செய்யணும்னாக்க ஒரு நார்மலான ப்ராடக்ட் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு அப்டேட் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருப்பாங்க. ஃபேப்ரிக் ஒரு யூனிஃபைடு இன்டகிரேஷன் டேட்டா பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். அடுத்த 10லேருந்து 15 வருஷத்துக்கு இந்த ப்ராடக்ட் எல்லா கார்ப்பரேட் ஆஃபீஸ்லேயும் வாங்க போகிறாங்க. உங்களுக்கு தெரியும் மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் ஒரு ஃபேமஸான மார்க்கெட்டிங் கம்பெனி. மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட்டில் ஒரு டெவலப்பருக்கு 2 மார்க்கெட்டிங் இருப்பாங்க. நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க சரி தானே? மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் ஃபேமஸான மார்க்கெட்டிங் கம்பெனி, அது சாஃப்ட்வேர் கம்பெனி கிடையாது, ஜஸ்ட் ஃபன்னு. ஸோ நீங்கள் மிஷின் லேர்னிங் வேணுமா, ஃபேப்ரிக் போங்க. டீப் லேர்னிங் வேணுமா, மெஷின் லேர்னிங் போங்க, ஃபேப்ரிக் போங்க. டேட்டா அனலிஸ்ட் வேணுமா, டேட்டா இன்ஜினியரிங் வேணுமா, க்ளவுட் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வேணுமா, அஷ்யூர் வேணுமா, எல்லா இன்ஃபர்மேஷனும் கொட்டி கிடக்கு. ஒரு யூனிஃபைட் டேட்டா பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். உங்களுடைய கல்லூரியில் மாணவர்கள் அந்த ஃபேப்ரிக் கற்றுக்கிட்டு சர்டிஃபிகேஷன் வாங்கினீங்கன்னாக்கா வித் டொமைன் நாலேஜ் மல்டிநேஷனல் கம்பெனிஸ் கட்டாயம் எடுத்துக்குவோம். உங்களுக்கு தமிழால் எது முடியும் நாங்கள் ப்ரூவ் பண்ணுறோம். நாங்கள் தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச்.
தேங்க்யூ சார். சூப்பர். So, sir, Mr. Syed Mohammed sir. So, given the disruption in AI space, how do you think the students, who are all the leaders of tomorrow, should adopt themselves and become AI savvy? And how do you think the teaching faculty, right from the middle school level, should be enabled so that they can deliver and infuse the right and correct education to the students given the evolving landscape?
Thank you, sir. I'll make it short and sweet because I think we're really running short of time after a long end, and AI has been drummed so much. But in most of the meetings, I always keep harping on this, sir. I think Mr. Srinivasan really laid out the ABCs of what we really need to understand if you want to become an AI. My only concern has been is students are, like they were saying, they're going to start AI from the kindergarten, UG, whatever it is, 4th standard, 6th standard. And these students are going to be the next gen people who are going to drive really the AI or whatever is going to come in another 10, 15, 20 years. But only concern right now, which I think we really need to look into it, is how is it that we are going to infuse the right AI both to the students and also to the teachers who are going to teach the students. Right now, I think AI, only the industries are talking about it, right? or only the top few companies like maybe Facebook, Starlinks, or whatever is talking about it. But how do we take it to the students who are going to be the next leaders and are going to work across the globe? And how do we educate the educators basically so that they teach the proper AI? That's one question I think we really have to ponder, and I think there's no answer to it so far. And the second risk is with the availability of technology and the kids becoming more and more technology, I think the common knowledge or the common sense between our generation is just taking a huge dip, unfortunately. And the way the data is being thrown around, you really don't know whether it's genuine or whether it's a fact or it's a fiction. And a lot of things can get completely misinterpreted. So how do we sort of decipher that the right data is there? So these are things, there are some challenges which I don't think there's to be honest, a real answer to it. But I think it's time we really need to put in a sort of a framework so that we enable the faculty and the teachers to get them educated first on what AI is. There's a huge gap basically. Industry is far ahead in this one spectrum, while the faculties who are going to teach the next generation are far behind. So how do we infuse that? And also how do we sort of educate the student is what we really need to focus on.
Great, sir. Super. Great, thank you. So now Mr. Senthil Kumar as an industry person, because he was software development for OpenText. So what are the trends that you are witnessing in your company and how they are influencing your initiatives, especially R&D? And how does this AI automation affect the employment landscape for software development, especially in emerging markets like India, globally?
Thanks, Dr. GK. So actually, first question, I'll answer it in the trends. If I look at right, the AI is a buzzword. It is reached to the layman's in the all emerging market and the India level, right? First and foremost, the short answer is that, is it a cut in jobs because of AI? Yes and no. Yes is something that we are going to shift the roles. For example, the conventional way of software development and testing is going to change. That is the trend even within our company we are talking about. Someone is thinking about that I'll do a manual testing without a big automation. I'm going to write a test cases. These all we have a product called Aviator. The Aviator is the AI tool which is going to give all the test cases whatever based on the requirement. So as a test engineer, you need not to spend about a week time to think about what are the scenarios. So that way that we are cutting down the time to spend a time in a test case designs. Second thing is, if you look at right, you have to think about critical way, what is a customer is going to think about this product and feature. So yeah, as actually many people have already repeated in the other panels, the repetitive and something kind of a mundane is going to go off, and at the same time, the critical thinking and your value chain is improving it. I may not require someone to by entry level to think about a smaller elementary work, but they have to upskill that. And as a company, we work in a observability domain, wherein if you look at right, this is a big IT operation. You have actually the thousands of computers, thousands of servers you have. We want to automate that, and we want to understand the space is changing from monitoring to observability. Earlier we were monitoring. Monitoring what happened, it is a lagging indicator. I monitor it, if there is a problem comes, I'm going to address it. Now we are thinking about a AI ops observability, wherein that observing the particular trend, we want to think about what is going to happen after 24 hours, after a week after what is going to happen. So that's the way that we are talking about. And so the main aspect, if you think about that, in IT operation management, we have to reveal all the assets. As a product, we want to understand all the entities in the network. And secondly, that we want to reduce the speed in which actually how quickly we are resolving a problem. By doing this, we are going to reduce the cost for the customer. So these are the main trends in which we are working on this. And we have AI ops management as one of the bigger initiatives we are working on this. Okay, that's a short answer is about two things. AI is as a wave, and every company is sailing through that, and we are not different to that. And even someone think about that opentext.ai, if you put it, whatever the company initiatives, what we are doing, you can actually get more than I am explaining it here. Thank you.
Great, sir, great, super. So last, I think we have senior most, Dr. Balakrishna Adiman, sir. So we have just quick 2 questions. In R&D, how the artificial intelligence and high performance computing works together for producing more accurate weather prediction, and what are the challenges are there while using this AI HPC system?
Very nice
Yes, sir.
and very important question. Actually, we are using AI everywhere, all industries or everywhere we are trying to use AI. What is the purpose? Purpose is for getting quick output and automate the normal procedures and accuracy level. For that, 3-4 reasons we are trying to use AI. And in weather forecast, normally we have to give on time to the general people as well as the other sectors. For that, we have to process the data in a very quick way. Actually, weather forecast data normally is a very high volume, very large volume of data. It's basically a petabyte of data. For processing, the data assimilation is the main process in the weather forecast system level. For data assimilation, earlier we used to use the HPC, high performance computer, without AI tools. It takes very longer period. So around 10 hours or 12 hours. For data assimilation system itself, it takes. Now, when we introduce tools of AI, it's drastically reduced to the 1/3, like around 2 hours, 3 hours, we can able to complete the petabyte of data processing. It is a very important achievement for using the AI in the weather forecast production. So another thing, the model, actually basically weather models, we are simulating the weather models. For simulating weather model, we are using AI. After using the AI, we are getting the very more accurate resolution or more accurate forecast we are getting. So it's a really very good, remarkable achievement using AI technology in the weather modeling side. Another thing, it's very, very important. I told you this. The reason basically for speed, how we are getting the quick output in the weather forecast. When we are running the model in the HPC system, the data transfer between the storage and the processor, it takes more time. So when we are using the AI tools and the techniques, the data transfer is compressed. Specialized compression techniques are there. It's compressed and it sends the data from the storage to the processor in a faster manner, and the bandwidth also is managed very effectively. So once the bandwidth is managed effectively, it's automatically you will get the data transfer rates are very high and you will get a very quick output. So these the techniques, AI tools, after implementing the AI tools in the data transfer between the memory and storage, so we can get a very good a very good output. So another thing I want to tell you here, basically AI, when we are using AI, earlier is we are up to prediction, weather prediction we are trying to get. But nowadays, we are trying to go beyond the prediction, we are going for preparedness. In the weather forecast, after giving the weather forecast, so what is the purpose of giving weather forecast? Weather forecast means not only rainfall or temperature and other things, other flood forecasting and other very high heat forecast and all those things involved. So for that, the preparedness, we can able to alert the people, public, for saving the life of them, for moving from the one place to other, whenever these very high floods or heat waves and other things. So when we are using AI techniques, we can able to give very advanced level forecast on time. We are at a very accurate level and location specific. So after implementing the AI tools, so weather forecast is giving a very efficient and accurate forecast. Another thing I want to tell you, so a lot of challenges are there. The challenges is feeding the large volume of data, and actually the weather forecast, this atmospheric data is basically a multi formats data, like structured as well as unstructured data, like text data, image data, and digital data, a lot of data. We are collecting the data from various sources. This data, for pumping the data to the model, it is not easy. Before that, a lot of cleaning process, quality control, everything is there. For pumping the high volume of data with this unstructured data is little bit complicated, and we have to process. That way, we are having the bottlenecks. Even though we are using the AI, there is some bottlenecks are there. Another thing is computational infrastructure. When we are processing the high volume of data, it is required a high-end power. It's a HPC system, as well as the infrastructure. You know, HPC running the HPC, we required very high-end cooling, chiller plant, UPS system, and electricity power, because this is each and every rack of HPC takes around 90 kilowatt of power consumption. So infrastructure also a bottlenecks. If you are not having proper infrastructure, it is very difficult to run the HPC, even difficult to implement the AI technology. So in overall, so there is advantage also is there, many advantages and some disadvantage also is there, and we have to manage both for running the smooth data center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much to all the panelists. Actually, we are able to get a lot of ideas related to education and R&D also. I'm sure, because just a few days back we read Google is going to be replaced by Comet, C-O-M-E-T, the browser they're telling. Something like Indian origin based or purposely they're telling like that. So we don't know. Hopefully that is also they're telling AI based. So all the teachers and students, we are all learners. So generative AI is going to be a very powerful one. And teachers and students, especially, we should aim in balance, because we should not use more also, because our thinking power, everything will be going on. Continuous learning and adoption are the key educators for full leverage of AI in their classrooms. Especially AI is also going to be helpful in R&D. Everybody is already using, and Industry 5.0 or Society 5.0, which we are using, and like autonomous vehicle we are using. Everywhere we are going to use AI. So we have to ask our students to learn AI and do more practical experiments also we should ask them to do, which is going to help the society. Thanks to organizers and thanks to all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you very much, moderator, and thank you very much, panelists. We would like to honor all of you, and I would request our organizing committee to jointly honor each and every one. Thank you very much. And due to the paucity of time, we are inviting the next set of speakers and moderator.
Very clear. Thank you so much.
So upcoming session will be the AI in human resources and upskilling. The moderator of the session is Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan, Associate Vice President and Group Leader, Talent Head, Data and AI, Digital Experience Practice, Infosys. All right, would like to introduce Dr. Kannan Ganesh, the panelist, AVP Delivery Head, Tech Mahindra. Mr. Charles Godwin, the panelist, HR Leader and Public Speaker from Zoho. Mr. Satyanarayanan, TG, panelist, co-founder and CEO of GTO Pay Apps HR Solutions Private Limited, and creator of Rise HR. So one more round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for this wonderful panel. And thanks to the moderator and the panelists as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to invite the moderator and the panelist of AI in Human Resources and Upskilling, Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan, the moderator, Dr. Kannan Ganesh. Okay. So, moderator of the session is Mr. Charles Godwin, and the panelists, Mr. Ramesh Vishwanathan, Dr. Kannan Ganesan, and Mr. Satyanarayanan TG. Welcome, sirs.
எல்லோருக்கும் மாலை வணக்கம். வணக்கம். So nice to be here. It's not easy. இதே மாதிரி தான் லாஸ்ட் வீக் ஒரு ஸ்மாலர் டவுன். Shall we start? Yeah. Last week I was in a smaller town called Kangayam, one of the remote parts of our Tamil Nadu. I was there. Addressed about 1,000 students, almost as per the agenda. அவங்களுக்கு 12 மணிக்கெலாம் மத்தியானம் சாப்பாட்டு பெல் அடிச்சிடும். 12 மணி ஆச்சு, 1 மணி ஆச்சு, 1:15 மணி ஆச்சு. I gave the choice to the students itself. I gave them a choice. 2 பேர் யாராவது ரைட் சைடில் ஒருத்தர், லெஃப்ட் சைடில் ஒருத்தர் ஸ்டேஜில் வந்து யார் ஃபஸ்ட்டு என்னை தொடறீங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு சாய்ஸை கொடுத்துட்றேன். 60 செகண்டில் முடிக்கணுமா, 60 நிமிஷத்தில் முடிக்கணுமா அப்படின்னு. And finally, they fought like anything and they concluded to give me 20 minutes. I will not take even 20 minutes right now. We'll just take hardly about 12 to 15 minutes. By 5:30, we will aim to conclude. Because this is one of the important theme which I believe. AI வரலாம், BI வரலாம், CI வரலாம், DI வரலாம். மனிதன் இல்லை அப்படின்னா இந்த உலகமும் இல்லை, வாழ்க்கையும் இல்லை, டெக்னாலஜியும் இல்லை, இண்டஸ்ட்ரியும் இல்லை, எதுவும் இல்லைன்றதில் ஆழமாக நான் நம்புகிறேன். பிகாஸ் வித் மை வெரி லிட்டில் 21 years ஆஃப் மை ஜேர்னி இன் ஹெச்ஆர் டச்வுட், மனிதனை மனிதனாய் பார்த்தால் மட்டும்தான் செழிப்பு ஃபார் ஆர் ஸ்டேட், செழிப்பு ஃபார் ஆர் கண்ட்ரி, செழிப்பு ஃபார் த வேர்ல்டு. டைரக்ட்லி கெட்டிங் டு த தீம். 21 வருஷத்தில் நாம் பார்த்த வியந்தது, எவ்ரி 3 to 4 years எவ்ரி இண்டஸ்ட்ரி கோஸ் அப், goes down, technology, recession and so on. நிறைய பெயின்ஃபுல் இதை we would have seen, right? இன்னைக்கு ஜஸ்ட் இந்த சபை நாகரிகத்துக்காக பாலிஷாக க்ரீனாக பேசணுன்னா 4 பேரும் பேசுவாங்க, நானும் பேசுவேன். I don't want to get into that because last panel திருப்பி அண்டர்லைன் பண்ணி சொன்னது the gentleman from US who spoke about learning in their own mother tongue. தமிழிலோ அவர்களுடைய சொந்த மொழியிலையோ கற்றுக்கொள்வதற்கு ஒரு பெரிய எடுத்துக்காட்டாக நீங்கள் இருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னும் போது உங்களுடைய மென்டர் எவ்வளவு ஒரு ஹார்ட்ஃபுல் பர்சன் டுவர்ட்ஸ் தட் அப்படின்றது எனக்கு தெரியும், டாக்டர் லக்ஷ்மி மோகன் சார். ஏன்னா ஆல்மோஸ்ட் எவ்ரி வீக் ஐ ரீச் அபவுட் 2000 to 4000 ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ், ஸ்பெஷலி இன் ஸ்மாலர் டவுன்ஸ். அவன் பண்ணுறதெல்லாம் நம்மெல்லாம் ஒன்றுமே இல்லை. என் கூட வாங்க, I'll show you week after week in a smaller town the medical miracle, technology miracle which our smaller town kids are doing are miracle. I'll give one inspiring story. I'm sure you will know the organization called Zoho. Out of 18,000 employees, easily about 30-40% who have never been to an institute for their bachelor's program or for a master's program. சொந்த மொழியில் டெக்னாலஜியை கற்று மேட் இன் இண்டியா, மேட் ஃபார் த வேர்ல்டுன்ற ஒரு பில்லியன் டாலர் கம்பெனியில் இன்றைக்கி ஒர்க் பண்ண முடியும் என்றால் எந்த ஊரில், எந்த நாட்டில், எந்த கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிற மாணவனாலும் முடியும். அதுதான் வே ஃபார்வர்ட் ஃபார் டெக்னாலஜி அண்ட் ஏஐ அப்படின்னு இந்த சம்மிட் மூலிமா ஐ ஸ்ட்ராங்லி பிலீவ். வித்தவுட் டேக்கிங் மச் டைம், மை ஸ்ட்ரெயிட் கொஸ்டின் டு எனி ஒன் ஆஃப் யூ, டேக் 60 seconds or 2 minutes. எல்லாம் கரெக்டு, வேலை கிடச்சிருது. ஸ்கில்லிங் அப்படின்ற ஒரு டாப்பிக்கும் இதில் இருக்குது. இன்றைக்கி பல பேருக்கு வேலை போகுது அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது இந்த பிரமிடில் நடு லேயரில் இருக்கும். 30 வயசு ஆயிடுச்சா, இன்றைக்கெல்லாம் அப்ளை பண்ணாலும் வேலையே கிடைக்காது. 29 வரை தாக்கு பிடிக்கலாம், ரைட்? 30 and above, recession, people are coming out, people have been sent out and so on. So what is that happening today? Maybe I'll start with Ramesh. What is that happening today? How we can upskill our future of work, future of talent? And what is the hope they can see? Because இன்னைக்கு உள்ள வரதுக்கு இந்த வருஷம் everybody know out of 400 colleges what he mentioned, what is the pathetic situation which we are seeing today? BComல ஏ எனக்கு புரியவே இல்லை, BBMல ஏ ரொம்ப பொல்யூட் பண்ணுறமா. So your thoughts on skilling for all, not just for freshers, not just for the bottom line, skilling even for a person who is in 55 years old.
Thank you. I think very nicely you have set the context. ரொம்ப அருமையாக சொன்னீங்க. First and foremost, I like to salute our friend who has revolutionized that, language is not a barrier. So thank you so much, sir. Okay. So like how we are saying language is not a barrier, I would also like to say that age is a state of mind. There is nothing like age. 20 years ஆயிடுது, 30 years ஆயிடுது, 50 years ஆயிடுது, 60 கிடையாது. We saw how many energetic people were there in the previous panel, right? So age is a state of mind. It is only that our energy and passion that we have, that interest and intensity that we bring, that is what is more important. So having said that, I think directly jumping to the question, currently what we are doing, and that is where I want to really appreciate the sponsors and the event managers here, my good friend Dr. Lakshmi Mohan and the entire team, because இப்போ நம்ம இங்கே இந்த நாள் முழுக்க இன்றைக்கி பேசினது வந்து எப்படின்னாக்கா, இட் இஸ் ஜஸ்ட் நாட் சம் அகடமிக் டாபிக் இன் மை மைண்ட், ரைட்? இட் இஸ் ஆக்சுவலி எ நேஷன் பில்டிங் டாபிக். ஏன் நான் அதை சொல்கிறேன் அப்படின்னா, ஃபஸ்ட் தெர் இஸ் அ பிக் ஸ்கில் கேப். The business opportunity which has been generated by the AI era is enormous. There is a lot of opportunities that has been generated by the business. Every client wants to do, I think Mr. Srinivasan sir clear sonar, I think every client wants productivity, every client wants effective decision making, every client wants better customer experience. So all these things make them challenge and ask for the greatest of talents to be available. On the other side, supply is a big problem in any channel. I think that's the question that he asked me, saying that entry level enna pannalam, experience level enna pannalam. So first and foremost, the skills patti na pesa porla, I think he already listed out the skills. So thank you, sir, for listing out the entire skills. So I'm not going to go from Python alla solla poradilla, but so our fundamental thing is have to have very strong foundation, whether it is the entry level or this thing, right? So full stack engineering, deep engineering talent is the need of the hour. Right? So inniki whoever is watching this and they want to build a career in AI means they need to have the foundation right, starting from maths, stats and all the necessary skills that we talk for the full stack, right? I think that is the need of the hour. So அதை build பண்ணோம்னா அதிலிருந்து அதுக்கப்புறமா all the soft skills and all those things that comes into play. But more importantly, the reason why the skilling is an important part is because in any organization, there are people who are already there in the organization who have been there for years, right? For example, take my example. I am this is my 27th year in Infosys, right? So there are so many people who are culture soaked in an organization. So it is much easier to reskill them, upskill them, and make them understand because they are already part of the large organization. It's very easy for them to pick up things and run the business. So long answer, but summary of it is upskilling is the really critical lever that is going to address the supply problem that we have. We can take lot of engineers. I mean, I was talking to many people in the front row. So we are changing the form. Earlier, Infosys was one of the pioneers who said that any engineering stream we will take and rebake, right? Like our sonar, doesn't matter which part of the world which part of the village they are, doesn't matter. But at the same time, now the flavors are changing. We want them to know what is required from the industry. So we want them to pick up those things, right? So my earnest request to all the students who are watching this is pick up the full stack, skills. You can learn in any language you want, but any vernacular language you want. But at the same time, be strong in your coding skills. Be strong in your troubleshooting skill. Be a problem finder, right? That is for the entry level. For the experienced talents, I think we want to make sure that they have the learnability in the place. They can be from any background, but they have to have the learnability in place so that we can retool them, we can reskill them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ramesh. Over to Satyanarayana. A quick question. Now we have been talking about opportunities and so on, and he spoke about the talent which can way forward for the future. My simple question would be: there are many students who are on crossroads, not able to decide where they can head towards. எங்க போகிறதுன்ற அந்த திசையும் வழியும் தெரியாமல் ஒரு பெரிய கேள்விக்குறியில இருக்கிறாங்க. Classic example, just 10 days back, just 2 weeks before, I interviewed a candidate from a city called Virudhunagar. He came, traveled down, I met him, had a long conversation. I asked a simple question: which year you passed out? He said 2022. I asked a simple question: last 2 years, what you have been doing? Shocking was, na ஆசைப்படுறது கிடைக்கல sir. I said thank you, bye-bye. That's all. So one side, we see students are not getting opportunity. At the same time, every time we see there is a demand, opportunity, business opportunity. Your thoughts on this?
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you team for having me here. சொல்லுதல் யார்க்கும் எளிய அறியவாம் சொல்லிய வண்ணம் செயல். So this is the only thing you have to understand. So if you want to have a goal, it should be clear and then it should be doable. So any technology, anything which is happening is there, it is going to be there forever, and you have to adopt and then make it to your advantage. So when he said about business, I had so much of preparation. One thing which I wanted to say, statistics gives you the strength. There are around 6 crore 83 lakh companies which are running business in India. So if you want to take a job, you see the people who are working. There are around 40 crore people who are working. But you can take the rule model of this 6 crore 83,000 companies. I'm not speaking about individuals. There are companies which are giving employment for this 40 crore people who are actually working in India. So artificial intelligence is an enabler for you to look at this 6 crore and 83 lakh companies, for them to build something which is sustainable, which can help them or which can enable them to do their business in a better way. So I come from the Swadeshi mindset, make in India. So I started a company and then we are running for it. So there is nothing which is going to stop you if you know the neighbor is already a business owner. And we did not have this as a cultural issue because India as a country was enterprising. There is no need for you to worry about a job first. And what you can deliver as a service, I've been a strong believer of gig. For the last 20 years, I have been saying to people, this single contract employment is obsolete. It will not work forever. And today, people discuss about moonlighting, which is about ethical practices and stuff. It is my hour, my time, I give it to you. So if you want to have a single company employment, then you are at a problematic situation. But if you innovate and then you are willing to deliver your services for 100 companies and then you charge $1,000 an hour, people will pay. There is nothing which is going to stop you from looking at that part. And my fellow panelists as well as colleagues earlier mentioned about what is the opportunity. AI gives you all the kits which you want to deliver without knowing what it is. You can still go and sell it. The best skill which can never be replaced by AI is selling. If you can believe that I can sell something to somebody, which I learned in the last 10 years, you can do it much faster with technology. That's going to be a differentiator. So opportunity is available in immense, and artificial intelligence, if you want to climb on it, it is going to take you for a ride and then it will give you a better visibility. And take it from me, it's not 683 companies, sorry, 6.83 crore companies in India. There are around 6 million extra companies across the globe which is willing to take your services because you are no more a person locked in a small village in India. You have the absolute connect of the whole world. The whole world is a small village. You can work for any country from here. There is no data protection on the job. What you have to do is ensure you are compliant and you learn what is compliance, and then you are ready to be on the business. And you can do work for any company, anywhere in the world, sitting from your home. And COVID taught us work from home, and COVID can teach us much more new things. And this is just a challenge. Don't worry about changing jobs. I've been a specialist. I can say in the last 30 years, I would have sent people out of job for more than 1 lakh or 120,000 people. And I have conducted so many change management programs. And more than half are doing far better than what they could have done before.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, Sudhir. And the third panelist, now we have Dr. Kannan Ganesan from Tech Mahindra Delivery Head. Please don't take me wrong. I'm putting on the hot spot. A straightforward question. Sir, skilling in solringa, internship pannungan solringa, project pannungan solringa, company vaasalla vandu ninna opportunity mattum kudukka maatringa. That's the speciality of concern from, especially from tier 2, tier 3 smaller towns where I visit every week after week. Number one. For faculty especially. Faculties are running behind industries asking for a week internship. சார் உங்க கூட வந்து உட்காந்து ஒரு வாரம் சாப்பிட்டு கம்பெனி எப்படி வேலை செய்துனா பார்க்கறதுக்கு ஒரு அனுமதி கொடுங்க. I understand the protocol, I understand the security reasons, I understand everything. We have been talking about future of work. We are talking about, gig economy, which he is referring about. இன்னைக்கு there are so many gaps. 21 வருஷமா என் காதுல கேட்டிருக்கிற ஒரே வார்த்தை இண்டஸ்ட்ரி அகாடமியா கேப். அந்த கேப்பை எப்படி ஃபீல் பண்ணுறதுன்னு இன்றைக்கி வர ரூம் போட்டு பேசுகிறோம், அதுக்கு ஒரு பதிலே இல்லை. தயவுசெய்து நீங்களாவது சொல்லுங்கள் சார்.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity in this dais. Thank you, Mr. Lakshmi, sir, for the opportunity to meet with so many entrepreneurs, academicians, and then professors, and then into government staffs. It was a really good question, but I have an answer to it, very straightforward answer. So, we are all from real intelligence to artificial intelligence. We are in the era of transformation journey. Okay, how we are going to catch up? The slogan of our organization, Tech Mahindra, is scale at speed. So how am I going to scale at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour or 200 kilometers per hour? Okay, the gap here is the youngsters who is coming out of college or doing the college, they need an internship, right? Honestly, to be honest with you, every year I used to personally take 100 to 120 plus people internship, whoever comes to me in Tech Mahindra. It's an open request to all. You have my mail ID, you have my contact number with Lakshmi sir. You can reach out to me any given point of time, especially underprivileged colleges, especially tier 2 colleges, tier 3 colleges. I have people from Banroti, Kadalur, people from Tenkasi, people from other interior of Tamil Nadu, even in Andhra also. Doesn't matter of state or district, nothing. The only qualification is they should have that intent to learn. If they have that intent to learn, we are here to teach. My colleague Prakash is there. He has trained almost more than 100 plus people in artificial intelligence, data science, especially in data science, the last couple of years before. I know very well, like Prakash, I have so many engineers with me because I used to manage some 1500 plus people in my org, in my portfolio. So I have a variety of technology guys, be it a Java full stack developer or a Python or be it a Scala, Spark, you name any technology. Because I work for a technology company in US, my customer is a technology company, even though he is into communication, but they are a technology company. So I have a platform because 10 years before we started developing this CMLP platform, that is machine learning platform. So every year it's a constant change. So we have been noticing that Snowflakes, Databricks, be it Azure, okay, so everywhere there is a training, there is an opportunity. So people had a lot of good training and then they got placement also outside of Tech Mahindra, within Tech Mahindra also. So as you rightly said, there is a gap, right? It's all depends on the people's mindset, the seniors' mindset, I would say. I don't blame the juniors, okay? Being a senior all in this room, okay, you just adopt some 2 or 3 guys, train them on a yearly basis, you can change the entire world, maybe next down the line 10 years or 20 years. This is my belief, I would say, not a perception. So please try to help the people who are don't try to help for IITians or anyone else. Okay, they know how to come up very well. Okay, because they've been mentored constantly, monitored constantly, and then they've been advised with all the multiple seminars, conference, wherein there are so many people who are in the rural areas. They don't know how to speak English also. Because I've seen they don't know how to proper dress in a uniform way. So after a couple of months during our training, they know how to speak, they know how to learn, they know how to move with the people, okay? Because they feel that they have been isolated from the society. So just pull them and then give your hands, they'll come to our society and then we can take forward to anywhere as you like, as Mr. Melko sir said. So even though he is in US, but still he is teaching Tamil, right? So these are the people, because someone might have helped him during his college days or school days. So that inspires everyone, right? So because I'm not a pure IT professional, basically I'm a geologist. Someone lifted me, so and then I came to IT industry. But I was there in the IT industry for 27 years. I have seen all the recession ups and downs. My boss is here, Mr. Syed. So I was working with him also for almost 10 years I was working with him. So it's been up and downs I have seen. It's all some or other area, someone has to help someone to come up. So let us help each other and then we grow each other. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Well said. Thank you. Since we are running short of time, one single last question for each one of you. Maybe a one line or a single word answer.
Okay.
We have been repeatedly hearing this word: disruption, recession, upskill, reskill, unskill, whatever skill, I really don't know. இதையெல்லாம் நீங்கள் கடந்த last 2 to 3 decades easily solid, you would have crossed it. ஒரே ஒரு வார்த்தை காதில் சொல்லிகிட்டே இருக்கும், அந்த gut feel or some changeover which helped you to excel in life and career till this moment. What is that one word or one single sentence now which pushed you hard till this level?
Confidence, that's it.
Confidence. Amazing.
Very simple. எண்ணம் போல் வாழ்க்கை.
எண்ணம் போல் வாழ்க்கை. பியூட்டிஃபுல். கோவிட்ல சாகணும்னு இருந்தா செத்துருப்போம், உயிரோடு இருந்திருக்கிறோம். எண்ணம்.
Self discipline.
Amazing, amazing. My dear friends, thank you so much for this opportunity, because this specific topic, this specific questions which I have asked is very, very close to my heart. Last 21 years before, somebody helped me, a person who was in a last bench student throughout, cleared my master's program alone in distinction. From zero, I was there. I haven't imagined to work in an IT company, 21 years working in a world-class company, in a tech company. Today I'm here just because of somebody like you who gave internship opportunity, project opportunity. I did in 38 different organizations during my college of 2 years program. And all these 21 years, without a resume, without an interview, I was able to excel in career. My dear friends, please take this message to your students, whichever part of the world, whichever part of the town, smaller town they are in, there is always an opportunity, as he said. As he said, always there is a demand. As he said, always, he's ready to give that hold so that our young generation can be smooth in their future forward. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
AI is not going to take away jobs. AI is going to create more jobs. Let's embrace it, move forward.
All right, so that was the shortest panel, but yet I would say the richest panel, because you're going to make a lot of employment, and for sure இந்த ஒரு panel வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு eye opener ஆ இருந்திருக்கும் நாங்க நம்புறோம். Make sure that you give them a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please recognize them. Thank you very much to the moderator and the speakers, of course the panelists, and I would request our organizing team to do the honors. So yeah. Yes, truly impactful, and thank you very much, Charles. நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி வந்து நிறைய பேருக்கு நீங்க ஒரு பெரிய இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன். நான் முதற்கொண்டு I've been knowing you for a long time now, that we have been seeing you growing so well, and நீங்க சொன்ன மாதிரி ரெஸ்யூமே கூட இல்லாம இந்த அளவுக்கு வர முடியும் அப்படின்னா நீங்க ஒரு பெரிய இன்ஸ்பிரேஷன் for all the youngsters. So youngsters over here, you can definitely take him as a great inspiration. Thank you very much. சார் நீங்க 200 நீங்க வந்து ரெஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் பண்ணிக்க வேணாம் சார். +++ ன்னு சொல்லிருக்கேன், அவ்வளவுதான். So ladies and gentlemen, let's be generous enough in extending our applause for the entire team here. All right, so we are coming to the most important part of today's program, which is the MOU signing. And I would request the AMTTC, Advanced Manufacturing Technology Development Center, to come forward, like Professor Ramesh Babu sir. Kindly join us on stage. I would request Professor Ramesh Babu sir to join us. And I would request our organizing committee, I would request our organizing committee to join us on stage, or to be on stage. I'd like to welcome Sir Isaac Newton College of Engineering and Technology, Nagapattinam. So we'd like to request Shri Lakshmi Mohan sir to join us. All right. So we'd like to welcome World Industry Synergy with Academia team to join us on stage for the MOU signing, along with our organizing committee. Do we have the World Industry Synergy with Academia team? Join us on stage, please. So we'd like to have SALS team, and this is the MOU signing for in between the SALS and Visa team. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Diversity School of Bioscience. And next we'd like to welcome Diversity School of Bioscience. Kindly please be ready, the team, the entire team of Diversity School of Bioscience. and followed by Data Science in Tamil, and followed by Vinayaka Mission. Thank you. Vivacity. So can we have the Vivacity School of Bioscience to join us on stage, the team? I request the Data Science and Tamil team to join us next. Kindly please be ready. So we'd like to request Data Science and Tamil team to join us on stage for the MOU signing. Data Science. Oh, sure.
Horizontal thinkers.
Okay, Chennai.
Bangalore.
Oh, Bangalore. Nice place.
Yeah, thank you.
Professor.
So call போகுதானா phone call? Nandini. என்ன கம்பெனில வேலை பார்க்கறீங்க? Which media?
Next, we'd like to call upon Vinayaka Mission University to join us on stage for the MOU signing. Welcome, sirs.
எல்லா மீடியாவுக்கும் நீங்க இது பண்றீங்க இல்லையா? நான் மெசேஜ் அனுப்புறேன். நான் எம்சி பண்றேன்.
Definitely. Anytime. Thank you. இது
இப்போ காலேஜில் எதுவுமே சொல்லக்கூடாது.
அரசுக்கு மட்டும் எடுத்துங்க. ரெடியா இருக்கு அரசு. இது அரசு. அரசு. We'd like to request Professor Ramesh Babu to join us on stage and Arasa Engineering College, Kumbakonam to join us on stage, please. D3 means அங்க இருக்கமா இது
இல்ல இது இருக்கு இதுல காமிச்சு
இது முடிஞ்சு அரசு முடியல அரசு பண்ணிருக்கேன் ஓகே இல்லை இல்லை அவர் இவர் கேட்டார் D3 மைண்ட்ஸ் அது மட்டும் தானா ஓகே Thank you very much. And next, I would like to welcome D3 Mind Cyber Solutions Private Limited and AMTDC for the MOU signing. என்கிட்ட கேட்குறீங்க அந்த பையன் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னான் இல்லைன்னு சொன்னான் நீ பார்த்து
சிவராமன் சார் வேறங்களா வேற
இரு Thank you. And next, we'd like to welcome Max Bytes team. Mr. Vikram, kindly join us, sir. And the team. வேற என்ன இருக்குமா வேற என்ன இருக்கு சத்தியம் இருக்கு இது வேற என்னமா அதுல என்ன இருக்கு பின்னாடி பின்னாடி ஐசக் வேணாம் அது வேணாம் அது ரெண்டு பேரும் இல்லை இது என்னம்மா இது Metascope. We'd like to welcome the Metascope team. Kindly join us. Metascope. எல்லாரும் முடிவு கேட்போங்க Thank you very much.
இல்லை இல்லை நீங்கள் கூப்பிட்றீங்களா இல்லை வந்துடுறேன் கவியரசன் ஃப்ரம் துபாய் நான் எழுதிட்டுமா கவியரசன் ஃப்ரம் துபாய்
I would like to request Mr. Kaviyarasan from Dubai to join us on stage. Mr. Sendil Kumar, Chairman, Arasu Group of Institutions, to join us on stage. And CEO of IIT Madras to join us on stage. Thank you.
Welcome. Kaviraj sir, please.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to request Mr. Sendil Kumar from Aras Engineering College to join us on stage. Mr. Sendil Kumar from Aras Engineering College, I'd like to welcome you on stage. Sir, vote of thanks. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite Dr. V. Sivaraman, PhD, IITM Program Lead, AMTDC, IITM Research Park, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good evening to all of you. As we come to the close of the Global AI Leadership Summit 2025, it's my proud privilege on behalf of the organizing committee to extend a warm vote of thanks to everyone who has made this summit a grand success. We express our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest. We are deeply indebted to our distinguished speakers who have illuminated this platform with their expertise, perspectives, and forward-looking ideas. Speakers enriched this summit with unique perspectives on AI leadership, innovation, and its global impact, making GAILS 2025 truly a world-class gathering. We are also grateful to our sponsors, partners, and collaborators for their steadfast support, and to the organizing team and volunteers whose hard work has made this summit seamless. Most importantly, thank you all the delegates and participants. Your engagement and enthusiasm have made this summit vibrant and meaningful. As we conclude GAILS 2025, let's carry forward the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and responsible AI leadership, and continue working together for a smarter, inclusive, and sustainable future. Thank you all once again, and we look forward to welcoming you to the next edition of GAILS. Thank you.
I would like to invite all the coordinators on the stage.
And last but not least, MC, Mr. Saravanan requested to facilitate the MC, Nandini.
Please come. Please.
Thanks. வாங்க பயங்கரமாக பண்ணீங்க.
Anandraj, Sam, Roja. Please come, please come.
நமக்குள்ள நம்மளே போட்டுக்கலாம்.
Frank, please.
I'd like to request all the coordinators to join us on stage. So all the girls, boys and girls, please join us. They've been like very, very instrumental and very supportive since morning, and not just morning, I would say for the last 6 months, they've been working, I guess. So please make sure that, you recognize them with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Can we? They're young minds and youngsters. So your encouragement will be standing tall enough to, encourage them and make sure that, they run even more faster in the coming days. Thank you so much.
All the event organizer, coordinator, including Kalki, Sudhir, Subish and Kapil.
Kindly join us on stage. So quickly, can we do this? Yes, come on. Boys and girls, come on. Make sure you get recognized. Group photo எடுக்கிறீங்களா? Check. Okay. So youngsters learning அப்படியே உட்கார்ந்திரலாமா? Yeah, we can just sit so that everyone is visible. Come on. We'll pose for a group picture, okay? வாங்க மேம். என்ன வயசாயிடுச்சு உங்களுக்கு? உட்காருங்க ரோஜா. ரோஜா. என்றும் 16 அழகா இருக்கவங்களா உட்காரலாம்ப்பா. All right. Come on, thumbs up. Thank you, sir. Video then, okay. So 3 cheers to GAILS 2025. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you. Meet you in 2026. Thank you. Yes, we have a national anthem. Thank you very much. This is Anchor Nandini Aravindan signing off. Nandri, Vanakkam, Varga Valamudan and Jai Hind. National anthem, please.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे। भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Until we meet next time, take care, and I would request all the organizers and the committee members to join us here. Thank you very much, and we'll be having a last thank you note for all of you. Thank you in person.